Her people called themselves the Yazidi. Her captors called her a devil worshipper. But really, she was just a young girl. Baba was 16, and she had forgotten what it felt like not to be scared. When the news had come that the fighters from Islamic State had surrounded her village in the shadow of Mount Sinjar in northern Iraq, the women started to scream because they knew what it meant for their daughters. Baba's own mother did not survive the attack, nor did her father. But they lived long enough to see what happened to their girls. In the one main room of their tiny house, the fighters had forced Baba's parents to their knees at gunpoint, then made the old couple watch as they beat and raped Baba's two younger sisters. They were 12 and 14. The details of that afternoon would haunt Baba as long as she lived. She would remember the pitiful screaming of her mother and father, which the fighters turned into a muted whimpering by thrashing them hard round the side of their heads with the butts of their assault rifles until they bled profusely. She would always remember her mother begging them to take her instead of the girls, and the way the fighters laughed and said they would rather plant themselves in a pig than in her wrinkled old body. She would remember one of them calmly explaining that since Baba's family practiced a religion other than Islam, the Quran allowed true believers to rape them. It would draw the fighters, he said, closer to God. But most of all, Baba would remember her sisters. They were too frightened to scream, and too young to understand what was happening, as the men bound their arms and gagged them, before prostrating themselves in prayer, and then... Baba tried not to picture what they had done to them next. Several times a night, Baba's troubled sleep would be broken by the memory of the 2 gunshots that had killed her parents in front of their daughters. Each time she relived it, it felt as if the bullets had gone through Baba herself, and the image of her sisters being dragged semi-clothed out of the house with one last tearful, uncomprehending look at Baba was fixed in her mind. "Please," she had begged the one fighter who remained in the room with her, "please don't take my sisters from me. They are only babies." The man had surveyed her calmly. He wore black clothes and had a bandolier of ammunition over his shoulder. His open shirt revealed a horrific scar across the width of his neck. It was the same shape as a smile. He stood close enough to Baba that she could smell the sweat on his body. He traced that scar with his forefinger. "You see this, devil girl," he had whispered. "This was given to me by an American soldier. He tried to cut my throat. I bled like a slaughtered goat, but I did not die. Allah protects those who do his work. Remember that if you are thinking of doing anything stupid." "Please," Baba had whispered in reply. "My sisters." "Your sisters are to be given to my men," the fighter had replied. "They deserve it." "They are only children." "Infidel children. Each time my men have them, it will be ibadah, worship." He stretched out one hand and caressed Baba's cheek. "But for you, my pretty thing, greater honors await." The man with the throat scar had bound Baba's wrists behind her back and shoved a rag into her mouth to keep her quiet. Then he had forced her, at gunpoint, out of the house. Baba had looked desperately around, trying to find her younger sisters. They were nowhere to be seen. About 20 other men and women had been lined up in the shade of the acacia tree in the middle of the village, blindfolded and forced to their knees. 5 fighters brandishing weapons were walking up and down the line, barking harsh obscenities at these people Baba had known all her life. Her best friend Parza was there, and her uncle Labib. Baba had to avert her eyes when one of the fighters put his gun to Labib's head. She didn't see the gunshot that killed him, but she heard it. The man with the throat scar threw her into the back of a vehicle. There were 2 other IS men in there. Before she knew what was happening, they were driving her out of the village where she had spent her entire life. Baba was numb, too shocked to cry, too frightened to speak. She didn't know how long they drove for, perhaps 4 hours. It was dark by the time they pulled off the main highway and stopped. Her throat burned with thirst, and her eyes stung. The driver killed the engine. Silence. The car's headlamps lit up the rough road ahead, but it seemed to Baba that they were in the middle of nowhere. She started to panic. Why had they stopped? Did these men want to do something so terrible to her that they needed to come far from civilization to do it? It was with a mixture of relief and dread that Baba saw a sudden burst of light. They were at some kind of checkpoint. The man with the throat scar opened the window. The guards clearly recognized him. They lowered their weapons and waved them on. They came to a second checkpoint. It was in a high fence with rolls of razor wire along the top. Again, they were waved through. A minute later, they stopped at a compound of buildings. They were by a body of water, maybe a reservoir. The man with the throat scar pulled Baba from the car. She was dazzled by moving beams of torchlight, but still aware of there being many men in the compound, at least 15, all of them armed. 4 or 5 of them had dogs on leashes, muscular, snarling beasts straining to get at her. There was the occasional bark, ferocious, but not as ferocious as the men. They leered nastily at her. Baba could tell what they wanted. "She belongs to Dulfakar," the man with the throat scar shouted. That was enough to make them all step back and disappear into the darkness, dragging their straining dogs with them. Baba registered a little more about her surroundings. This was clearly a big compound. There were several buildings that she could see, and peeking up from behind one of them was the rim of a large white satellite dish. There were vehicles, open-top trucks, all dusty and dented. Some of the buildings were covered with black graffiti, and there were a couple of flags hanging from them, showing the insignia of Islamic State. Baba's captor pulled her towards the nearest building. There were 2 more armed men guarding this door, and they grinned as Baba was dragged towards them. Her captor stopped. "You are about to meet Dulfakar," he said. "If you look him straight in the eye, he will kill you." He didn't explain any further, but just knocked 3 times on the door. It opened. He pushed Baba across the threshold. The room was warm, dimly lit, and smelled of cinnamon. It was richly furnished with sofas, embroidered cushions, and patterned rugs on the floor. A fire was burning. There were 2 people in here, a man and a woman. The man was short and stout, with a long black beard greying at the tips. He wore white robes and white socks with leather sandals. His head was covered with a red and white chamar. He was sitting on a comfortable low chair and was nursing a glass of mint tea. His face was expressionless as he turned to look at Baba. She quickly averted her eyes. The woman sat at the back of the room, next to another door which was painted blue. She was very beautiful, with long dark hair and almond eyes. But she looked out of place because she was dressed in Western clothes. A laptop computer sat on a small, ornate table next to her, and her face glowed in the light from its screen. She was applying nail varnish, and she glanced up at Baba as she entered. There was something in her expression that chilled Baba to the core. "Dulfakar," Baba's captor said, bowing his head slightly. He was also avoiding eye contact. "Mujahid," the man replied. "What is this you've brought us?" "A gift, one of the Yazidi. I gave her sisters to my men, but I thought this one would please you." Dogs barked somewhere outside. The woman walked up to Baba. Baba could smell her perfume, heavy and musky. It made her want to gag. "We can't see her face properly," she whispered. With a rough yank, she pulled the rag from Baba's mouth. Her long nails glistened. Baba inhaled deeply, then tried to swallow, but her mouth was too dry, and it hurt her throat. The woman reached out her hand and brushed it against Baba's cheek, in almost exactly the same way the man called Mujahid had done back in the village. Baba noticed that she wore several large rings on her fingers. "She's a pretty one," the woman purred, and when Baba yanked her face away from that horrible touch, she smiled. "Are you a virgin?" The question caught Baba by surprise. She nodded warily. "You'll enjoy breaking this one in, my love," the woman said, and she muttered, "To the glory of Allah." "Get her cleaned up," Dulfakar said. "She stinks worse than a horse. Mujahid, you stay here. We have things to discuss." The woman turned. "Follow me," she said as she stepped towards the blue door at the far side of the room. Mujahid pushed Baba in the same direction. She stumbled. The woman stopped and turned. When she saw that Baba had hesitated, she stepped back up to her again. Her eyes narrowed. She looked like she was sizing Baba up. With a sudden, brutal swipe, she hit Baba hard across the face. Baba gasped. The woman's long nails were viciously sharp. Baba felt blood trickling down her stinging cheek, but could not wipe it away because her hands were still tied behind her back. The woman stepped close to her again. She touched Baba's bleeding cheek, then showed her her fingertips. They were smeared with a mixture of deep red blood and slightly lighter nail varnish. "You are nothing," she whispered. "You are less important to me than an insect. I wouldn't think twice about treading on an insect, and I wouldn't think twice about treading on you. Every second that you stay alive, it is only because Dulfakar allows it. You are his to do with as he wants. If you deny him anything, you'll have me to answer to, and I'd rather see you dead. Do you understand?" Baba managed to nod. When the woman continued across the room, she followed, only looking back over her shoulder when she heard the main door open again. She caught a quick glimpse of two more men. They were both unusually tall. One had very dark skin. He almost looked African, not Middle Eastern. The other had a milky patch of discoloured skin on the left-hand side of his face, as if he had been badly burned as a child. They were both averting their eyes from Dulfakar. Baba didn't dare look at these newcomers any longer. The woman had opened the blue door and was disappearing through it. Baba followed. She found herself in a much less comfortable room. It had a stone floor, bare brick walls, and a further door on the far wall. There was no furniture, just a dim light bulb hanging from a single cord in the low ceiling. Baba had a sudden vision of herself hanging from that cord. The woman closed and locked the door behind them. "You will stay here," she told Baba. "You will be completely silent. If you disturb Dulfakar with your whimpering, I will cut out your tongue. If you don't believe me, I invite you to put me to the test. Do you understand?" Baba nodded. The woman left the room. Baba heard the sound of a lock clicking, and knew that there was no way she could escape. Her knees would not support her. She collapsed, a shivering, bleeding, sobbing, terrified mess. As she lay crouched on the floor, she relived the monstrous events of that day, her parents, and her poor, poor sisters. She longed to be close to them, to hug them, to tell them everything would be all right, and hear the same reassurance in return. But deep down, she knew it would not be all right. Nothing would be all right ever again. She heard dogs sniffing and growling by the far door. They terrified her, so she crawled to the opposite end of the room, collapsing again right outside Dulfakar's door. Baba didn't know how long she lay there, lost in that awful waking nightmare. But gradually she became aware of voices on the other side of the room. She recognized Dulfakar and Mujahid, who had the scar on his throat, and although she couldn't work out what they were saying, she could hear certain words. "Attack." She remembered how the IS fighters had attacked her own village that day, how they had killed people without seeming to think about it. Terror. She remembered the terror in her sister's eyes, the way they had begged their rapists to stop because it hurt so much. Jihad. It was a word all the Yazidi knew well. She knew the story of how, when she was just 3 years old, 4 suicide bombers had killed nearly 800 Yazidis. People said it was the second deadliest jihadi attack after the planes that had flown into tall buildings in America. The room started to spin. Baba's exhaustion was catching up with her. She was desperate for a drink, but she dreaded asking that awful woman with the almond eyes. British. She had heard that word before. She knew there was a country called Britain far away. Or was it part of America? Baba wasn't quite sure. Her face was throbbing badly. A curiously hopeful thought crossed her mind. Maybe if the cut made her look ugly, Dul Fakar would not touch her. But another thought followed quickly. It's not your face he wants you for. Westminster. The word meant nothing to Baba. She was hardly listening anyway. She started violently as she heard a key turn on the other side of the far door. Terrified, she lifted her head. The far door opened. The woman appeared. She looked calm, but somehow all the more terrifying for it. "What do you think you're doing, devil girl?" she demanded. "Eavesdropping?" Baba shook her head. "No," she whispered. "I promise. I was just—" But the woman was storming towards her. She bent down, grabbed a clump of Baba's hair, and pulled her harshly to her feet. "I wasn't listening," Baba wailed. "I didn't hear anything." But she was silenced by another hard slap across her cheek. "If you ever listen to things that do not concern you," the woman breathed, "I will throw you to the common soldiers like your horse sisters. Do you understand?" It was all Baba could do to nod. The woman yanked her towards the open door. Baba couldn't resist. But before she was dragged across the floor, she heard one more word from the adjoining room. Again, she had heard it before, but it meant very little to her. The word was Christmas. December the 20th. Chapter 1. Sigonella NATO Base, Sicily. Dusk. The snow-capped peak of Mount Etna was lost in the dark clouds that boiled over the island of Sicily. Chief Airman Romano Messi watched them through the windscreen of his olive-green Land Rover, whose wiper blades were clearing a thin drizzle from the glass. Romano was a young recruit to the Italian Air Force and had lived on the island all his life. He remembered his grandmother saying that when the sky went dark over Etna, trouble was round the corner. But she was just a superstitious old lady. In Sicily, with its gangs and its undercurrent of violence, trouble was always round the corner. A fork of lightning split the sky, but the only thunder that followed it was artificial. It came from the 4 engines of a British Hercules C4 turboprop, as grey as the clouds from which it now emerged, as it made its descent towards the runway. Romano had been waiting for this aircraft. They had all been waiting for it. The runway was brightly lit. There was only another 30 minutes until sunset, but it was already half dark. Ground crew staff sat in stationary service vehicles, well clear of the runway itself, but with their engines ticking over. The word had come through 2 hours previously. This aircraft and its 4 passengers were high priority. The air traffic control operators knew to get the Hercules on the ground as quickly as possible. Any other military aircraft wanting to land at the same time would have to circle. The passengers were to be ushered as quickly as possible to the nearby helicopter landing zone. That was Romano's job. Get them to the chopper and don't ask any questions. He knew that instructions like this could only mean one thing. A special forces unit was on its way. It was an unusual situation. This was a British military plane. They often stopped here to refuel, but the passengers were generally not allowed to disembark. When they did, SF units were normally housed in the American sector of the NATO base. Italian squaddies like Romano were kept well away. Romano blew a lock of his black hair off his forehead, then absent-mindedly brushed down his khaki camouflage gear. One day, he thought to himself, he would put himself up for selection to the Stormo Incursori. He and the guys he was about to meet were made from the same stuff. His eyes wandered to the tiny length of Christmas tinsel wrapped round the stem of the rear-view mirror. Deciding it didn't make him look hard enough, he tore it away and shoved it in the glove compartment. The Hercules engine screamed as the landing gear hit the runway in a cloud of spray. Romano knocked the Land Rover into first gear and screeched in the direction of the Hercules before it had even turned off the runway. Through the drizzle, he saw the aircraft come to a complete standstill. The tailgate opened immediately. By the time it was down, Romano had come to a halt 20 meters away. He saw 4 figures emerging from the dark belly of the aircraft. 2 of them led the way. The other 2, a few meters behind, were carrying a flight case between them. Romano squinted as he tried to make out their faces, but he couldn't quite. All he could see was that they were all shouldering Bergens, and one of them was slightly narrower about the shoulders than the others. He congratulated himself on his powers of observation. Surveillance, he knew, would be an important skill when he became a Special Forces operator. Romano got out of the car and jogged towards the aircraft, whose engines were still powering down. As he drew closer, the 4 figures became more distinct. Halfway towards them, he stopped for a moment. Was one of them a woman? Romano wiped the rain from his face and looked again. He hadn't made a mistake. The figure with a slimmer frame was a stunning brunette with grey eyes and clear, pale skin. Her hair was a tangled, rain-soaked mess, but to Romano's eyes that only made her look more attractive. He started jogging towards them again, taking in the others. Standing next to the woman was a broad-shouldered man with thick blonde hair and tanned, leathery skin. He was looking disdainfully across the airfield. Romano could immediately tell he had a bit of an attitude about him. The 2 guys carrying the flight case were both scowling. One of them was a little shorter than the others, with thinning hair, and the sight of him made Romano smile briefly. His dad had a penchant for Phil Collins, and the little guy looked just like him, broader, stockier, and a hell of a sight grumpier looking, but otherwise the spitting image. His companion didn't look much more cheerful. With hair as dark as Romano's own, and a handsome face with several days' stubble, he looked like a statue holding the flight case as the rain pelted against him. Romano was a little out of breath when he reached them, but he did his best to hide it. "Good evening, gentlemen," he said in his very best English. The blond guy looked him up and down, and Romano could tell from his body language that he was in charge of this 4-man unit. "I am taking you to your helicopter." The unit leader looked over Romano's shoulder towards the distant Land Rover. "Fuck's sake, Manuel," he said with an unpleasant sneer. "I know the ITARs are shit drivers, but couldn't you park a bit closer?" Romano felt an embarrassed frown cross his forehead. "No, I mean, I could." He jabbed his thumb towards the vehicle. "Forget it, shit for brains." The man looked over his shoulder. "Danny and Spud could use the workout, right, lads? Especially Spud. Need to get him match fit. He spent the last 6 months in hand-to-gland contact." Romano didn't know what he was talking about. The blond man pushed past him and started walking towards the Land Rover. The woman looked at the 2 guys, Danny and Spud, had he called them. Then she jogged after the blond man. This really wasn't going the way Romano had wanted. He turned to Danny and Spud. "I could maybe help you?" he said. Neither man even glanced at him. They were watching the unit leader with murder in their eyes. Romano jogged alongside them as they followed after the woman and the blond man. "So, guys," he said, "where are you headed?" No response, just dark scowls. As they approached the Land Rover, Romano saw that the blond man had already taken the front passenger seat. The woman was opening up the back of the vehicle, ready to receive the flight case. The rain was falling more heavily now. Everyone was soaked. Danny and Spud loaded up. Romano meekly took his place behind the wheel. When the others were installed in the back seat, he turned the ignition. The windscreen wipers flapped noisily as the vehicle trundled across the airfield. "Fucking Sicily," the blond man said. "I thought it was meant to be all sunshine and sardines." "Unorganised crime," Phil Collins said darkly. "Right up your street here, Tony." Tony, that was obviously the blonde man's name, looked in the rear-view mirror. "Do us a solid, Caitlin, love. Stick a 762 in that bald cunt's skull. Save me messing up me hands." Caitlin, the woman, smiled. "Mind if I do it later?" she said in a very pronounced Australian accent. "Don't want to mess up the upholstery for this two-pot screamer." She jabbed Romano on the shoulder. "Caitlin, Tony, cut it out," said the man with dark hair. "What's that?" Tony said in an exaggeratedly loud voice. "Did Danny Black say something?" He smiled nastily. "Last time I checked, Black, I was unit commander, so do us all a favour and keep your cake-hole shut, eh?" Romano looked in the rear-view mirror. If Danny Black looked annoyed, it was nothing compared to the expression on Spud's face, which was filled with undisguised hate. Tony looked over his shoulder at the same time. "Spud, mate, relax. You should learn to enjoy yourself." He sniffed and faced forward again. "You could get run over by a boss tomorrow." As he said this, he pulled a handgun from his ops waistcoat and ostentatiously started checking it over. All of a sudden, Romano could barely breathe with the tension. He'd given up wanting to find out what these people were here for. He just wanted them out of his vehicle before the pot boiled over. He even twitched nervously when Tony said, "How far to the chopper, Manuel?" Romano pointed to his 10 o'clock. The LZ was visible 100 metres away through the rainy twilight. A steel-grey RAF chopper, a Wildcat, was there, surrounded by 3 more military vehicles, the beams from their headlamps cutting through the rain. "How about dropping us a little closer than half a mile to the LZ?" Tony said. "Unlike you, we've got a bit more to do than chauffeur people round an airfield all night." He frowned. "Rear echelon, motherfucker," he muttered under his breath. It was a blowy night for a chopper ride. The Med was as rough as Danny had ever seen it, but it wasn't nearly as rough as the atmosphere inside the Wildcat. Danny wanted to be anywhere else but here. Back home, his 3-month-old daughter was waiting for him. Danny had wanted to name her Susan, after his own mother, but the child's mother, Clara, had vetoed it, and they'd named her Rose. Danny and Clara were together, but things were not good between them. It didn't seem to affect the baby, though. She was a good-natured kid with a shock of black hair just like his own. Clara told Danny that babies were supposed to look like their dads because it stopped them from leaving mother and child after the birth. It had led to an argument, of course, with Danny trying to explain that his was not the kind of job that kept him safely behind a desk and back home for bath time. No, Danny's job was the kind that meant that on a blustery December night, 5 days before Christmas, he had to be cruising high above the choppy waves on his way to RV with HMS Enterprise, a Royal Navy Echo-class survey vessel currently on Mediterranean rescue deployment. The waters of the Med were awash with migrant boats, crammed full of frightened, impoverished refugees fleeing the battle zones of the Middle East. It was Enterprise's job to help these people when their barely seaworthy boats fell apart in the middle of their crossing, as they almost inevitably would. Danny glanced at Tony. The bastard had been insufferable since their OC had taken him to one side in Hereford and given him unit command. It was an obvious snub for Danny, who'd been in charge last time they'd done a job together. Since then, it had been no secret around RAF Credenhill that Danny and Tony were at each other's throats. The way Danny saw it, giving Tony the nod was a clear indication of which side of that particular fence the Ruperts had come down on. But the bad blood between Danny and Tony wasn't the worst of it. It was an open secret that Tony was having a fling with Caitlin, the Aussie military intelligence operator currently sitting to his right. She had more than proved her worth, but Danny didn't like it. It wasn't the fact that Tony was a married man that bugged him. What Tony did on his own time was none of Danny's concern, but having 2 members of the unit shagging each other was a liability. Their minds would be on something else when they should be on the job in hand. And then there was Spud. He and Tony had hated each other since the day they met. While Spud had been temporarily invalided out of the regiment in the wake of a disastrous foray into the deserts of northern Yemen, it hadn't been a problem. But Spud had, against all the odds, regained his fitness and shown his mettle. Now he was under the command of the man he loathed the most. Spud had his eyes closed as he sat against the webbing-clad side wall of the Wildcat. Tony was staring at him with a cold expression, like he was sizing him up. Danny had seen that look on Tony's face before. He had a bad feeling about the next few hours. Danny had warned their ops officer, Ray Hammond, before they'd left base. "It's a bad call, boss. Tony doesn't have the respect." Danny wasn't about to grass anybody up, but surely Hammond had heard enough of the whispers about Tony Wiseman that his loyalty to the regiment came a distant second to his lucrative contacts in organised crime. Spud's jibe had been bang on, and everyone had seen Tony's wife Frances around Hereford with a split lip and a shiner on her left eye that she insisted had come from falling down the stairs. "Just do your job, Black," Hammond had said, "and be thankful you've got one. There's more than one spook in Whitehall gunning for you. They look after their own. Take my advice and keep your head down." So Danny was doing just that. It was grimy and noisy in the Wildcat. The flight crew had given them headsets, but none of the unit were wearing them. Caitlin pulled out some A4 photographs from her Bergen and handed them around, 2 for each person. Danny studied the pictures for what felt like the 100th time in the last 24 hours. The 2 photographs showed 2 different individuals. Danny knew that they were both Iraqi, although one of them had much darker skin than the other. The photograph showed this guy walking out from behind an open-top technical with the rubble of a demolished city building in the background. He was obviously very tall, maybe 6'6", and he had an AK-47 strapped to his chest. The man in the second photograph looked very different, shorter for a start, and with a piebald white patch on his face, as though he'd been burned as a kid. He also carried a rifle, but his surroundings were not urban. He was standing in front of an ancient desert ruin. Danny didn't know what it was, but he did know it was unlikely still to be standing, given IS's liking for blowing up anything of cultural importance in the Badlands of Syria and Iraq. "Fucking muppet!" Tony shouted over the noise of the chopper, holding his picture of the piebald militant in the air. "Face like a robber's dog, too. They might as well send us a link to their fucking Facebook page." Danny didn't allow himself to show that he agreed with Tony. He examined the pictures again, ensuring that he'd committed them to memory, because in approximately 3 hours he'd need to identify these men in the flesh. "Their names are Mahmoud and Qasim," the ops officer had told them in the briefing room back in Hereford. "Codenamed Santa and Rudolph, monsters of our own making." "What do you mean?" Danny asked. "They both lost their parents during the Allied invasion of Iraq. Prime recruits for IS, but unknown to MI6 until the last couple of days. The firm intercepted an NSA intelligence briefing about them, which the Yanks have forgotten to share with us." "Friends like that?" muttered Spud. "Who needs enemies?" "Quite. Seems like the CIA have evidence these 2 cunts are on their way to the UK. They're using a migrant boat as cover. It means they can get into Europe without the need for a passport. Just 2 more faces out of thousands. Nobody's going to ask any questions. The Yanks seem to think Santa and Rudolph might have terrorist intentions on UK soil, so why they haven't shared this with us is anyone's guess. Bottom line is, the Americans mustn't know that we're going after these suspects, because then they'll realize we're intercepting their intel. You'll forward mount from the Italian section of Sigonella Base, not the American section. And the ship's captain of HMS Enterprise has instructions to keep all non-essential crew below decks when the time comes. We don't want any loose tongues. We have local eyes on the ground in Libya that tell us the migrant boat is called the Ocean Star, and it will be setting sail from the North African coast at approximately midday tomorrow, heading for the southern tip of Greece. You can expect to RV with the ship approximately 200 nautical miles from the Sicilian coast. You're looking at about 100 personnel on the Ocean Star, all told. We'll be monitoring the currents in the sea state, so HMS Enterprise should have no trouble intercepting it. We're aiming for a midnight boarding. There's a marine unit on board the ship. They'll surround the Ocean Star and offer fire support if you need it. You need to board the Ocean Star, bring it alongside HMS Enterprise, cross-deck the migrants, identify the targets, get the migrants back on board, and transport Santa and Rudolph to an interrogation center for questioning." "Why not just drop us into Libya?" Spud had interrupted. "We can pick the fuckers up before they set sail, instead of mucking around in the dark on a moving platform." Danny had wanted to ask the same question. Was there something about these instructions that didn't add up? "Why not just keep your mouth shut and listen to your orders?" "Once you've isolated the targets, you'll await further instructions on the ship regarding transporting them to the interrogation center. Okay, you're dismissed. Tony, hang back a second. I need a word." None of the others had heard what Hammond had told Tony. Maybe he'd been warning the unit leader not to be an arsehole. If so, he'd be wasting his breath. 15 minutes out!" the co-pilot shouted from the cockpit. Spud opened his eyes. Danny leaned forward and unfastened the flight case that they'd carried onto the Wildcat. It contained their hardware, HK-416s for the guys, and Caitlin's signature harder-hitting HK-417. SIG-225s holstered up for each of them. Their extra rounds were already stashed in their Black Ops waistcoats, along with their flashbang grenades and medkits. This was apparently a straightforward op. They were unlikely to put down a single round, but as Danny clipped on his Kevlar helmet and boom mic, he started mentally preparing himself for the job anyway. If he'd learned one thing during his time in the regiment, it was that things often failed to go exactly as you planned. Now was the time to put aside any tension between them. They needed to work as a single unit, not as a collection of egos. Danny sensed the others putting their heads in a similar place as they checked over their weapons and strapped them to their bodies. The Wildcat banked sharply. From the side window, Danny saw the lights of a naval ship glowing below them in the night. He felt a little surge in his stomach. He might be hundreds of miles from his baby daughter, the unit might be at each other's throats, but there was a buzz of excitement that preceded every op, and it was almost impossible to stamp it out. It was why you did the job in the first place. The chopper lost height. A minute later, it was setting down on the landing deck of the ship. Proximity to the LZ made Danny realize how hard the wind was blowing. The helicopter was shaking badly as the landing gear connected with the ship. As soon as they had the thumbs up from the co-pilot, however, the unit jumped out onto the deck and ran, shoulders bowed, away from the fierce downdraft of the rotors. Danny's ears were filled with the roar of the sea and the vast hum of the ship's engines. He felt salty spray stinging his face. The rough seas weren't a problem for the Enterprise, but anyone out there on a smaller vessel would be having a difficult time of it. There was a greeting party waiting for them. The ship's captain was immediately identifiable. He had an aquiline nose and pinched lips, and was accompanied by a young leading rating. To his side, there was a group of 10 Royal Marines in camouflage gear and black boots, each sporting the distinctive commando beret and dagger flashes on their arms. Danny knew that they would be permanently stationed on the ship to support the crew should any of their encounters with the migrant boats turn ugly. A boat full of hundreds of exhausted refugees would definitely get nervous at the sight of a Royal Navy ship approaching, whatever its intentions. But tonight they had a new remit: Special Forces support. The 2 guys the unit were intending to lift sure as hell wouldn't come quietly, and it wouldn't take much aggro for a boatload of edgy, frightened migrants to turn nasty. The support of the Marines could be crucial. The captain cast his eye over the unit and seemed to identify Danny as being the leader. He offered his hand, but Tony was there in an instant. He took the captain's hand, shook it cursorily, and interrupted as the captain started to introduce himself. "Do you have a fix on the migrant boat?" The captain's eyes narrowed slightly. "We picked it up on radar about 3 hours ago. We're tracking it from the horizon. They don't know we're here. We've got 3 rigid inflatables ready to launch. We can intercept as soon as you give the word." "Do it," Tony said. "You've cleared the deck of all non-essential personnel." "Yes," the captain said, a definite edge in his voice. "Make sure you keep it that way. Take us to our quarters." The captain looked like he was going to say something, but decided better of it. He turned to the rating by his side. "You heard him," he said. "Aye, Captain," the young sailor replied. "This way, please." The rating led them into the ship, down a metal spiral staircase, and up to a heavy grey door, which he opened for them. "All right, Popeye," Tony told him. "We'll take it from here." The unit's quarters were cramped, but perfectly serviceable. There were 3 bunks along one wall, and a flickering strip light embedded in the ceiling. There had been a small attempt made to render the room a little more comfortable than it might otherwise have been. In one corner there was a water cooler. The surface of the water trembled with the vibrations of the ship, and on a table were a few out-of-date magazines and newspapers. Tony strolled over to the table and picked up one of the papers, a military newsletter of some sort. On the front was a picture of a wounded serviceman in a wheelchair. Tony tossed it casually back onto the table, then picked up a copy of the Daily Mirror. "Last week's," he said, and then holding up the front cover, "Look at this." Danny glanced at the newspaper. The picture on the front showed a young man with slick black hair on a golden beach, wearing shorts and sunglasses with 2 bikini-clad women practically draped over him. "Look at him," Tony said. "What a cunt." The young man in question was a minor member of the royal family. To an SAS man, the royal family were known not by their names, but their code words. Charles was Violet 1, Wills and Harry Violet 2 and 3. The royals further down from the throne had different colours and numbers. The lad on the beach was Yellow 7, Duke of somewhere or other, Danny had forgotten, and a tabloid favourite. "Still," Tony continued, "best job in the fucking world, eh? No chance of ever having to do any real graft, so you can spend your life chasing tail on the beaches of Dubai." "Thought you pom boys did it all for Queen and country," Caitlin said in her Aussie drawl. "Queen and country my arse," Tony said. Danny dumped his Bergen on the floor. "He's all right by me," Danny said, more to contradict Tony than for any other reason. At least he had the balls to go out to the stand with Harry, get his hands dirty. "Oh, yeah, and how many SF guys did it take to make sure their lily white arses got home without a scratch?" Tony tossed the newspaper back onto the table, then joined the others in getting ready. As Danny fitted his radio gear and attached a surefire torch to the frame of his rifle, he noticed Tony taking a smaller black rucksack from his Bergen and slinging it over his back. "What's that?" Danny demanded. "Packed lunch," Tony replied. He looked around the room. "Everyone ready?" Without waiting for an answer, he strode out of the room. "Your boyfriend's on good form," Spud muttered to Caitlin as they approached the spiral staircase. "Got a problem, Spud?" she said. Spud shrugged. "Good." Caitlin clattered up the staircase after Tony. Danny was on the point of following, but Spud grabbed him by the arm. "You all right, mucker?" Danny asked. Spud glanced around. He looked very shifty. "Tony's just marking out his territory," Danny said. "Ignore him." "Maybe," Spud said. He glanced at his shoes. "Just watch me back, all right? When Tony's around, watch me back." He turned to climb up the stairs, but now it was Danny's turn to hold him back. "What are you talking about?" Spud looked up the staircase, clearly checking that they weren't overheard. "Tony's missus," he said quietly. "Francis?" Spud nodded. "Mate, tell me you didn't—" "Tony was out of town. One thing led to another." He flashed Danny a quick grin. "She's only human, after all." "Fuck's sake, Spud. There's 1,000 squatty mattresses in Hereford queuing up to put a regiment notch on their bedstead. Why choose her of all people? Tony's a psycho. Do you think he knows?" Spud's grin had disappeared. "You've seen the state of Francis's face. I'm guessing she didn't get those bruises for not cleaning the toilet pan properly." A shadow fell across his face. "I should have a word with him about that. I bumped into her a couple of days ago. She couldn't get away fast enough. Started sweating like a blind lesbian in a fish factory. Danny swore under his breath. This should be a simple job, but there was already something going on that he didn't understand. Too much tension among the team, and now this. "Let's get moving," he said. "Get the op over and done with, and get back to the UK. We can sort this shit out then." Spud nodded a bit sheepishly. He started to climb, but then looked back over his shoulder. "Just watch me back, Mugger," he said quietly, and without waiting for an answer, he started clattering up the stairs. Chapter 2. The Marines were waiting for them up on deck. One of them, cropped hair and a flat nose, approached. "Intercept in 15 minutes, he said. Tony nodded curtly. "I want 2 ribs in the water, 3-man Marine units in each. Any migrants try to jump ship, scoop them up and throw them straight back on. Once you've surrounded the Ocean Star, the 4 of us will board, subdue the passengers and manoeuvre the boat alongside the Enterprise so we can cross-deck them." He turned to Danny and Caitlin. "Get to the bridge," he said. "Tell the captain to lay down warning fire as we approach. I want the migrants to know we're not fucking around. Then get whatever joker's eye see of the Ocean Star to kill the engines and drop anchor. Spud, you stay with me." Spud and Danny exchanged a glance, but nobody argued. Danny and Caitlin turned their backs on the others and headed towards another metal staircase that Danny knew would take them to the bridge. Over his shoulder, he was aware of the 2 ribs, each one manned by 3 Marines, being winched from the deck and lowered onto the rough sea. "What's Tony got in his backpack?" Danny asked Caitlin as they hurried up the staircase. "What am I?" Caitlin asked, her Aussie drawl very pronounced. "His fucking mum?" "No," Danny shot back. "Just his favourite Sheila." Caitlin grabbed him by the arm. Her eyes were fiery, and for a moment Danny thought she was going to go for him. But a couple of seconds later she let go, made a noise of disgust, and turned her back on him. "Hey," Danny said. "What?" "I don't care about you and Tony, just so long as you keep your mind on the job. Keep giving out orders like that, you're going to make yourself as popular as a rattlesnake in a lucky dip. Let's get to the bridge." Caitlin strode away. Danny followed. The bridge was occupied by 4 naval personnel, plus the captain. They gave Danny and Caitlin a respectful nod as they approached. "How long till we make contact?" Danny asked. "Approximately 9 minutes. We'll have a visual in 2. We've got an open line to the MOD operations room. Sounds like quite a party there. Reps from the Home Office, 5, 6, Hereford?" He narrowed his eyes. "Someone rarely wants to get their hands on your targets, whoever they are." Danny was well used to non-SF personnel trying to get information out of him. He quickly diverted the course of the conversation. "You need to get the migrant ship's captain on the radio. Tell them to drop anchor, then lay down warning fire." "Threat of force won't be necessary," said the captain. "Migrant boats in these waters know that a British naval vessel is a help to them." Danny's earpiece crackled, and Tony's voice came over his personal radio. "You sorted things with Captain Haddock yet?" Danny forced himself to keep cool. If Tony had his way, the relationship of mutual respect between the SAS unit and the naval crew would soon break down. "Roger that," he replied. He turned back to the captain. "We need the option of that covering fire, Captain," he insisted. The captain hesitated for a moment, but then walked over to his crew to give them the orders. Danny's sense of unease grew stronger. Thanks to Tony, there was now bad blood between the unit and the naval crew. He glanced through the bridge window down onto the deck. Tony was directing the remaining Marines with aggressive hand gestures, while Spud stood quietly a couple of meters away, his hands on his assault rifle, as if he'd like nothing better than to make sudden, unexpected use of it. "We have a visual," one of the naval crew called out. 2 nautical miles. Danny quickly altered his line of sight. He just caught sight of lights on the horizon to the ship's 12 o'clock. If that was the migrant boat, they were heading straight for it. The ship's radio operator was a young lad with a bad dose of acne. At a short instruction from the captain, he started broadcasting. This is HMS Enterprise, broadcasting to Ocean Star. Do you copy, Ocean Star? A blast of white noise came over the radio. The operator repeated his message. This is HMS Enterprise, broadcasting to Ocean Star. Do you copy, Ocean Star? White noise again. Then suddenly an unnaturally loud voice burst over the airways. It was thickly accented and spoke fragmented English.
Yes, sir. Ocean Star, sir. Boat in big trouble, sir. Sink very soon, sir.
The captain looked over his shoulder at Danny. They always say that. They know we'll offer aid to a vessel in distress. They were gaining very quickly on what was obviously a small boat. Distance maybe 300 metres. Lay down warning fire, Danny said. The captain frowned. It's really not necessary. They won't— Look, mate, Danny interrupted him. You've got your orders, I've got my orders. Lay down warning fire and instruct them to drop anchor. The captain considered it for a moment, then nodded to one of his crew. 20 seconds later, a crack of gunfire echoed out over the noisy ocean. There was a moment of silence. Then the radio burst into life. The radio operator was speaking much faster, and suddenly his English was a load better. He sounded panicked.
This is Ocean Star. This is Ocean Star. Hold your fire. We are dropping anchor now. Repeat, we are dropping anchor now.
Through the window of the bridge, Danny could see the wake of the 2 ribs containing the Marines curling away from the Enterprise. Tony's voice crackled over Danny's earpiece.
Get down here.
Danny turned to Caitlin. Let's go, he said. By the time they had rejoined Tony and Spud, the ship's crew was preparing a 3rd rib.
Get a fucking move on,
Tony shouted at Danny as the unit jogged towards it. Another Marine was boarding the rib and taking charge of the outboard motor, which was already turning over. The unit climbed in, and the crane immediately winched them up over the side of the Enterprise, then lowered them seaward. As they passed over the railings of the ship, Tony shouted some last-minute instructions.
I don't think our targets will risk doing anything to identify themselves once we board the boat. Most of the migrants fucking hate IS. It's them they're running from, and if they suspect they've got a couple among them, they'll most likely send them for a swim. But if our guys do make a move, we shoot to wound. You got that, Black?
Danny gave him a dark look, then a curt nod. Tony liked to put it around that Danny was a loose cannon, but now wasn't the time to bite back. There was a noisy slap and a jolt as the rib hit the water. They were hit with a cloud of spray, and the boat lurched forward immediately as the Marine lowered the outboard. The rough sea state had barely affected the Enterprise, but the tiny rib was immediately showered by the crest of a wave before falling several feet into a valley of seawater. They were drenched in seconds. Danny gripped the side firmly, trusting that the Marine at the helm was well used to manoeuvring vessels in these conditions. He was right. The rib didn't veer from its course. Each time the horizon bobbed into view, the lights of the migrant boat grew closer. In just a couple of minutes, it was 50 meters distant. The 2 ribs with the Marine support unit were circling it.
"Approach the rear of the boat,"
Tony shouted over the crashing of the waves. The Marine at the helm nodded, and they ploughed relentlessly through the rough seas towards the migrant ship. Moments later, they were alongside it. It was being badly tossed and jolted by the waves, but Danny could see that it was massively overcrowded. At a glance, he estimated 90 to 100 migrants on an old tug that was no more than 20 meters in length. Its wheelhouse, painted in blue and white, seemed unnaturally tall and narrow. The name Ocean Star had been painted on the side, but most of the letters had eroded away. There was a boarding ladder at the rear, and the Marine manoeuvred the rib towards it. Spud grabbed the slats of the ladder. As he pulled himself out of the rib and started to scramble up it, Danny engaged his weapon to offer covering fire if it turned out to be necessary. It didn't. Spud disappeared over the side of the migrant vessel, and over the noise of the sea, Danny could hear him barking instructions, though he couldn't make out the individual words. Moments later, Tony was halfway up the ladder, followed closely by Caitlin. Only when they had safely boarded did Danny leave the rib. The slats of the ladder were wet and slippery. The boat yawed with the movement of the sea, but his grip was firm. Seconds later, he had boarded. Narrow beams of light shone across the deck from the torches fitted to each unit member's rifle, illuminating the pelting rain, which had doubled in intensity in the last couple of minutes. By the light of those torches, Danny could see that in the few seconds they had been on the boat, Spud, Tony and Caitlin had been busy. Almost all the migrants on board had hit the deck. They were now lying on their fronts, with their hands on the backs of their heads. They were all very poorly dressed, in old shorts and tracksuit bottoms. A few lucky ones had hooded tops to keep them warm, but every garment was soaked by the rain. Many of the passengers had no shoes. The sea air was failing to blow away a nasty stench of unwashed bodies. 3 men on the steps that led up to the wheelhouse were still standing, but that was only because there was no room on deck for them to lie down. Tony was stalking towards them, weapon engaged, barking at them to get on their knees. They obviously didn't understand him, and looked confused and frightened. Towards the foredeck, 15 metres from Danny's position, were 5 more migrants also standing. To Danny's eye, they were more of a problem. They were talking quickly and looking out to sea, as though discussing whether or not to jump. Danny surged forward. It was impossible not to step on the arms and legs of some of the crouching migrants, but none of them complained. As he moved, he saw that the central section of the boat, behind the wheelhouse, was not covered with bodies. There was a large rectangular hole cut out of the deck, leading down into the hull. Danny scanned the faces of the 5 men still standing. He didn't recognize any of them from the photos of the IS targets, but that wasn't a reason not to suspect them. "Get to the ground!" he shouted at them, keeping the barrel of his weapon firmly fixed in their direction. "Get on the ground! Now!" 3 of the migrants fell to their knees. The remaining 2 still looked eager to jump, but their mates started yanking at their clothes. Seconds later they had hit the deck too, but were still only kneeling. Danny got close, then forced a couple of them onto the ground with his foot. The remaining 3 followed suit. He looked around the boat. Tony and Caitlin were by the wheelhouse, pointing their weapons up at 2 figures inside, controlling the boat. Spud was 8 metres from Danny, on the edge of the open section at the centre of the boat. He also had his weapon engaged, pointing down into the hull. "Someone's getting their fucking money's worth," he called to Danny. Danny checked the immediate vicinity to identify any particular threats. Now every migrant was cringing, terrified, on the floor. He stepped across the mass of bodies towards Spud's position. As he drew within a metre of the open section, and the beam of his torch joined Spud's, he could see why his mate had such a disgusted look on his face. The hull of the boat was even more crowded than the deck. Danny estimated that there were another 100 people down here, and as he looked closer, he could see that they were all... "Kids," Spud muttered. The children's faces looked up, terrified, blinking against the torchlight. None of them spoke. They were pressed so closely together it was impossible to see any of them below the shoulder. But what clothes Danny could make out were nothing but dirty old rags. A horrible stench of sweat and shit rose from the hull. Danny had to force himself not to gag. He caught sight of one kid with a nasty cut on the side of his face, which had obviously turned septic. For a moment, the image of his own child flashed in front of his eyes. He hardened himself against that thought. If he showed any sign of weakness, there would be men on this ship who would take advantage. And the brutal truth was that, even heavily armed, their 4-man unit would struggle against so many people if they decided to riot. "If we see anyone on their feet," he shouted above the noise of the waves and the rain hitting the deck, "we shoot!" He didn't know how many of them would understand English, but they'd sure as hell understand the intent behind his words. He looked up to see that Tony had entered the wheelhouse and was in the process of forcibly ejecting the 2 men inside, who tumbled down the steps and landed in a heap on top of 2 other migrants. From the corner of his eye, he could see the 2 marine ribs circling. But the greater part of his attention was now on the Enterprise. It was very close now, 30 metres max, and facing into the wind to stabilize itself. It dwarfed the migrant boat entirely. Tony's voice came across Danny's earpiece. "Black, Spud, cover the migrants.
Anyone kicks up a fuss, give them something to think about. Me and Caitlin will get the boat alongside the Enterprise."
"Roger that," Danny replied. He turned to Spud. "Stay here and cover the foredeck. I'll head aft." Spud nodded. He seemed to drag his gaze away from the kids in the hold as he moved his attention to the migrants on deck. He turned his body threateningly with the turn of his weapon and covered the teeming mass of desperate men and women. Danny could hear the occasional sob as, rain dripping down his face, he moved aft along the deck. He cut them from his mind and focused on what was important. Tony was in the wheelhouse and had already started to maneuver the boat alongside the Enterprise. Caitlin stood imperiously on the steps to the wheelhouse, covering the starboard side of the boat. As Danny continued aft, he found himself trying to pick out faces among the crouching migrants, the images from the photos they'd been studying clear in his mind. So far, he couldn't identify Santa or Rudolph, and nobody was acting particularly suspiciously. If the two IS suspects were on board, they were keeping a low profile, just as Tony had predicted. Within 2 minutes, the Ocean Star was alongside the Enterprise, facing into the wind just as the larger ship was. The naval crew on the Enterprise threw ropes down on the smaller boat. Tony and Caitlin moved to the port side of the boat, grabbed the ropes, and started tying them firmly to the railings. Danny sensed the migrants getting restless, so he barked out a further warning to be silent and panned the barrel of his weapon threateningly over them. On the edge of his vision, he was aware of some safety netting being lowered from the Enterprise. Tony and Caitlin clipped it to the railings so it covered a 5-metre-wide section, ready to catch anyone who should fall as the migrants cross-decked. The naval crew unfurled a rope ladder with wooden slats. Tony tugged hard on it to check it was secure. He nodded with satisfaction. They were ready to get the migrants onto the ship.
"Black,"
Tony's voice came over the radio.
"get onto the ship with Caitlin. Me and Spud will take care of things down here."
Danny caught a glance from Spud across the boat. Spud wiped the rain from his face, then nodded at Danny as if to say, "It's okay."
"I said, get onto the ship, Black, now."
Caitlin was already halfway up the ladder. Danny lowered his weapon and negotiated his path across the mass of drenched bodies on the deck. By the time he reached Tony, Caitlin had disappeared over the side of the Enterprise. Danny didn't wait for Tony to say anything else. He grabbed a slat on the rope ladder and started to climb. The ladder lurched slightly with the movement of the vessels. No problem for Danny, who'd encountered far worse, but he knew the migrants were going to be very frightened as Tony forced them up. Danny didn't mind that. Sometimes frightened people were easier to control, but he felt badly for the kids. As soon as Danny hauled himself over the side of the naval vessel, he immediately saw that the remaining Marines had cordoned off a large area on the aft deck, ready to store the migrants as they embarked. Caitlin was standing at the top of the ladder, holding drenched pictures of the two targets. The ship's captain was striding towards them, his uniform soaked and his face a thundercloud.
"I've just had a communication from Whitehall," he said. "All migrants except the two you're looking for are to be returned to their boat as soon as you're done, no matter what state they're in."
Danny immediately felt himself frowning.
"There's kids down there," he said tersely. "They need medical help."
The captain drew himself up to his full height.
"You've got your orders." He fired Danny's words back at him. "I've got mine."
He looked over the side of the ship. Danny did the same. A thin, frightened young man was halfway up the ladder. He looked like he wanted to cry.
"I'm not saying I like it,"
the captain added in a more conciliatory voice. Me neither, Danny thought, and he muttered to himself, "Something's not right." The migrant reached the top of the ladder. Danny firmly grabbed his forearm and helped him over the railings. He had dark skin, a hooked nose, and the whites of his eyes had a yellow tint to them. He was looking around nervously. Caitlin grabbed him by the chin and examined his face. Clearly deciding that this was not one of the men they were looking for, she nodded at one of the Marines, who led him at gunpoint towards the far side of the cordoned-off holding area. By now, a second migrant was cagily climbing up the rope. Moments later, having been checked by Caitlin, he was in the holding area too. It was slow work. 30 terrified migrants passed through Caitlin's checkpoint. 40. None of them even remotely resembled the photographs of their targets. It started to rain even more heavily. Several migrants slipped as they climbed, but somehow didn't fall. The deck down below was half empty. Danny was beginning to wonder if they were on a wild goose chase. "Center!" Caitlin said sharply. Danny moved quickly and decisively. Without even looking at the face of the young man Caitlin had just identified, he hooked his left arm tightly round the suspect's neck and forced him hard to the ground face down. The man tried to struggle, but he was no match for Danny, who pressed one knee hard into the small of the target's back, knocking the wind expertly from his lungs. The target went suddenly limp. Danny grabbed a sturdy plastic cable tie from his ops waistcoat and bound the man's wrists tightly together behind his back. The whole operation had taken less than 5 seconds. Danny rolled the guy over onto his back to examine his face for the first time. There was no doubt that Caitlin had made the right call. It was the tall guy, the one with the much darker skin, who in the photograph had been standing by the open-top technical. Santa had a sour, pained expression, but his attempts to wriggle away from Danny's firm grasp were pathetic. Danny called one of the Marines over to him. "Hood him, isolate him," he said tersely. "Keep the fucker quiet." The Marine nodded. He was carrying a couple of yellow sponge earplugs, which he shoved into the ear canals of the struggling prisoner, before covering them with a set of sturdy ear defenders. He then pulled a dark hood, with a drawstring at the open end, from his pack. He pulled it over the target's head, yanked the drawstring tight, and hauled him staggering to his feet. The target was now effectively blind, deaf, and disorientated, in no position to struggle or run. Danny spoke into the radio. "Santa acquired. Repeat, Santa acquired. Keep 'em coming." "Roger that," Tony said, with the satisfied sound of a soldier whose op was going according to plan. It took 15 minutes to clear the rest of the deck. By now, there were at least 100 migrants in the holding area, but there was still one target down. "We're going to start emptying the hull," Tony said over the radio. "It's mostly kids down there. If we spot Rudolph, we'll send him over first." "Best idea you've had all day," Danny said under his breath. Over the side of the ship, he could see that Spud had lowered a ladder into the hull. He was standing by it while a couple of kids scrambled up. Spud helped them over the top, then pointed them in the direction of Tony, who was standing by the larger ladder that scaled the side of the Enterprise. "They're just children," Caitlin muttered. "They shouldn't be doing this." Danny agreed. He spoke into his radio. "Let's just isolate the kids on the Ocean Star," he said. "We don't need to make them climb up here." "Negative," came Tony's voice. "Everybody leaves the boat. That's an order." He looked up as he spoke. Across the difference in height and through the rain and darkness, Danny caught Tony's scowl. It was full of contempt, and glancing at Caitlin, he saw an aggrieved look on her face as she stared down at her boyfriend. The migrant kids were pitifully terrified as they scrambled, soaked, thin and dirty, over the railings of the Enterprise. Caitlin's face was unreadable as she gently helped them onto the ship and sent them to stand shivering in the isolation area. They were in a shit state, shivering, emaciated, badly clothed. Half of them didn't even have shoes, and Danny could see that many of them were limping. As one of the limping kids passed him, Danny grabbed hold of him and checked out his feet. They hardly looked human, swollen in some places, practically rotting away in others. If they weren't already infected, they would be very soon. Without medicine, the kid would likely be dead in a few weeks. The child looked up at Danny, obviously very frightened. Danny winked at him and tried to look encouraging as he pointed the kid in the direction of the isolation zone. As Danny counted more of the kids onto the ship, 20, 25, his loathing for whoever had crammed them like sardines into that small boat intensified. But then he told himself to stay detached. He was here to do a job, not to right wrongs. "We've got an adult down here." Spud was speaking quietly, and there was an edge of tension to his voice. Caitlin was carefully manoeuvring the 26th kid over. Danny looked down towards the Ocean Star. Spud was helping a hooded figure up from the hull. He had allowed his weapon to fall across his chest, obviously aware that Tony had his rifle engaged and was aiming it towards them, just in case the hooded migrant should get any stupid ideas. Everything happened so quickly, it was immediately obvious to Danny that Tony was about to fire. In a split second, he recognized the positioning of his body, the way he set his frame against the recoil of his weapon, the tiny adjustment he made to his aim as he prepared to release a round. Danny's eyes flickered towards Spud and the hooded target. The target had his head bowed and was just staggering off the hull ladder onto the deck of the Ocean Star. There was no sign of a weapon or any threatening behavior. Spud was a meter behind him and fractionally to his left, and Danny knew instinctively that Tony was aiming not at the hooded migrant, but at Spud. "Hit the floor! Hit the floor!" Danny barked over his radio. Spud's reaction was immediate. He dived heavily towards the wooden deck of the boat at the same instant that a shot rang out. Danny saw a muzzle flash from Tony's rifle, then a second spark as the round ricocheted off a railing at the stern. It took a full second for the hooded migrant, whose reactions were not so keen as Spud's, to hit the ground, by which time Danny was shouting into his mouthpiece, "Hold your fire! Hold your fire! What the hell's going on?" Tony lowered his weapon. He stared towards Spud and the migrant, then glanced up towards Danny.
"Thought that cunt was pulling a weapon?"
he said calmly, as if he'd done nothing more serious than spill someone's pint. He strode over towards the two prostrate figures. Danny saw Spud jump to his feet. He could tell Spud was shouting something at Tony, but as it wasn't over the radio, he couldn't hear what. As Tony approached, Spud bore down on him and yanked the heel of his hands against Tony's chest. Tony's body language was immediately offensive, and they had both taken their eye off the hooded man. He had jumped to his feet and was running to the stern of the ship. Danny didn't know if he intended to hurl himself overboard, and he didn't intend to wait to find out. He followed the figure swiftly with his rifle. When the man was 5 meters from the stern railings, he released a round that exploded onto the deck a meter in front of him. The target hit the ground again, but Danny had already turned his attention to Spud and Tony. The noise of Danny's round had stopped them fronting up to each other. Tony had moved past Spud and was heading, weapon engaged, towards their target. He reached him in 5 seconds, while Spud remained stationary, clutching his own weapon, and not, Danny surmised, because he was worried about the migrant. Tony yanked the migrant up by his forearm, then pulled the hood back from over his head.
"It's Rudolph,"
he said curtly.
"Blotchy-faced cunt. Sending him up now."
Danny was aware of Tony dragging the target towards the ladder, but his mind was whirling. Rudolph hadn't been pulling a weapon. He hadn't even looked like he was pulling a weapon. And Tony, grizzled, experienced, untrustworthy Tony, wouldn't have made a mistake like that. And even if he had made that mistake, it was impossible that he would have missed his target from that range. If Tony had wanted to put a bullet in Rudolph, he'd have done it. But if Danny hadn't warned Spud to hit the deck, what then? There was no doubt in Danny's mind. Tony Wiseman had just tried to nail Spud. A tragic accident, but friendly fire, easily explained away in the heat of battle. Except there hadn't been a battle, just a disgruntled SAS trooper taking a potshot at a member of his team. Spud looked up. He caught Danny's eye. It was clear from his expression that he knew exactly what had just happened. Chapter 3. Rudolph looked like he didn't know whether to run or jump. Neither was an option. He was halfway up the rope ladder, with Tony at its foot pointing his weapon up towards him. For 30 seconds he didn't move, but eventually he seemed to decide that the sight of Caitlin holding out one arm at the top of the ladder was the lesser of two evils. He ascended through the driving rain. As soon as he was in reach, Danny and Caitlin hauled him over the side of the ship. Danny bundled him roughly to the ground, rolled him over onto his front, and yanked his right arm up into an arm lock. Caitlin got to her knees, grabbed a clump of his hair, lifted his head back, and stared at his frightened face. "It's him," she said. 30 seconds later, the second target was plastic-cuffed, deafened, hooded, and being led roughly across the deck by 2 Marines. Danny and Caitlin got to their feet. They were drenched and slightly out of breath.
"What the hell happened down there?"
Caitlin demanded. Danny was prevented from replying by the captain, who was striding officiously towards them. "Get on the radio to HQ," Danny told him. "Tell them we've acquired both targets."
"They're on the line now," the captain said. "They're still insisting that all migrants get returned to the boat as soon as your targets have been located."
Danny looked over towards the frightened, huddled mass of people in the isolation zone, and especially the children. "Get your ship's medics over to them," he said. "Provide what help they can." The captain shook his head.
"I'm not going to ignore a direct order," he said.
As he spoke, Danny's earpiece crackled. Tony's voice.
"Approximately 10 kids still in the hull. We're going to empty them out and keep them on the deck here. Then I'm going to search the hull, check we haven't missed anything. Spud can babysit. Poor fella looks a bit shaken up."
Danny looked over the side. As babysitters went, Spud looked the least maternal Danny had ever seen. He was standing aft, rain pelting onto him, the butt of his weapon pressed hard into his shoulder. He was covering the open area above the hull, but the beam of his torch was flickering around Tony. Spud was defending himself, no doubt. Danny turned back to the captain. "We can't send them back down for at least another 15 minutes, he said. "Surely your medics can patch a few of those kids up?" "Depends how you want to sleep tonight." The captain's face was momentarily a picture of indecision, but then he turned to one of his crew and barked, "Get the medics here, now!" The crew member scurried away. "I'll update Whitehall," he said, before turning on his heel and marching back towards the bridge. "You do that," Danny muttered. He looked over the side. Spud hadn't moved. It was up to Tony to help the remaining kids out of the hull. "We should check Center and Rudolph as secure," Caitlin said. Danny didn't take his eyes off Spud and Tony. "They're not going anywhere," he said. "The Marines can take care of them for a bit." He raised his weapon and directed it down onto the Ocean Star. As he did so, he could feel Caitlin's eyes on him.
"It was just an accident," she said rather uncertainly.
Tony wouldn't what? There's nothing Tony wouldn't do. You should remember that. And don't take your eyes off them, okay?" Danny was only half aware of the movement of personnel behind him on deck. He trusted the Marines to keep the frightened migrants in order. He stood like a grim statue, looking down onto the Ocean Star, the beam of his surefire torch diffusing into the rain-filled night. Caitlin was 3 meters to his left, doing the same. Down on the deck of the smaller boat, Spud had got the remaining children to sit cross-legged by the wheelhouse, while he stood sentinel beside them, as motionless as Danny, his weapon pointed towards the open section into which Tony had disappeared. 5 minutes passed. There was no sign of Tony, and no word from him. The sea state was getting rougher, the rain harder. Danny couldn't have been wetter if he'd jumped into the ocean. But still, he didn't move. What the hell was taking Tony so long? From his vantage point, Danny saw the occasional flicker of Tony's torch down in the hull. How long could it take him to search such a small area? Tony suddenly appeared on deck. The unit leader looked across at Spud, then up at Danny and Caitlin, who had their weapons trained on him. Danny couldn't see Tony's expression, but there was something in the way he hesitated for a moment that told him he knew he was being observed.
"Smells worse than an anchovy's cunt down there,"
Tony's voice came over the radio.
"But it's clear. Start sending them back down."
Danny barely moved. He just turned his head to look at Caitlin. "Do it," he said. Then he went back to covering the Ocean Star in general, and Tony in particular. He didn't care if it looked suspicious that he had his rifle aimed at his unit leader, and he didn't care that Caitlin had to help the terrified migrants back down the precarious rope ladder by herself. Spud had asked him to watch his back, and he was going to do just that. It took a full 30 minutes to cross-deck the migrants again. It was grim work. None of them wanted to get back onto the Ocean Star. Many were sobbing. Some implored Caitlin to let them stay on the naval vessel, but they had their orders from Whitehall. Every last migrant was to return to the boat. It left a bad taste in Danny's mouth, watching Tony force the kids back down into the dark, cramped hull. He wondered if Tony gave a shit, and as he kept his rifle trained on Tony's back, he found his forefinger twitching occasionally on the trigger. "That's the last of them," Caitlin said, as a tearful young woman made her way down the rope ladder. Danny glanced over to the isolation area. Sure enough, it was empty. Down on the Ocean Star, the crowd of migrants were face down on the deck again, being pelted by the rain. They were caught surely in the middle of their worst nightmare. Danny found himself hoping that they hit land safely and soon, but he reckoned some of them wouldn't make it through another night. It was time for Spud and Tony to get back onto the Enterprise. Spud climbed the ladder first. Tony stood at the bottom looking up at Danny, who made no attempt to hide that he was aiming his weapon directly at him. Once Spud was safely over the railings, Danny felt himself relax just a little. His mate was out of Tony's reach, for now. Danny kept watching Tony, though, as he pulled a knife from his ops waistcoat and with several easy slashes cut the netting, then the ropes that bound the Ocean Star to the Enterprise. In the split second before the two vessels separated, he leapt from the smaller boat and caught hold of the rope ladder. He scaled it quickly and efficiently, and moments later he was hauling himself over the railings of the Enterprise and onto the deck. A fresh wave of driving rain lashed down on them. Danny stepped up to Tony, his chin jutting out. "What the hell?" he hissed at him. From the corner of his eye, he could see the Ocean Star drifting away surprisingly quickly. There were already 50 meters between them. "What?" Tony's voice was aggressive, but he didn't seem to want to meet Danny's gaze. "You know. It was a successful op. We're the Center and Rudolph." He looked over Danny's shoulder towards the far starboard side of the deck, where 3 Marines were holding the 2 targets at gunpoint. "Caitlin, come with me. We'll move them to the SF room, then get on the blower to base." He strode off, clipping Danny's shoulder with his own as he walked. Danny watched him go. Spud and Caitlin, standing just a couple of meters away, did the same. "He tried to slot me," Spud said. "The cunt actually tried to slot me." Danny was still vaguely aware of the Ocean Star in his peripheral vision. It had drifted 100 meters away now, and its lights were occasionally bobbing out of sight among the rough waves. But most of his attention was on Tony, who was striding towards the prisoners with his arrogant swagger, as if nothing untoward had happened. "You joining your boyfriend?" Danny asked Caitlin. "Either of you two call him that again," Caitlin said, "or I'll slot you myself." "Just go with him. Watch the prisoners. We'll go to the bridge, get on the radio to HQ. Hammond needs to know what's—" He was interrupted by the sound of an explosion. It was a distant sonic boom coming from the port side of the ship, and almost drowned out by the competing noise of the rain, the waves, and the hum of the engines. But Danny could instantly tell where its source was. He spun round to look out towards the Ocean Star. Spud and Caitlin did the same thing. There was no sign of the light in the wheelhouse of the boat. Danny yanked a spotting scope from his ops waistcoat and quickly scanned along the horizon. At first, his field of view was taken up by a dark, shadowy confusion of waves and dark, stormy sky, but after a few seconds he located the boat, or what was left of it. "It's sinking," he said tersely. And it was sinking, rapidly. Its stern was completely submerged, and Danny estimated that no more than 5 meters of the aft deck was still peaking above the water. "Those kids!" he heard Caitlin whisper, and by the time she had said it, Danny had lost sight of the Ocean Star completely. He lowered his scope, then turned to look across the deck towards Tony. "What did Tony have in that rucksack?" Danny repeated the question that he knew none of them could answer, and before any of them could speak, he started sprinting across the deck to where Tony was in the middle of roughing up the 2 prisoners, while their Marine guards stood helplessly by. Danny grabbed him just as he was planting a fist into Rudolph's guts and swung him round so that they were facing each other. He instantly saw something wild in Tony's face, and he knew, without doubt, what was coming. Tony jabbed the heel of his hand up towards the centre of Danny's face, but Danny was fast enough to knock it out of the way. "What did you plant on that boat?" Danny hissed. Tony sneered. "What are you talking about?" Danny was about to reply, but realised that Spud, Caitlin and the captain had surrounded him. "What was that explosion?" he barked. "What the hell's going on?" Tony had a maddeningly smug look on his face. "Rudolph and Center must have had explosives on board. Guess we missed them." He looked at Caitlin, clearly wanting backup. He didn't get it. Caitlin gave him a hard stare. For a moment, Tony's eyes tightened. He bore a fleeting look of genuine madness. Caitlin took a step away from him towards Danny and Spud. "You're out of order, Tony," she said. Silence. Tony gave her a death stare, but she just jutted her chin out. Then Tony shrugged. The death stare gave way to an expression of nonchalance. "Those stinking migrants would have died a shitty death anyway. Rough seas like this, they wouldn't have made it through the night." "Is that all you've got to say about it?" Caitlin flared. "Tony," Danny cut in, "get the prisoners to the SF room. Caitlin, go with him." And when Caitlin looked momentarily uncertain about being alone with Tony, he added, "Take a couple of Marines with you." "I'm the one giving the instructions," Tony spat back. But then he looked at Spud and Caitlin, who had flanked Danny, and were mutinously staring him down. It was very obvious that the balance of power had just shifted. There was a tense silence. Danny and Tony locked gazes. Tony broke away first. He grabbed Rudolph roughly and started dragging him across the deck. "Make sure he doesn't do anything stupid," Danny told Caitlin. She gave him a sour look, then grabbed Santa and followed Tony. The ship's captain was storming down from the bridge through the rain towards them. "Did you sink that boat?" he demanded. "It was full of children." Danny avoided the question. "I need a secure line to Hereford. Private room. Can you sort it?" The captain paused, his face livid. Then he nodded. "There's a radio room off the bridge. Follow me." As they entered the bridge, Danny felt the hard stares of the ship's crew on them. The sinking of the Ocean Star had obviously shocked them, and Danny could tell they held the SAS crew responsible. Danny shut it out. He and Spud stood to one side of the bridge while the captain took his radio operator into an adjoining room. 2 minutes later, he reappeared and nodded at them. "It's all set up," he said tersely. His opinion of the regiment unit was clearly in line with his crew's. Danny and Spud strode into the adjoining room. It was small, 5 meters by 5, with 2 chairs and a table for the comms equipment. Danny turned to the captain. "Encrypted?" The captain nodded. "We'll call you if we need you," Danny said. The captain's cheek twitched, but he took the hint and left the room. Danny turned to Spud. "Guard the door," he said. "I'll make the call." Spud hesitated for a moment, but then left the room, closing the door behind him. Danny grabbed the radio. "This is Unit Charlie Alpha Zero," he said. There was a hiss. "Go ahead, Charlie Alpha Zero. This is Hereford." Danny recognized the voice of their ops officer, Ray Hammond. "Okay, boss," he said. "How about telling us what's going on?" "Have you acquired the targets?" "Roger that. We also seem to have sent a boat full of migrants to the bottom of the Med." A pause. "Is Tony there?" "Negative. He's watching Santa and Rudolph with Caitlin. Boss, we've got a situation." "Are there any survivors on the Ocean Star?" Danny sniffed. "No. Was it Tony?" Another pause. "I don't know what you're talking about, Black. Ships sink. Happens every day." "You think I wasn't up to carrying out an order?" Danny fell silent. If his suspicions were correct, what he'd just witnessed was a borderline war crime. Sure, the regiment was expected to carry out some dark operations. Danny had done it himself, but there were 100 kids on that boat. Would he have carried out that order? Maybe not. Would Tony? Without question. Did he want Tony on the team? No way. Danny took a moment to gather his thoughts. "We've got a problem." "What?"
Spud and Tony. This is off the record, but I've just found out Spud's been nailing Tony's missus." Hammond swore.
"What is it with Spud? Can't he keep his fucking salami to himself?"
"That's not all, boss. I think Tony just tried to whack Spud and pass it off as an accident." Silence. Danny found himself holding his breath. He knew that if he'd made that accusation of anybody else, nobody would believe him. But everyone knew about Tony Wiseman. "I saw it happen," he pressed, when Hammond failed to reply. "They're at each other's throats, and Caitlin looks like she wants to murder him too. The unit's not functioning."
"All right, Black,"
Hammond retorted suddenly.
"I've got the message."
There was another brief pause.
"You, Spud, and Caitlin are to accompany Santa and Rudolph to the interrogation center in Malta. We're sending instructions through to the Wildcat flight crew to get you there now. When you arrive, you're to stay in on the interrogation. I want you to hear what these fuckers have to say firsthand. And Black..."
"What?"
"Keep a close eye on Spud. He's been at the receiving end of more than his fair share of field interrogations. The military shrink flagged it up before I put him back on ops. You're heading to a black camp in Malta. He won't like it."
"Spud will be fine. What about Tony?"
"I'm going to reassign him."
"Where?" Danny asked, a feeling of cold satisfaction creeping up on him. And even though he was soaking wet and more than a little pissed off, he couldn't help but allow himself a small smile when Hammond explained what was in store for Tony over the next few days. Tony blinked at him.
"What?"
he demanded. They were standing in the SF room. The two prisoners, still hooded and cable-tied, were lying face down on the floor, unable to see or hear anything that was going on, and Danny was relaying practically verbatim what Hammond had told him. "Yellow 7, he said. Tony stared at him. Hammond said the Royals had been on at the MOD for days trying to get a regiment man out to Dubai to escort him back home for Christmas. He turned to Caitlin. "The Royals are a bit like that about the SAS, he said. "Seem to think we're their personal bodyguards. Anyway, it turns out Hereford kept stonewalling them, saying they didn't have a man spare." He gave Tony a cool look. "Looks like they've changed their minds. Unit command passes to me. You're to wait on board for a chopper to airlift you back to Sigonella. They'll fly you out to Dubai from there." Tony's neck had flushed red. He fronted up to Danny. "You'll pay for this, Black." For the briefest moment, he looked genuinely insane. "Not my call," Danny breathed. "Blame the headshed, not me." Tony's eyes narrowed. He looked like he was about to say something, then thought better of it. He pushed past Danny and over towards Spud. "Touch my missus again," he breathed. "You'll find yourself wishing I'd released that fucking round 2 seconds earlier." "Easy, Tony," Spud said. "You're a royal flunky now." Tony turned to Danny and pointed to Caitlin. "I suppose you'll want to get stuck in with her now I'm off the scene," he said. "Go to hell, Tony," Caitlin spat. Silence. Then Tony turned his back on them and headed to the exit of the SF room. "Wait," Danny instructed. Tony stopped and turned slowly, his face filled with utter hate. "Whitehall is spinning the Enterprise crew your little story that our 2 targets must have left bomb-making equipment on the boat. Trouble is, they're not stupid. Take my advice, Tony. Don't wind them up. A few of the crew were looking like they wanted to send us the same way as the migrants. We'd all hate for anything bad to happen to you." "The hell you would," Tony muttered. He strode up to Danny. "You're going soft, Danny Black," he said. "Everyone knows it. It's that baby of yours. I've seen it happen 1,000,000 times. You reckon anyone else in the regiment would give a flying fuck about a boatload of ragheads?" He sneered, then turned his back on Danny and stormed out of the SF room, slamming the door behind him. Caitlin was staring at Danny. "Remind me never to get on your bad side," she said. "He had it coming," Danny said. "Did he sink that migrant boat?" "I don't know. The headshed stonewalled me." You want to watch him, Denny. I know what he's like. He'll go off like a frog in a sock next time he sees you.
I can deal with Tony, Danny said. He looked over to where the two prisoners were laid out on the floor. Let's move them to the Wildcat, he said. The headshed wants us off the ship as soon as. Spud and Caitlin did the honours, pulling the two targets up to their feet. One of them said something in muffled Arabic. Spud jabbed him in the stomach with his elbow, just hard enough to wind him. The man doubled over, but didn't speak again as Spud and Caitlin dragged them out of the room, following Danny towards and then up the metal staircase. There was no sign of Tony on deck, which was still clear of regular naval crew. The lights of the Wildcat were beaming, and Danny could see the shapes of the flight crew in the cockpit ready to leave. The captain was standing to one side of the landing deck, his wet hair blowing in the wind. Danny strode up to him. "We're leaving one of our guys with you," he shouted over the noise of the helicopter's rotors, which were just starting up. The captain nodded. "We just had a communication to say there's a chopper on its way from Sigonella to pick him up." "A word of advice," Danny shouted. "Don't let any of your men rub him up the wrong way." "Noted," the captain replied. He held out one hand. "I owe you an apology. Whitehall explained what happened to that boat. Explosives on board. A bad business." He looked back across the deck to where Spud and Caitlin were bundling Santa and Rudolph into the Wildcat. "I don't know where you're taking those two, but I hope they get what's coming to them." Danny gave the captain a dark look. "I think I can guarantee that," he said, before giving him a brief nod and running across the deck to join the others in the Wildcat. Chapter 4. Calais, northern France, the same night. A solitary figure stood 20 metres from the side of the main road into Calais. His eyes were half closed against the bright headlamps of the lorries trundling into the port town, interspersed with the occasional smaller car. On the other side of the road was a high fence protecting the railway line. A heavy freight train was trundling noisily past. He wondered if the passengers in the road vehicles could see him standing here, alone. If so, he could well imagine what unfavourable things they would be thinking and saying about him. But he didn't care. He knew what he was running from, and that anyone would do the same in his circumstances. His real name was Yusuf, but on his journey across Europe he had changed it so it sounded more Western, Joseph, Joe for short. He had first heard that name 3 months ago on the southern coast of Greece, fresh from the overcrowded old boat that had deposited him there, scared and hungry, but still alive. It was amazing how much friendlier people were when you gave them a name that didn't sound Muslim. Now Yusuf was so used to it that he had even started thinking of himself as Joe. Joe was tall, thin and lanky. As boys, his friends had always prided themselves on being strong and tough. Joe never was. He had a pronounced Adam's apple, and his dark hair fell in a centre parting. He wore an old pair of thick glasses that his mother had always said made him look very intelligent. He couldn't see without them, but they were scuffed, scratched, and held together with bits of tape. He dreaded the day they broke. Joe could steal most things he needed, but a pair of prescription glasses would be impossible for a 15-year-old impoverished migrant to get hold of. It was a cold night, and Joe shivered. He looked to his right. 30 metres away, set back from the road, a glowing fire burned in an old metal dustbin, with flames licking up from the rim. The silhouettes of several other people were huddled round the fire, but Joe kept his distance, just as he had ever since arriving in Greece. He knew that most migrants making their way across Europe towards the UK preferred to travel in groups. It was safer, they said, and they had more chance of making it if they could help each other. But Joe didn't agree. He had seen the way people looked at these ragtag groups of foreigners, first in Greece, then in the Balkans, and all the way across northern Italy, Switzerland, and now France. He had seen the hatred and mistrust in their eyes. By himself, he could be invisible, and he could move quickly, stowing away in the back of articulated lorries as they trundled across the continent and over borders. On his own, Joe had been able to move freely and easily. This final border, however, between France and the UK, was more problematic. Hundreds of migrants had congregated here. High wire fences prevented them from accessing the railway lines that led under the sea, though they didn't stop people from trying. Armed police and soldiers patrolled the port, and lorries were meticulously searched. Joe knew it would take all his ingenuity to get into the UK. "Hey!" one of the figures around the fire called. Joe started. "It's okay. You can come and get warm." The man spoke in English, but with an accent. Joe, who had learned the language with no trouble at school back in Syria before the war, looked nervously from left to right. He wanted to stay apart from the other migrants, but he was very cold. Reluctantly, he approached. The people standing round the fire, 4 men, 3 women, were a mixture of nationalities, Middle Eastern and Eritrean, Joe thought. That seemed to be the mix here in Calais. One of them handed him a bottle of some clear liquid. Joe gingerly took a sip, then coughed violently as he handed it back. There were a few laughs as he screwed up his face in disgust, but then he felt the harsh alcohol warming him from within, and he muttered some words of thanks. "Where are you from?" asked the man, who had beckoned him over. He had reverted to Arabic now. Joe hesitated. He hadn't discussed his journey with anyone, and he didn't want to. But the fire was warm, and he was afraid that if he didn't engage, they'd send him away. "Syria," he said. "Aleppo." A few of the migrants made a clicking sound in the back of their throats, an acknowledgement that Aleppo was not a good place to be. "How are you going to get across?" another man asked. He looked in the direction of the port. "I don't know," Joe said. This was not entirely true. "You want to be careful," said one of the women. She wore a red headscarf, and her face was pinched and lined. She suddenly started coughing rather violently, and took a moment to get her breath back. "2 of us have died in the last 3 days. One boy, about your age from Afghanistan, he got on to the Eurotunnel yesterday, but was run over by a train. It dragged him along for 400 meters, ripped his body to shreds. They only knew who he was because he had his real name on a fake passport." A few of the others nodded their agreement that this was a true story. "And 2 days before that," said a second woman, "an Eritrean man got into the back of a lorry. He must have dislodged some of the pallets inside, because when the lorry started off, they toppled over and crushed him to death." There was more muttering. The group huddled a little closer to the fire. The woman with the red headscarf was looking intently at Joe. There was an expression of pity in her eyes. "Family?" she asked. "Dead," Joe said. "In Syria? Because of the bombs?" Joe looked at his feet. "No," he said quietly. "Not because of the bombs." He looked up again and stuck out his chin aggressively. "Daesh," he said. As he uttered the word, he cursed inwardly. Daesh was a nickname for the group that called themselves Islamic State. It was a nickname they hated, and Joe didn't know where the sympathies of these migrants lay. He needn't have worried. A couple of the migrants spat on the ground. Others muttered swear words. There was clearly no love for Daesh in this little group. Joe relaxed a little. "What happened?" one of the women asked. Joe felt his expression hardening. He hadn't told anybody what had befallen his mum and dad. It seemed too private somehow. Not that he hadn't relived that awful day 1,000 times in his mind. Several times a day he saw his father's body hanging from a tree with a black hood over his head, and he saw his mother, bloodied and beaten, being forced to do obscene things with the Daesh fighters. The memory made Joe's stomach boil with nausea and impotent fury. He saw the face of a man who had stood nearby their apartment block. He had a scar running the entire width of his neck, as if his grin had slipped down his face. When his men were finished with Joe's mother, it had been he who had shot her in the head. and it had been under his command that Joe had been taken away and put to work. But that was not a story he was going to share here.
"It doesn't matter," he said.
He knew that they wouldn't push him any further. Everyone who ended up here had horrors in their past that they didn't want to talk about. The migrants fell silent for a couple of minutes and rubbed their hands warm by the fire. The woman with the headscarf started coughing again. It sounded very bad, as though she had an infection on her chest.
"Some of us were thinking of Finland,"
she said breathlessly when the cough had subsided.
"If we can get there."
She stared at Joe again across the fire.
"You could come with us,"
she said.
"It's safer in groups. And look, you're so thin, there's nothing to you."
Joe shook his head.
"No, thanks," he said. I prefer to stay alone. And anyway, there is somebody in the UK that I need to see." "You have family there?"
Everyone round the fire seemed suddenly much more interested in him.
"No,"
Joe told them quickly.
"Not family, just this guy."
The interest waned as quickly as it had arisen. But Joe felt like he'd said too much. In any case, he had just felt a few drops of rain. He'd been expecting this, having seen a weather report in a discarded newspaper that morning that said that a front of low pressure would be moving northwest from the Mediterranean. He put his hands in his pockets, hunched his shoulders, and stepped away from the fire. He started walking along the road. As a car passed, its headlamps cast not only Joe's shadow, but also a second one. Somebody was following him. He stopped and turned. The woman with the red headscarf was a couple of meters behind him. She looked concerned.
"Where are you going to stay tonight?"
she asked.
"It doesn't matter,"
Joe said.
"You must be careful if you're thinking of trying to cross. I wasn't joking. People die trying to do it, and they're searching the back of every lorry."
Joe smiled at her as the rain started to fall harder.
"I have a plan," he said.
"I think it will work." But he wasn't sure if she heard him, because as he spoke, she started coughing again, a terrible hacking sound. The woman needed medical care, but that was obviously impossible. Joe fished around in his pocket. He pulled out a small pack of paracetamol that he had stolen from a shop in northern Italy. There were only 4 tablets left, but they might make the woman feel a little bit better. He stepped up to her and pressed the packet into her hands.
"You should stay warm," he said. "Stay out of the rain. Go back to the fire at least. Don't worry about me. I won't do anything stupid."
The woman looked up into his eyes, but didn't argue. With a slight bow, she clasped the tablets to her chest, then turned and started to walk back to the fire. Joe continued along the road, but stopped again when he heard the woman's voice calling,
"Young man!"
Joe turned.
"Yes?" "I hope you find what you're looking for," she said.
Joe inclined his head.
"Me too,"
he said under his breath.
"Me too."
Sending Santa and Rudolph back to the UK was out of the question. Everyone in the unit, or what remained of it, understood that. As soon as the prisoners set foot on British soil, they'd be lawyered up, given medical care, fed, watered, the works. It would take the spooks weeks to get anything out of them, by which time it could be too late. The headshed hadn't even instructed Danny and his unit to conduct the questioning. No. These two were about to be the recipients of what was delicately known in the trade as enhanced interrogation. Santa and Rudolph were in for a long night. Whether they knew this or not, they were utterly compliant. Fear was a good motivator. Hooded, and with their wrists and ankles bound, they lay face down and silent on the floor of the Wildcat. A strong smell of urine wafted up from where they lay. One, or maybe both, had evidently pissed themselves. The unit was silent too. The events of the night had obviously shaken them up. Danny found himself reliving certain moments. The kid with the rotting feet, Tony's near miss, Caitlin standing up to him, and the look of absolute hatred on his face when he heard that the headshed had reassigned him. Flight time to Malta, 50 minutes. It was pitch black outside. The pilot was flying low over the waves, with no external lights but with the aid of a night vision headset. The lights of the coastline came into view through the window of the Wildcat, but quickly disappeared as the chopper headed further inland. Hammond had told them that they were delivering their targets to an interrogation centre. Such places were unlikely to be situated in built-up areas. Danny didn't know what kind of under-the-table dealings had been done between the British and the Maltese government to allow them to fly in under the radar like this, and he didn't much care. He wanted to be back home. The sooner they delivered the two scumbags in the hoods to the creeps who were going to torture the hell out of them for whatever intel they had, the better. There were no lights or sign of habitation as the chopper finally started to lose height. The conditions outside hadn't improved much. The helicopter shakily set down in the middle of the darkness. Caitlin kicked open the door, and a wave of rain hammered into the interior. It made no difference to Danny, who was still damp and cold after their stint on the ship. He cut the cable ties binding the prisoner's ankles, then grabbed one of them, he wasn't sure which was which, and pulled him roughly from the aircraft, leaving Spud to deal with his mate. The prisoner stumbled as Danny dragged him away from the downdraft, Caitlin at his side, Spud following. Once they were 20 metres from the aircraft, Danny stopped and tried to get his bearings. They seemed to have landed on a flat patch of rough ground at the foot of a steep hill. He detached his torch from the rack of his rifle and shone it up the hillside. It lit up a high wire fence with razor wire at the top, and sturdy uprights every 20 feet. To his 9 o'clock, also at the foot of the hill but further along, was a low building, single-storey and small, little more than a hut. As Danny shone his torch in that direction, a second flashlight appeared outside the building, and Danny could just make out the silhouette of the figure holding it. The rain suddenly intensified. Still dragging his prisoner, Danny led the others towards the figure. When they were 5 metres away, the figure turned and walked through an open door into the building. They followed him in, out of the rain. By the light of his torch, Danny saw that the inside of the building was empty, except for a staircase along the left-hand wall leading downwards. He directed his torch towards the figure, who had now lowered his. He was wearing a hooded raincoat, which was dripping onto the stone floor. Danny couldn't see much of his face. "Penfold," the man introduced himself in a thin, reedy voice. "MI6. Are these the prisoners?" Danny resisted the urge to give a sarcastic response, and was glad that Spud managed to hold his tongue too. He just nodded. "Follow me, please," Penfold said. He walked across the room to the staircase and started walking down. All of a sudden, Danny's prisoner, who had been so accommodating up till now, started to struggle. Danny jabbed an elbow just below his ribs. He doubled over, coughing violently. Danny pulled him down the steps, making sure he didn't fall. No point in him breaking any bones just yet. There was a steel door at the bottom of the stairs. The man who had introduced himself as Penfold unlocked it at 3 points before opening it up. Danny squinted. The corridor beyond was brightly lit by flickering fluorescent strips along the ceiling. On either side were identical steel doors with rivets, and at the far end a further door, guarded by 2 men in civvies, but with handguns holstered to their hips. Penfold shuffled down the corridor in front of Danny and the others, dripping water from his raincoat as he went. "Technically speaking," he said, without looking back at them, "this place doesn't exist. You'll need to forget about it once you've left." "What was it originally?" Danny asked. He sensed it was an old building that had been reassigned to its new purpose. Penfold frowned, as if he didn't like being asked the question. "Bomb shelter," he said reluctantly. "Second World War." He reached the armed guards. "It's okay, you can let our guests through." One of the guards unlocked the door. The sodden party shuffled through. They found themselves in a large hexagonal room. The ceiling and floor were constructed from grey-stained concrete. At regular intervals around the edge were 6 separate rooms, each of them a good 15 metres deep. The rooms all had a sturdy door and a toughened glass window about 3 metres by 2, so that it was possible to see inside. Each room had a couple of industrial-looking spotlights set about 3 meters from the front, pointing towards the back walls. Danny understood why. With the spotlight shining in the eyes of the room's occupants, anyone standing behind them would be unidentifiable. One of the rooms contained what looked like a basic dentist's chair. A rubber hose was coiled snake-like next to it. Danny instantly knew that it was a waterboarding facility. The room next to it was empty, except for a 3-meter length of chain attached to the far concrete wall, with what looked like a leather dog collar at the other end. A third room contained a chair similar to the waterboarding room, but instead of the hose, there was a trolley laden with surgical instruments in sterilized, sealed packages. The remaining 3 rooms appeared to be empty, but Danny instantly observed that they all had a drain grate in the centre and a tap on the far wall. There were dark stains on the floor of each room, and the whole area had a faint smell of antiseptic. A further door led out of the hexagonal room, and in the middle of the room was a table with 4 chairs. A set of headphones lay on the table, with a long lead plugged into an audio jack on the floor. Penfold pulled back the hood of his raincoat and unzipped it. For the first time, Danny got a proper look at him. He was completely bald, but not old, mid-30s maybe. He wore a pair of round glasses and was very clean-shaven, although his skin was red and blotchy with razor burn. He reminded Danny of a tyrannical twat of a science teacher who'd made his life hell as a kid. Danny took an instant dislike to him. Penfold laid his wet coat on the table, then walked over to 2 of the empty rooms and opened them up. "You can put them in here," he said. "This one's the cold room. We can get it down to just below freezing. This one's the noise room. Sound insulated, but bloody noisy inside. Soon gets them talking." "And if it doesn't?" Danny asked. Penfold gave him a thin smile, and his eyes flickered over to the other rooms. "Inside, please," he said. Danny and Spud dragged their guys to the open doors and pushed them carelessly inside. Both of them stumbled and tripped. Penfold had their doors closed and locked within seconds, then beckoned Danny, Spud, and Caitlin to the far door. Danny glanced back at the prisoners. They were both on their knees, their hooded heads bowed. "The doctors are on their way," Penfold said as they left the hexagonal room and entered what was obviously a storage area, with racks of shelves along the walls. "They'll check them over in the next half hour." "What's the point?" Spud growled. Penfold looked at him over his shoulder, obviously rather surprised at the question. "To establish," he said, "how much interrogation they can take. I was told there would be 4 of you." "Change of plan," Danny said. Penfold inclined his head. Please don't touch anything," he said. Spud had wandered over to one of the racks and was examining something closely. He turned round, holding it up. Danny's eyes widened. It looked like some kind of sex toy. "Seriously?" Spud said. "I know it must get lonely here, but it's not for recreational use," Penfold said. His lips had gone rather thin, like a disapproving teacher. "It's an interrogation tool." But Spud had already put the object back on the shelf and was now reading some sticky labels that had been attached to the shelves. "Rectal feeding, rectal rehydration." He turned back to look at Penfold with an expression of great distaste. "What's wrong with just hitting the fuckers?" "Different subjects react in different ways," Penfold said prissily. "It's important that we have a wide range of techniques available to us." "Including shoving dildos up their arses? Whatever floats your boat, mucker." "What are you?" Penfold asked. "The terrorist friend?" A sudden, heavy silence. All 3 members of the unit gave Penfold a contemptuous stare. Spud started to pace towards him. "Leave it, Spud," Danny said quietly. Spud stopped and took a deep breath, clearly calming himself down. The terrorist's friend. If only Penfold knew the truth. But Danny thought he understood why his mate was having a go. Spud had seen the inside of one torture facility too many over the course of his career. It was hardly surprising that he had opinions about what was acceptable and what wasn't. "You'll be wanting something to eat," Penfold said abruptly, as he led them out of the storage room and into a kitchen area. There was a sink, a fridge, and a microwave. Penfold pointed at the fridge. "There's food in there. Help yourselves. I've received instructions that you're to be present at the interrogation. It's not something I would usually recommend, but—" His voice trailed off. "I'll return when we're ready for you." Penfold nodded at them, wiped a few beads of sweat from his forehead, and left the room. Joe was pleased that it was raining hard. True, he was soaked to the skin. True, he was shivering with the cold. But he had been waiting for the rain because he knew this was his best time to strike. And he knew this because he had been watching. In the 5 days he had been loitering around the outskirts of Calais, Joe had witnessed several attempts to get across the border. He had made 2 observations. Firstly, when his fellow migrants tried to get over the high-wire fences onto the freight or passenger train lines, they always did so in groups of 6 or 7, sometimes more. It made it easy for the police and soldiers guarding the area to spot them. Once he had seen this happen a few times, Joe had decided that he would continue his strategy of remaining solitary. A single person attempting to breach the lines would be far less obvious. His second observation was this: nobody ever tried to scale the fences when it was raining. The migrants and the authorities had fallen into a routine. If the weather was fine, they would engage in their little game of catch. When it was foul, they would take shelter. Joe had spent many hours standing in the driving rain, watching the weak points of the fence. During those times he had not seen a single attempt, nor a single guard on patrol. Joe knew that he was brighter than most people, but he was surprised that nobody else had put 2 and 2 together. He was 2 miles from the centre of Calais, standing on the litter-strewn verge of the dual carriageway road, about 200 metres from a bleak Ibis hotel. On the other side of the road was the main freight train line. He found it hard to see because droplets of rain were collecting on his damaged glasses. The vehicles on the road were blurs of light as they passed, but that was okay. All he had to do was wait for a gap, then scramble across to the central reservation. And he didn't have to wait long at this time of night. A couple of minutes, and he was running across, keeping his head low and focusing hard on not tripping up, because he was the kind of kid who tripped when he ran. At the central reservation, he waited another minute for a gap in the traffic before sprinting to the far side. Here he stopped and wiped his glasses. Rain trickled down the back of his neck, and he only had a few seconds of clear vision before the lenses were wet again. But it was enough to get the lie of the land between his position and the fence that marked the boundary of the railway track, 50 metres of rough grassland. He bowed his head again and sprinted through the driving rain up to the fence. He was out of breath by now, but he knew he couldn't stop. The fence was 20 feet high and topped by razor wire. There was no way Joe could scale it. He had neither the skill nor the strength. But he did have in his rucksack a small pair of handheld wire clippers, which he had stolen from the back of one of the lorries in which he'd hitched an unofficial lift in northern Greece. He lay flat on the sodden ground to keep a low profile and got to work on the wire fence. The links were difficult to snip, and his hand slipped badly on the handle of the wire cutters, which dug painfully into his hands. But after 5 minutes of hard work, he had cut a line about 1/2 metre in length along the bottom of the fence. He reckoned that would be enough. He shoved his rucksack through the hole first, then wormed his body into the gap. The wire was sharp where he had cut it. It hurt the back of his head and ripped his trousers slightly, but that was okay. He was through. And just in time, because a train was approaching, its headlamps blindingly bright as they cut through the thick, rain-filled air. Having watched this section of railway carefully, Joe knew that it would stop at this location, presumably while some signalling issue was dealt with up ahead. Sometimes it stayed a minute, sometimes 5, and ordinarily there would be guards patrolling the track while the train was stationary. But not tonight, not in this rain. The train was deafeningly loud as it approached. Joe would have known just from the sound that it was a freight train, that low, rumbling, relentlessly mechanical noise. He crouched low again, curled up in a ball, camouflaged, he hoped, amid the grass. He could sense the bright lights of the headlamps even with his eyes screwed shut, and as the train screeched to a high-pitched halt, the sound seemed to go right through him, leaving him breathless. Silence. He wiped his glasses and looked up. The train was 30 metres from where he lay, and the carriages, open-topped, skip-shaped freight units, looked much bigger now that he was closer up than they had done from the far side of the main road. He felt a moment of doubt, but quickly mastered it. Pushing himself up to his feet, and checking left and right to the best of his ability that nobody was patrolling, he sprinted across the open ground towards the freight train. It seemed to loom threateningly over him as he approached. As Joe drew up alongside one of the carriages, he wiped his glasses for a third time and examined the side. There was a metal ladder fixed to the carriage. Its bottom rung was 3 metres off the ground, higher than Joe had estimated from a distance. He felt himself panicking that he wouldn't be able to reach it. "Take deep breaths," he told himself. "You haven't got time to panic. The train could leave any second." He moved along to the ladder, bent his knees, and jumped. His fingertips just brushed the bottom rung, but slipped off it. He cursed under his breath and tried again. This time he didn't even reach the bottom rung and fell in a painful heap on the floor. There was a great hissing sound from the freight train. Did that mean it was about to move? Joe stood up. He took a deep breath and jumped for a third time. His left hand slipped off the rung again, but he just managed to grab hold with his right hand. He felt his other 3 limbs flailing pathetically, but got control of himself and grabbed the rung with his left hand too. Joe wasn't strong, and months of travel had weakened him further. It took everything he had to pull himself slowly up 4 rungs of the ladder until his feet were no longer hanging helplessly in mid-air. His muscles burned, and when the train hissed again, his sense of panic went into overdrive. He scrambled quickly up the remainder of the ladder and peered nervously over the top edge of the freight carriage. The one thing he didn't know was what this train was carrying. Would it be safe for him to stow away among its contents? He peered through the darkness, and a sense of relief swelled up over him. It was gravel, a great, coarse, wet pile of it, filled to about 1/2 metre below the brim of the container. Joe swung his legs over the edge and landed inelegantly. His glasses fell from his face, and he spent a few seconds scrabbling around in the gravel. When he found them, however, he didn't put them back on his face, but instead stowed them carefully inside his rucksack. Then he started scooping out a hollow in the gravel. It took him 30 seconds to make one deep enough to cover up his rucksack before he started digging himself into the gravel. Just because there was nobody checking the train at this location, security might be tighter when they grew closer to the border. It was important that he stayed hidden. Within seconds, Joe's clothes and skin were caked in wet gravel. It was much more difficult for him to cover himself than he had imagined, but at least he was semi-hidden. He just hoped it would be enough. A third hiss from the freight train. 2 seconds later, Joe felt it move. He shivered. The wet gravel was extracting any remnants of warmth from his body. His plan was far more grueling and uncomfortable than he had thought it would be. But as the train gathered speed, Joe consoled himself with one thought. It didn't matter how cold he was, nor how ill it made him. It didn't matter how dangerous his situation, or how likely it was that he would be captured. It didn't even matter if he was killed. Whatever the future brought, it would be better than what had happened in the past. And when you have only one aim in life, as Joe did, there is nothing you won't suffer to make it happen. Chapter 5. "I can't believe that fucker Tony tried to plug me." It was the 3rd time Spud had said this in the past 10 minutes, and as on each previous occasion, Danny and Caitlin said nothing, because there was nothing to say. They sat with trays of heated microwave lasagna in front of them. Danny's was half-eaten. He didn't have the stomach for it. Spud had barely touched his food, but Caitlin had wolfed hers down. "Hungry?" Spud said. He sounded slightly aggressive. Caitlin gave him a cool look. "I need some tucker. Got a problem with that?" "Oh, nothing. In fact, I'm really looking forward to witnessing a bit of, what was it? Rectal feeding, whatever the fuck that is. Really sharpens the old appetite." "They'll cark it before morning anyway," Caitlin said matter-of-factly. "Nobody's going to let them live after going to the trouble of getting Tony to kill all those migrants." She seemed quite sure that this was what had happened, and if she was upset at her sudden break-up with Tony, she didn't show it. "They need to get the information out of them somehow." She gave Spud a shrewd look. "If you've got a problem with this kind of thing, get out of the game." Spud's cheek twitched awkwardly. "I'm just saying," he said, bristling like a child losing an argument. "You've got to be pretty keen on your job to come and work in the arse end of nowhere like this for months on end. Don't mind a bit of interrogation. It's when the interrogators start to enjoy it that I get a bad taste in my mouth." What was it Hammond had said? "Keep a close eye on Spud. He's been at the receiving end of more than his fair share of field interrogations. The military shrink flagged it up before I put him back on ops." Danny knew he had to watch his mate. Caitlin, however, gave a callous little shrug. "I just hope that Penfold drongo gets something worth knowing out of them," she said. "I'd hate to have gone through all this for chicken feed." Danny was about to reply, but the sound of someone clearing their throat at the doorway stopped him. Penfold was standing there, and clearly had been for a few seconds. Having heard what Caitlin had called him, his cheeks were slightly flushed. "We're ready for you," he said. "Come this way." Caitlin showed no hint of embarrassment as she stood up and strode towards him. Danny and Spud followed. It was an indication of how shaken up he was that there was no sign of a smirk on Spud's face. The old Spud would have found a situation like that hilarious. "You don't have to watch, mucker," Danny said quietly. Spud just gave him a dead-eyed look. "What are you talking about?" he muttered. He followed Caitlin out of the room. "Spud!" Spud looked back at him. "We leave them to it, even if we don't like what we see." Spud sniffed. "Course," he said. Danny watched him go, concern nagging at him. Spud was unfocused, and had been ever since the incident on the ship. Danny didn't blame him, but he didn't like it either. Penfold led them back into the hexagonal interrogation room. There were 3 more people in here now. One of them wore a white coat and carried a clipboard. A doctor, Danny surmised. A second man was very young, barely in his 20s, and looked Middle Eastern. Danny had him down as a translator. A third guy was broad-shouldered with a shaved head and a cracked front tooth that gave him a brutish expression. The muscle. He looked at Danny, Spud and Caitlin with an undisguised frown as they entered. "Put these on," Penfold said, passing round a handful of black balaclavas to everyone in the room. They all pulled them on, even Penfold himself, whose glasses formed a slight bulge under the black material. The translator looked particularly uncomfortable as he pulled his balaclava on. "Try not to get in the way, please," Penfold told them. He received 3 flinty stares from the unit's eye-holes in return. "OK, Birchall, bring him out." Danny, Spud and Caitlin moved to the edge of the room. The guy with the cracked tooth, Birchall was obviously his name, or anyway the name he preferred to use in this place, walked to the cell containing one of the targets, opened it up, and disappeared inside. He emerged a few seconds later, dragging a thin, naked, shivering man with a bruised torso and shrunken genitals. Santa, the taller and darker of the 2 prisoners. He was still hooded, but his ankles and wrists had been untied. His body was very lean, small muscles but well-defined. A bit of a six-pack. Birchall removed the hood as a blast of cold air came from Santa's cell. Penfold and his team had obviously been making life as uncomfortable as possible for their guests. Santa's dark face looked crazy with fear. All the arrogance visible in the photograph of him was now absent. His eyes were rolling in his head. His whole body was shaking. As Burchill dragged him by one arm towards one of the other chambers, Danny could see a stain of brown on the back of his thigh, a remnant of where his bowels had loosened out of terror. Santa was pathetically trying to cover his genitals with the palm of his free hand. He shouted a couple of words in Arabic that Danny didn't recognize. The translator stepped over to the man with a clipboard and muttered something. The man with the clipboard made a note while Santa was bundled into the room that had the chain attached to the wall and the dog collar at one end. "Seriously?" Spud said quietly, his voice slightly muffled by the balaclava. "Walling? Why not just waterboard him? Get it over with?" Spud sounded disgusted, and Danny silently agreed with him. It wasn't that he felt a moment's real sympathy for the two IS suspects. It was just that there were more efficient ways to interrogate them, and he couldn't help feeling that what was about to happen had something to do with the sick enjoyment of Penfold and his team. He glanced at Spud. His mate's eyes were slightly narrowed. Even Caitlin, who had sounded so matter-of-fact in the other room, now looked a little doubtful. "Our methods are effective," Penfold stated. "You don't need to worry about that." He stepped into the chamber and switched on the spotlights. The prisoner squinted hard. "Burchill," Penfold told the broad-shouldered man, "go ahead. You know the drill. 2 minutes to start with." He looked over at the others and nodded at them to indicate that they could enter the interrogation room. They filed in, along with the translator and the guy in the white coat. They stood behind the spotlights, their arms crossed. Santa was struggling violently. He had stopped trying to cover his genitals and was attempting to hit Burchill. It was futile. Burchill was easily strong enough to hold onto him with one hand and slip the dog collar over his neck with the other. He tightened it like a belt. Santa's hands instantly shot up to his neck as he tried to rip the collar off. He started to shout loudly in Arabic. Burchill grabbed both his wrists, yanked them behind his back, and bound them together again with a set of plastic cuffs. The translator started speaking in a flat monotone. "You've got the wrong guy. You've got the wrong guy. Please, let me go, let me go. You've got the wrong guy." On the far side of the chamber, Burchill had grabbed Santa's collared neck in one big hand. With a sudden, brutal thrust, he slammed the prisoner hard against the concrete wall. Santa's knees buckled with the impact. As he collapsed, the chain grew taut. His eyes bulged as his neck was throttled by the hanging, and he stuck his tongue gruesomely out. Burchill let him hang like that for no more than a second before yanking him up again. The chain grew slack. The prisoner shouted something. The interpreter said impassively, "Not again." Santa's relief was only momentary. Almost immediately, his muscular tormentor battered him against the wall for a second time. There was a dull thud of impact. The prisoner's whole body seemed to go limp with the collision. He slid, dazed, down the wall. The chain tightened again. Danny saw a smattering of blood dripping down the side of Santa's face. Burchill shoved him up to his feet again so that he was no longer being throttled, but he was gasping noisily as he tried to swallow some air. Still holding him, Burchill looked over his shoulder through the window at Penfold with an inquiring expression on his face. Penfold nodded abruptly. Burchill slammed the prisoner against the wall for a third time. The man in the white coat had been scribbling notes while all this happened. Now he exchanged a look with Penfold and inclined his head. Penfold raised one hand, palm outwards. A dreadful rasping noise came from the back of Santa's throat. It sounded like he was trying to say something, but couldn't formulate the words. The interpreter said nothing. Penfold and the interpreter walked further into the room. They stood 2 meters from the prisoner, while Burchill continued to hold him up to keep the rope slack. "You have information relating to an attack on British soil," Penfold said. He waited for a moment while his colleague translated into Arabic. Santa shook his head. His eyes were still rolling. "You might as well tell me what it is," Penfold said. "It would be better for you in the long run." The translator did his job. Again, Santa shook his head. Penfold looked over his shoulder towards the man in the white coat. "Would you join us?" he said. The man in the white coat entered the chamber. While Birchall continued to hold the prisoner up, the doctor checked his pulse and pulled open his eyelids to examine his pupils. "He's fine," he said after half a minute. "I think we'll move into the water chamber," Penfold said, his eyes flickering over at Spud. "Bring him, please." Birchall undid the collar. The prisoner collapsed to the floor as Penfold and the doctor walked out into the main room. Danny looked at Spud again. "Calm down, buddy," he said quietly. "This is their call, not ours." He instantly knew it was the wrong thing to say. Spud left the chamber. Birchall dragged the prisoner out of the walling chamber and into the waterboarding chamber. Penfold and the others were watching without any emotion. "You know you're doing this all arse about tit, right?" Spud said, a hard edge to his voice. Penfold shut the door to the waterboarding chamber, then slowly turned to look at Spud. "I beg your pardon?" he said coolly. "You heard me. You're screwing this up big time." Penfold's gaze hardened. "You'll forgive me if I trust to my own considerable experience," he said. Spud walked up towards him. Danny found himself holding his breath. He glanced at Caitlin, who nodded almost imperceptibly. They both took a couple of paces forward, ready to restrain Spud if he went for the spook. Spud wasn't much taller than Penfold, but he was a hell of a sight more imposing. Penfold shrank back slightly as Spud fronted up to him. "You want to talk about experience," Spud breathed. "You want to know what it's like to soak up everything the Syrian Mukhabarat can throw at you." He looked around the room with a sneer. "Trust me, buddy, their setup makes your little toys look like the fucking early learning center. Or maybe you want to know what an Eritrean jihadist can do to a man when he gets his talons stuck in." There was a silence. Nobody moved in the hexagonal room. In the waterboarding chamber, clearly oblivious to what was going on, Birchall was strapping a struggling Santa onto the reclining chair. The prisoner was clearly making a lot of noise, but they couldn't hear him with the door shut. "Here's the problem," Spud continued, his voice deadly quiet. "If you go too hard and too quickly, they'll end up telling you just what you want to hear. He'll invent any sort of shit to make it stop. Trust me, I've been there. I know." As Spud spoke, Danny grew a little closer. By the time his mate had finished, he was standing a metre behind him. He caught his own reflection in the window of the waterboarding chamber and saw that Spud was watching him. "Any closer, Danny," Spud breathed, "and I might get nervous." Danny stopped. Penfold spoke. "Thank you," he whispered, "for your input." He turned his back on Spud and approached the waterboarding chamber. He opened the door, stepped inside, and switched on the second set of spotlights. The others followed and took up their position behind the lights. Santa was strapped to the chair by now and was struggling forcefully, straining against the restraints. He was shouting again. The interpreter didn't need to translate. Everyone understood that the prisoner was screaming, "No! No! No!" Penfold nodded at Birchall, who conjured up a small towel from a box under the chair and laid it over his prisoner's face, with the strange care of a hotel maid folding back a freshly laundered bedsheet. He bent over and picked up the piece of rubber hose that was coiled on the floor, then fitted one end onto the nozzle of the tap on the back wall. He turned the tap, and water started to sluice out of the hose. The water spattered onto the floor and drained away. Santa's struggle against the restraints became more violent, his shouts more desperate. The interpreter continued talking in his flat, expressionless voice. "No, please, no. I don't know anything. You've got the wrong guy." Birchall approached the prisoner with the hose. Danny could see Penfold's eyes behind his balaclava. They were wide and bright, like some sicko watching their favourite part of a video nasty. Danny felt his distaste for the man growing. What had Spud said? "It's when the interrogators start to enjoy it that I get a bad taste in my mouth." Roger that, Danny thought. But it was still no reason to interfere. The interrogators had a job to do. Burchill raised the hose and allowed the water to fall over the towel onto Santa's face. The prisoner's voice fell silent. He arched his back and stayed in that position rigid while the water continued to sluice over the towel. Danny stared at the scene impassively and found himself counting up in seconds. 7, 8, 9, 10. Burchill removed the hose and tore off the towel. Santa's back remained arched as he tried to get air into his lungs. Penfold stepped forward again. "You have information relating to an attack on British soil," he repeated. Santa started gasping desperate words at him. They tumbled furiously out of his mouth, but the translator's version was as measured and monotone as ever. "I don't know anything. I don't know anything. Please, let me go." Penfold stood at the foot of the waterboarding chair. He was silent for 10 seconds. Then he said, "Do it again." The doctor stepped forward. "I shall check his pulse," he announced. "He took a couple of bad knocks to the head in the walling room. If he's concussed, the sudden oxygen starvation could—" "I said do it again." Penfold's eyes were glinting sharply. He threw both the doctor and Spud a defiant look as he stepped out of the chamber and closed the door behind him. Danny could see Spud's fingers twitching. He half expected his mate to go for Penfold and knew he'd have to restrain him if he did. But Spud remained where he was. The doctor stepped back too, although Danny could see a vein in his neck going. Burchill laid the towel over Santa's face and started with the water again. Danny didn't count this time, but he could tell that this second session with the hose was at least twice as long as the first. Santa's body arched again, and his limbs trembled against the restraints. "That's too long." Danny looked to one side. To his surprise, it was Caitlin who had spoken. "I said that's too long. If you're too heavy-handed—" "If you haven't got the stomach for it," Penfold said, "feel free to leave." Caitlin took a sudden step towards him. Danny moved to stop her, but suddenly there was a shout from the doctor. "We've got a cardiac arrest!" Danny looked at the prisoner. Santa's body was no longer arched. He was slumped on the chair again and twitching with short, violent movements. Penfold's eyes narrowed, but he said nothing and didn't move. Danny turned to the doctor. "Treat him," he barked. "If he dies, his intel dies with him." Both Danny and the doctor ran towards the prisoner. Burchill had removed the hose and stepped back, but the towel was still lying over the prisoner's face. Danny ripped it away. He instantly saw that the prisoner's eyes had rolled upwards. From the corner of his eye, he could just see behind the spotlights that Caitlin was restraining Penfold, pulling him out into the main room. He left her to it while he grabbed Santa's wrist. "No pulse," he told the doctor, who had already got the palms of his hands over the prisoner's chest and had started regularly pumping the rib cage down a good couple of inches. 30 chest compressions. The doctor had a grim look on his face as he squeezed his patient's nose and bent over to give him 2 rescue breaths before going back to the compressions. But Santa's dark face had developed a faintly chalky cast. He didn't need a doctor. He needed an undertaker. Danny stormed back out into the main room. Caitlin was no longer restraining Penfold, but she and Spud were hulking over him, making sure he didn't move. "Your man's dead," Danny spat. "If you'd known what had to happen to get him here, you wouldn't have let that happen." "Don't try and lord it over me," Penfold spat. "I know who you are. Are you trying to pretend you've never done this kind of work?" "No," Danny said flatly, "but there's a difference. We do what's necessary. You're enjoying yourself." Penfold's eyes were darting left and right. "You want to know what really gets people talking?" Spud said, his muffled voice suddenly very quiet. "Pain," Penfold spat back at him. Spud inclined his head. "Sometimes," he said, "but not always. But fear does the trick, pal. Trust me. Imagining what someone's going to do to you is always worse than the thing itself." He looked over his shoulder towards the chamber that contained the second prisoner. "Let's bring him out," he said to Danny and Caitlin. Danny had a call to make: support Spud or tell him to back down and let Penfold and his team do their job. Spud was on the edge, but he couldn't make a bigger hash of things than Penfold. Danny turned to Caitlin. "Get him," he said shortly. She nodded and crossed over to get the prisoner. "I would remind you," Penfold said, "that I am in charge of this—" He didn't finish his sentence. Spud had grabbed him by the neck and thrust him up against the window of the walling chamber. He struggled slightly, but was clearly clever enough to realize they had no chance of coming out best in a confrontation with Spud. Caitlin dragged Rudolph out into the main room. He was naked too, and the piebald patch on his face extended over his torso. Like his mate, he was trying to cover his shrunken genitals, and he stank of urine. He was still hooded. Danny grabbed him, pulled his hands behind his back, removed his hood, and turned him to face Caitlin. "Pathetic, eh?" he growled. Caitlin played her part well. She looked down at his genitals and narrowed her eyes in contempt. "Pathetic," she agreed, her female voice loud and clear. Danny knew from his own resistance to interrogation training that there were few things that weakened a man's resolve like humiliation. He felt him shiver, then spun him round and pushed him across the room to Spud. If anyone really had thought that Spud was the terrorist's friend, the brutality with which he treated the prisoner would soon have disabused them of the notion. He grabbed a clump of Rudolph's hair and dragged him across the room to the waterboarding chamber. Danny turned to the interpreter. "You," he said, "get in." The young man scurried into the chamber. Danny and Caitlin followed. The balaclavaed doctor had stopped trying to revive his patient. The prisoner lay naked, limp and lifeless on the waterboarding chair, his limbs still strapped into their restraints. His eyes were open, and his lower jaw had slumped gruesomely onto his chin. Burchill stood at the back of the chamber. He was holding the hose, which was still spouting water. The floor was soaking wet. Spud had positioned Rudolph right next to his dead mate. His eyes bulged as he looked up and down the naked corpse. He was still shivering violently, and as Danny watched with an impassive stare, he saw yellow liquid trickling down the prisoner's inner thigh. Spud looked over at the interpreter. "Translate," he said. The interpreter nodded nervously. "You're worried we're going to hurt you," Spud growled. He paused to allow the interpreter to render his words into Arabic. "You might be right. We can hurt you in ways you can't even begin to think about. We can start with your fingers, rip them out from the knuckles, and if you're still not singing, go to work on your tiny, stinking dick." Rudolph's shaking grew more violent as the interpreter translated Spud's vicious threats. "We can pull out your teeth. We can strip off your skin. Ever had a nightmare about being buried alive? We can do that, too." Another pause while the interpreter caught up. "See your mate here? We hardly got the chance to get started on him, and look at him now. You're probably wondering if he's dead. He's dead, all right. And that's you in half an hour if you don't give us what we want. Nobody knows you're here. Nobody's coming to save you. So you want to know what the worst thing about your situation is?" He grabbed Rudolph's piebald face and twisted it round so the prisoner was looking directly at him. "If you want to see the outside of this place, we're your best friends." Spud allowed the prisoner to look back at the corpse of his mate. "Take a good look," he breathed. "That's the last time you're going to see him. We'll be burning his body as soon as we've unstrapped him. Don't worry, we'll keep the fire going just in case we need it for you." He let the interpreter catch up. Then he dragged Rudolph out of the room and back into his isolation chamber. The others followed. Spud ripped off his balaclava. "Give him half an hour to sweat on that," he said. He pointed towards the room that led to the kitchen. "We'll be waiting for you in there." He nodded towards Burchill. "Don't let this klutz lay a finger on him. Our man will be singing before you know it." And without another word, Spud stormed out of the main room. Danny and Caitlin removed their own balaclavas and followed. The atmosphere in the kitchen was tense. Spud was staring down Danny and Caitlin as if daring them to criticize what he'd just done. Danny kept quiet. He'd made his decision to support Spud back in the chamber. Caitlin was less restrained.
"That was a right fucking cake-and-arse party," she said. "You should have just taken one of his fingers, told him you'd remove the others each time he told you a lie. It's textbook." "Maybe you should just go and join the freak show out there," Spud spat back. "Sounds like they're right up your street."
Caitlin looked incredulously at him.
"What the hell's your problem? If you can't give a proper field interrogation, you shouldn't be here. These are IS suspects we're talking about. When the hell did you turn so bleeding-hearted?"
Spud's face was a riot of emotions.
"At least I didn't kill our one remaining prisoner," he muttered, before stalking off to the other side of the room.
"We'll give it 10 minutes, Danny announced. Then we'll go back in. If he's not talking, we'll do it Caitlin's way." He took their silence as consent. But they didn't need 10 minutes. They didn't even need 5. Barely a minute had passed before there was a diffident knock on the door. The interpreter appeared. His eyes flickered nervously at each of them. He spoke in a cracked voice.
"The prisoner's ready to speak," he said.
Chapter 6. Santa was no longer there, nor was Burchill. Danny didn't need to ask what he was doing with the body. Rudolph had taken his mate's place on the waterboarding chair. Penfold was standing by him, thin-lipped. He said nothing as the unit entered the chamber with the interpreter. Spud made to approach the prisoner, but Danny held him back.
"I'll do it, mucker,"
he breathed. Spud looked like he was going to argue, but he held back. Danny stepped up to the chair. "Speak," he said. The interpreter didn't even need to translate Danny's instruction. Rudolph started gabbling breathlessly in Arabic, as if he couldn't get the words out fast enough. "London," the interpreter spoke over him, translating in real time. "We were on our way to London. There is going to be a bomb, a big bomb. We were to wait for a phone call when we arrived in England to tell us what to do." "Where will the bomb be?" Danny demanded. The interpreter put the question. Rudolph hesitated. With a glance at Spud, Danny grabbed his left hand and, with a sudden yank, snapped back the little finger. Rudolph shrieked with pain. A weak smile crossed Penfold's lips. Danny leaned in closer.
"Where will the bomb be?"
he demanded. Rudolph spoke.
"Westminster Abbey,"
the interpreter stated. A sudden heavy silence in the room. Even Penfold looked shocked.
"When?"
Danny asked. Rudolph's eyes bulged. Danny made to grab one of his good fingers. Rudolph shouted out again, his voice high-pitched and terrified.
"Christmas Day," said the interpreter.
"Christmas Day." The silence fell again. Everyone in the room looked at the prisoner in disgust.
"We need to get on the line to Hereford," Danny said. "Now!"
Looking out from the corner office briefing room on the 7th floor of the MI6 building in Vauxhall, it was clear that London was being battered by a rainstorm. The familiar sights of Parliament Square, the London Eye, St. Paul's Cathedral, and the bridges were glowing blurs in the night. Inside, the room was stifling. It bore all the traces of a long session. Empty pizza boxes were stacked in a wobbly pile, the residue of 2 meals taken on the hoof. The large table in the middle of the room was littered with polystyrene cups. There was a smell of body odour, and the men and women sitting round the table looked crumpled and drawn. There was Guy Thackeray. The new director of MI6 had round glasses and an equally round face. His jovial demeanour masked a ruthless streak. Thackeray was the powerhouse behind recent legislation giving much wider powers of surveillance to the security services. It made him a bit of a hero in the corridors of MI6 and a despicable snooper in the eyes of the left-wing press. But he was the sort of man to wear that kind of criticism as a badge of honour. There was George Chilvers, a surprise recent appointment to the position of Foreign Secretary, plump, with floppy blonde hair and a disarming schoolboy manner, but clearly ambitious for the top job. He had arrived 15 minutes ago, but he owned the room and seemed like he'd been there for hours. There was Alice Cracknell, a security analyst in her mid-30s, whose recent promotion to the inner sanctum of Thackeray's closest team, above the heads of many more experienced candidates, was rumoured to be because she and the director shared more than intelligence. Not that anyone doubted her ability to do the job. Alice was a very good intelligence officer. And there was Ray Hammond, Regiment Ops Officer, in direct contact with the team currently on ops in the Med. His phone seemed to have been glued permanently to his ear over the past few hours, as he kept the line open to the Situation Room at Hereford, in order to update the assembled company in real time about the status of the operation. Hammond knew it was unusual for the head of MI6 to be taking such a hands-on role. It was even more unusual for the Foreign Secretary to be here. Thackeray was up to something. Hammond didn't know what.
"So this is it, then?" Chilvers was saying. "Proof positive that these IS chappies are using migrant boats to smuggle their operatives into Europe?"
"Yes, Foreign Secretary," said Thackeray. "We've had our suspicions before now, of course, but we've never actually had the smoking gun."
Chilvers looked over at Hammond. "I hope you have your best people on this," he said.
"Of course," Hammond said, his poker face not slipping for an instant. "Good men, good soldiers. And when there was an awkward pause, the best." The Foreign Secretary shook his head.
"This migrant situation is getting out of hand. I had to talk very hard to get the PM to agree to up the UK's quota of refugees. We owe these people a second chance, damn it, since it was us that destabilised the Middle East in the first place. We've a proud tradition of providing political asylum to those in genuine need. But if it gets out that IS are using them as Trojan horses, the border agency will go into lockdown."
Thackeray settled his hands gently on his paunch. "It's how they work," he observed. "The Taliban used to hide out in civilian areas so we couldn't bomb them without collateral damage. The Mujahideen used to do the same. These IS thugs might have a different name, but they're the same people and they have the same tactics. They don't care about the lives of innocents."
"I've got some intel coming through from our team in Malta," Hammond interrupted.
He listened for a moment, then reported the edited highlights. "Christmas Day. Westminster Abbey. An IS bomb attack." Chilvers had turned slightly pale. Hammond had seen that look 100 times. Give a politician a piece of bad news, chances are their first reaction will be to start calculating how it will affect them personally. He glanced out of the window in the direction of Parliament Square. The roof of the Abbey wasn't quite visible on account of the rain. "They wouldn't dare," he said. 3 cool glances made it clear what everyone else in the room thought of that statement. Thackeray turned to Alice Cracknell.
"What's happening at Westminster Abbey on Christmas Day?"
Cracknell was examining some data on her laptop screen.
10 a.m. service, she said. "Normally a full house. We've got the PM attending and his family."
The Foreign Secretary gave her a sharp look.
"How do you know?" he demanded. "I take it this isn't the sort of information you normally have at your fingertips."
"This intelligence corroborates certain whispers we've been hearing from elsewhere," Thackeray said.
"What do you mean? Why haven't I heard about this?"
Thackeray spread his hands apologetically.
"Foreign Secretary, if we informed you of every single lead we're obliged to follow up, there would be precious little time for you to do anything else."
He inclined his head.
"I will concede, however, that Westminster Abbey has been slightly higher on our radar than any of the other potential attacks. We already have 3, is it, Alice? Independent sources suggesting some level of terrorist activity there around the Christmas period. Nothing quite as high-grade as this, however. Internet chatter, Facebook comments, the usual stuff."
He looked at his assistant.
"I think we could consider it copper-bottomed. Don't you, Alice?"
Alice nodded.
"Jesus wept," the Foreign Secretary said. "They're monsters." "Tell us something we don't know, George."
The director looked sharply at Hammond.
"Level 1 security," he instructed.
Hammond stared at him. "You're going to allow the service to go ahead?" He couldn't quite believe what he was hearing.
"I don't see that we have an option. Cancelling the thing would be a disaster from a PR perspective. Makes us look very weak. Gives IS the upper hand publicity-wise. I'm sure the Foreign Secretary agrees."
The Foreign Secretary hesitated, then turned to Hammond. "It's up to you to stop this thing happening. What countermeasures can you put in place?" Hammond was thinking on his feet now. "Round-the-clock, plainclothes surveillance on all entrances by sunrise, obviously. We'll organise a full sweep of the interior and exterior, and we'll check for sniper positions in the surrounding area. We'll need military bomb disposal units. I also recommend full background checks into all ancillary cathedral staff. If someone's planting an explosive device, it's more likely to be a cleaner than a priest."
"Of course," the director said grimly. "Alice, I want the Met's chief commissioner here immediately, and we need to put SCO-19 Specialist Firearm Command on standby. I'll need a full briefing with the directors of MI5 and GCHQ within the hour, and the chief of the defence staff."
"I need to inform the cabinet," Chilvers said.
"Absolutely not," the chief replied.
Chilvers blinked at him. "Now look here.
If you imagine, George, that there are members of the wider cabinet who are not being actively monitored by the NSA, then you're badly mistaken."
"I suppose you think the security services are impenetrable too," the Foreign Secretary shot back.
"Certainly not. But we have to keep this tight. And it's not just to save face. If the Americans learn that we're intercepting their intelligence sources, they'll shut them down and use a different method of communication."
"Why the bloody hell aren't they sharing this information with us in the first place? What about the special relationship?"
"Why our American cousins do anything is something of a mystery these days," Thackeray said, with a meaningful look at Alice.
Hammond held up one finger. "Updates from Malta," he said. He listened to the voice at the other end of his mobile. "Our team believes that their targets are being controlled by an IS commander based in northern Iraq by the name of Dul Fakar." He saw Thackeray and Cracknell exchange another look. "I take it the name means something."
"It most certainly does," Thackeray said.
"Well?"
"Go ahead, Alice,"
Thackeray said. Alice cleared her throat. "Dul Fakar was a high-level member of the Ba'ath Party under the Saddam Hussein regime. He was also an excellent politician. You needed to be if you were close to Saddam and wanted to stay alive. That said, there are rumours that he supplied Saddam and his sons with certain—" She cleared her throat again. "Playthings."
"What do you mean?" Chilvers asked. "Girls, Foreign Secretary,"
Thackeray said.
"Slave girls for sex. Uday, Saddam's eldest son, had some fairly exotic tastes, and the word is he inherited them from his father. Do carry on, Alice."
"After the downfall of the Saddam regime, he disappeared from the radar. A lot of the people closest to Saddam did. Some of them never reappeared. We assume that the Iraqi people dealt with them in whatever way they saw fit, but some, the cleverer ones, popped up again with the emergence of the so-called Islamic State. They'd rebrand themselves, of course, spiritual leaders, fighters of Islam, all that stuff. But really it was just a way of regaining some of the power they'd grown used to having in the good old, bad old days of Saddam. The emerging militants were just a bunch of disorganized thugs, and they needed people to orchestrate them. These are very clever men we're talking about. They understand the value of publicity. They understand that their battles are won on social media as well as by boots on the ground. So this Dul Fakar character has no real religious affiliations?" the Foreign Secretary asked.
"Almost none of them do, George. The IS commanders, I mean. They pay lip service to the cause, of course, talk the jihadi talk, walk the jihadi walk, but in reality their interests are the interests of powerful men the world over."
He looked at Chilvers, as if expecting him to know what he was talking about. When Chilver's expression remained blank, he said,
"Sex and money, George. Sex and money."
"I don't understand. How does this character get money and—" Chilvers blushed slightly. "How does he get what he wants by running a terrorist organization?" Thackeray smiled indulgently.
"The money is simple. Islamic State is well funded. They have rich backers. We're talking ultra-high net worth individuals who pump substantial funds into the cause. IS militants are ruthless and expert looters. When they move into an area, they strip its banks, businesses, and military installations of whatever cash they're holding. They levy taxes on the areas they control. They smuggle antiques and artifacts onto the open market. They make millions from human trafficking, kidnapping, and extortion. And then, of course, there's the oil. IS control vast swathes of northern Iraq and Syria. There are plentiful oil fields in this area, and many of them are under IS control."
He raised an eyebrow at the Foreign Secretary.
"You'll stop me if I'm teaching my grandmother to suck eggs, George?"
"What? No, do go on. It's always helpful to hear another perspective on the matter." Chilvers failed to hold the chief's gaze, and his inexperience seemed to hang in the room like a cloud.
"Of course,"
Thackeray said, and Hammond had the impression that he was choosing his words carefully,
"having control of the oil fields and actually being able to sell the oil are two different things, as I'm sure you can appreciate."
Chilvers gave no indication of whether he could appreciate this or not, so Thackeray continued.
"One doesn't simply walk into the head offices of BP and offer them millions of barrels of crude at a knockdown rate. IS are obliged to use more elliptical routes to get their product to market."
"Go on."
"There are certain middlemen who broker the oil for Islamic State on the open market. They launder it, if you will. Nation-states who couldn't be seen to be dealing directly with IS can much more easily buy it from these middlemen, and they're happy to do so because they offer the crude at a discount. It's simple economics, really. IS earn millions of dollars a day from selling the oil they control. They need to, of course. It's a big organization with a lot of mouths to feed and salaries to pay. But it's straightforward for the people higher up the rung to cream a little off the top. Backhanders from the middlemen, that kind of arrangement. A very tiny fraction of IS's daily income represents a substantial fortune for an individual like Dulfakar. The sex is more straightforward. IS routinely take girls hostage to use as sex slaves. Their commanders get the pick of the bunch. There have been a number of special forces raids, British and American, on the compounds these vermin used to keep their harems. We've managed to rescue some of the girls, and they've given us detailed information on how they're being used and abused. The reports make for," Thackeray sniffed, "unedifying reading."
"We should be bombing these IS strongholds, us and the Americans," Chilvers said.
"I couldn't agree more, Foreign Secretary. There is some, how can I put it, frustration among the security services at the rationale behind which IS strongholds in northern Iraq and Syria are being targeted and which aren't."
"Your frustration is shared," Chilvers replied darkly. "But we don't have the mandate from the public to step up a bombing campaign in the Middle East, not to mention that we don't have enough planes." Thackeray raised an eyebrow.
"Mandates can be doctored," he said blithely, "and resources can be made available. No, Foreign Secretary, I think you and I both know that the Americans are running the show in the Middle East. We have a great deal to lose from falling out with the US, so there's no way we would bomb these targets independently without the Americans say so. And it appears the Americans have their reasons for holding back on these targets."
Thackeray got to his feet and started pacing round the room.
"Britain has its own little part to play in the conflict, Foreign Secretary, and we mustn't get ideas above our station."
He stopped and looked directly at Chilvers.
Of course, there are those who think that Britain should not be playing the part of America's poodle. Whether you yourself are of that frame of mind, I couldn't possibly say." His comment seemed to hang between the two men. Hammond cleared his throat. "Westminster Abbey," he reminded them. Thackeray sat down again. "Westminster Abbey," he repeated placidly. "I have to warn you that we can put all the usual precautions in place, but if a device has already been planted, we might not be able to locate it." "But how can that be possible?" Chilvers demanded. "Don't you have resources for this kind of thing?" "The kind of IEDs we're coming up against these days are incredibly sophisticated," Hammond said. "And the terrorists are fast learners. They're setting explosives into composite blocks, for example, then into concrete. When they do that, it's impossible for dogs to sniff them out. And they're getting skilled at making these things so that metal detectors can't pick them up. Plastic components in the detonators, only tiny bits of metal." Chilvers scratched his blonde hair. "But in Westminster Abbey, how would they—" "The Brighton bomb that targeted Thatcher was in place months before it was detonated. With technology now, digital timers and the like, they can put IEDs in place years beforehand. A couple of rogue concrete slabs when they're doing restorations, the whole place would be an explosion waiting to happen. Then, of course, there's the suicide bomber factor. If somebody wants to walk in there on the day wearing several kilos of C5, there's not a lot we can do." There was an ominous silence as the assembled personnel considered the implication of Hammond's words. Eventually, Chilvers spoke again. "This Dulfakar character," he said. "He would know the identity of whoever's in the UK orchestrating this attack, one presumes." Hammond had to hand it to Thackeray. He was playing Chilvers like an instrument. His reaction was subtle, an imperceptible widening of the eyes, as if he had not previously considered this option, and was impressed at the Foreign Secretary's perceptiveness. "One would assume so," he said. "As I'm sure you're aware, 9/11 was conceived and planned in Afghanistan. The Paris attacks were conceived and planned in Syria. The hard truth is that if you're trying to prevent these atrocities by targeting individuals in the UK, you're already too late." He cleared his throat. "If you're drinking water from a stream that's giving you stomachache, your best bet is to head upstream and remove the animal turd that's poisoning it, if you take my meaning." The Foreign Secretary blinked hard. "Then we must apprehend him." Thackeray inclined his head. "It's a possibility," he said, "but I should warn that the PM is unlikely to give his approval to our going in under the Americans' radar." "Bollocks to the PM," Chilvers snapped. "I'm the Foreign Secretary. This is within my authorization." Thackeray nodded. "A bold stance is needed," he said approvingly. He turned to Alice Cracknell, but she seemed to be one step ahead of him and was already handing over a manila folder. "If that's your decision, George, there's a chance that we could kill two birds with one stone." He gave a bleak smile, so to speak. "How so?" "Our intelligence tells us that Dulfakar is hosting 4 of these middlemen we talked about, the ones who broker oil from the IS-controlled oil fields onto the wider market. I'm sure I hardly need to point out that the elimination of these individuals would be a serious blow to Islamic State. If they can't broker their oil, a substantial chunk of their funding will be cut off." "You're asking me to authorize an assassination attempt?" the Foreign Secretary said. "It's your decision, of course, but such a course of action will require high-level approval. And like I say, I don't feel comfortable approaching the wider cabinet in case we inadvertently tip off the Americans that we're listening in on their intelligence sources. The PM would almost certainly veto the operation. It needs the authority of somebody with the ability to see the wider picture, and of course the person who supported MI6 in this matter would be assured of our support in the future." He sat back and let his words sink in.
The Foreign Secretary made a show of considering the matter, but Hammond could tell that Thackeray's wily flattery had already done its work.
"Let us speak plainly," Chilvers said. "You want me to authorize an operation to extract information from Dulfakar and also to assassinate these 4 middlemen?"
Thackeray nodded slowly. Chilvers sniffed. You could almost see the wheels turning in his mind.
"See that it's done," he said finally. "But I want your best people on it. There must be complete deniability. The Americans can't know, and the PM can't know. Is that understood?"
"Perfectly," Thackeray muttered. The 2 men stood up and stiffly shook hands.
"I need to get back to my office," Chilvers said. "You'll keep me informed of any progress?"
"Of course, Foreign Secretary. You'll be the first to know." Chilvers gave Hammond and Alice Cracknell a cursory nod, then left the room, closing the door noisily behind him. There was a moment's silence. Thackeray turned round to check that the door was indeed shut. Then he breathed out explosively.
"That man," he announced, "is a grasping, snivelling, self-absorbed little cunt. No wonder he's made such a name for himself in politics."
He turned to Hammond.
"I've had a whole team researching Dulfakar and his middlemen. It's taken me 6 months to get to this point. Alice will give you everything we have, and Chilvers might be an idiot, but he was right about 2 things: complete deniability and your best men. The team who lifted these 2 migrants in the Med, you said they were your best."
Hammond nodded, trying hard not to let any expression of doubt show in his face.
"Do they have names, old boy?"
Hammond inclined his head and shuffled through the papers in front of him. He pulled out a file and handed 3 documents over to the chief. Thackeray glanced through them.
"Danny Black," he murmured. "Spud Glover, Caitlin Wallace. I wasn't aware you had females on the books, as it were."
"Australian," Hammond said, "on secondment. I have every confidence in her."
"Good,"
Thackeray said, adding the documents to his own pile of papers.
"Assign them to the task. They're to take out the middlemen, apprehend Dulfakar, and squeeze every last drop of information about this Westminster Abbey hit out of him."
He frowned.
"I've had my eye on that monster for a long time. We'll all sleep safer in our beds once Dulfakar's crossed off our to-do list."
Hammond nodded. "We need to make a decision about the remaining IS target in Malta." Thackeray gave him a sharp look.
"I understood there were 2 of them."
"One didn't make it through the interrogation process." And before Thackeray could ask the obvious question, he added, "It happened under the authority of the MI6 team. The regiment personnel took over and successfully extracted the intel from the second man. I suggest they accompany him out of Malta. I don't know who you've got running that place, but prisoners have a habit of ending up dead there." Hammond knew he was overstepping the mark, but the MI6 chief didn't seem to mind. In fact, he appeared lost in thought.
"Sir?"
Hammond nudged him.
Thackeray blinked. "I'm afraid he can't leave the facility. We can't risk word getting back to Dulfakar that we abducted his men, not to mention the Americans." He sniffed. "Your men will have to do what has to be done."
Hammond inclined his head. He had noticed that when it came to ordering an execution, the spooks had an endless supply of euphemisms. Thackeray neatened his papers, held them to his chest, and headed to the door to follow Chilvers out of the room. But before leaving, he turned again, almost on an afterthought.
"Oh, and for God's sake, Hammond, tell me you've got someone on the way to Dubai to pick up that bloody liability, Yellow 7. I've got the palace on my back about it day and night, as if I don't have more important things to think about."
Hammond took a deep breath and forced himself not to give the answer he wanted to deliver. "It's all under control," he said. "You can tell the palace that we've
got our best man on it,"
Thackeray said with a faint smile.
"I think I will at that. I'll leave you in Alice's capable hands. Get the job done, Hammond. There's a lot riding on it. We can't stop these migrants coming in. The only thing we can do is weed out the bad eggs and sauce. Excuse me, I have a lot to organize."
With that, he turned and finally left the room. Hammond spoke into his mobile phone. "Tell the Malta unit to eliminate the remaining prisoner, then get them back over to Sigonella Military Base Italian section," he said. "I need to be on a plane to Sigonella as soon as possible to brief them. They'll need full gear and supplies. Inform them that they're heading east, and I'll brief them further when I see them." He killed the phone, then turned to Alice Cracknell, who was sitting primly with a slightly superior look on her face. "All right, love," Hammond said with a heavy sigh. "Dul Fakar. Sounds like a right charmer. Show us what you've got." Joe was shivering violently. He knew that he was dangerously cold. The wet gravel in which he was hiding was sucking every ounce of warmth from him. He was even beginning to feel sleepy, which he knew was the first sign of hypothermia. Time was running out. The train had stopped moving an hour ago, but he knew that he was still on the French side of the English Channel because it had not travelled far enough to make the tunnel crossing, and in any case the rain had been incessant. With only his face showing at the surface of the gravel, it kept washing pieces of grit into his mouth and eyes. At times he felt like he was suffocating. If the train had gone under the tunnel, there would have been some respite, but there was none. He didn't know what the delay was, but he didn't like it. The longer he remained in France, the greater the chance he would be discovered. Voices. French. Joe felt himself go rigid. It was difficult to locate where they were coming from, not only because of the rain, but also because they were down on the ground, and he was much higher up. He tried to work out how many there were. 4? Perhaps 5. Probably just railway staff, he told himself. Stay calm. But it was difficult to stay calm when, 30 seconds later, he heard a needling, high-pitched whine, like the buzzing of a giant insect, and it was getting closer. 5 seconds later, he saw an object float up above the edge of the carriage. He knew instantly what it was. A small drone. No doubt it was fitted with a camera, and was here to search the carriages. He felt a moment of panic. Then he told himself there was no time for that. There was no light coming from the drone, which meant that it had to be a night vision camera. He quickly clamped his eyes shut because he knew that an NV camera would pick up his retinas quite clearly. And he held his breath, because even the slightest movement could give him away. He concentrated hard on stopping the trembling, but that was more difficult. There was nothing he could do about it. The whining grew louder. Joe couldn't see the drone, but he could sense it almost directly overhead. He had a horrible vision of it landing on his face. "Please don't see me," he thought desperately. "After all this, please don't see me." There was a crack of thunder overhead. Rain lashed down. Joe felt it washing the gravel from his face. He cursed himself. Why had he thought nobody would guess there might be stowaways in these carriages? He had been so confident about his strategy before. Now he felt stupid. The rain fell. The drone hovered above his face. He waited for the guards to start shouting, or for the crunching sound of feet across the gravel load. Neither came. The whining grew softer. The drone was moving on. Joe still didn't move, didn't open his eyes, barely breathed. His limbs were numb and heavy, and he felt the sharp nausea of fear. This had to work. He had to get across the border. "C'est bon," called a French voice from below. "Allez!" There was a sudden, loud hiss. The freight train eased into motion. Joe's pulse started to race. The train gathered speed, and a minute later, the sensation of hard rain across his face came to a halt. He opened his eyes. Total darkness. He knew he was in the tunnel. He felt a sense of elation. He forced himself to move. His body ached, and the inside of his mouth was caked with grit. He didn't know how high the roof of the tunnel was, so he kept low, hunched in a little ball as the wind and the noise rushed past his ears. He thought of how far he had come, the dangerous sea crossing on a tiny boat full of desperate migrants, the long journey through Europe, stowing away in the back of more lorries than he could remember. He ignored the hunger gnawing at his stomach, and the thirst that burned the back of his throat, and the pain in his muscles, and the piercing cold. He was about to enter the UK, and that was all that mattered. Lights. Rain. The train had suddenly emerged from the tunnel. Joe flung himself onto his back again, breathing heavily as the brakes gave a loud, ear-piercing squeak. Even up here, he could tell that the wheels were sparking against the rails because there was a faintly blue light in the air. He uncovered his rucksack and pulled out his glasses. They were smeared from being stuffed in his rucksack, but he placed them carefully on his face. Smudged vision was better than blurred vision. He crawled to the edge of the carriage and waited for the train to come to a halt. Silence. Joe put his hands up over his head and grabbed the edge of the carriage. The wet metal bit against his hands as he pulled himself up. The thin muscles in his arms burned. He peered gingerly over the side of the carriage. The train had pulled into a railway siding. In the distance, he could see a network of wire fences, telegraph towers, and solitary freight carriages. There was a road, maybe 150 metres away, with car headlamps burning through the torrential rain. Joe was breathing heavily. He had a call to make. Did he climb out of the train here, or wait for it to travel further into the UK? He made his decision quickly. It was dangerous to be stowed away in a carriage full of gravel. He didn't know how it would be emptied out, but he had no desire to be inside when that happened. And it didn't matter where in the UK he alighted. As long as he was here, that was all that mattered. He hauled himself over the side of the carriage, scrambling wetly to grab the rungs of the ladder on the outside. He descended slowly and carefully. His limbs were still trembling, and he wasn't at all sure that his fingers had the strength to grip the metal. But they did. 30 seconds later, Joe felt his feet crunch onto the ground. Not a moment too soon. The freight train suddenly hissed again and began moving backwards out of the siding. Joe watched it leave. Then he looked down at himself. His saturated clothes were covered in wet, gravelly mud. His jeans were ripped. One of his trainer soles had come loose. He removed his glasses and tried to wipe the rain from his face with his sleeve, but just winced as the grit scraped across his skin. He put his glasses back on, and his heart stopped. He could see multiples of his shadow stretching out in front of him, fanned out along the train track. That meant there were several light sources behind him. They were moving. "Hey! Hey, you! What you doing there? Get away from the side of the track!" Joe spun round. He winced. There were 3 torches, very bright, about 20 metres away. He couldn't see the shapes of the people holding them. "I said, get away from the side of the track. We are armed. I repeat, we are armed." Joe stepped sideways, away from the track. At the same time, he raised his arms above his head. It all happened so quickly. Before Joe even knew what was happening, the 3 men with torches were upon him. He caught a flash of camouflage gear and realized they were soldiers. 2 of them stood to one side, holding their beams at head level and shining them directly at him. The 3rd grabbed him roughly and forced him down, grinding Joe's cheek against the rough ground. "What are you?" the soldier growled. "One of those fucking migrants? Reckon you're going to be put up in some posh hotel, do you? Here for some handouts, are you?" Joe felt the hinges on his glasses go. He tried not to panic. Instead, he twisted his head to look directly into the fierce stare of the soldier who had pinned him down to the floor. "I want to claim political asylum," he said. December the 21st. Chapter 7. It had been 2 months since Baba had arrived at the compound of Dulfakar, the worst 2 months of her short life. Baba had seen daylight 3 times. The first had been 3 days after her arrival. Dulfakar's wife, Baba had learned that her name was Malinka, had made her scrub her skin so harshly that it was red and raw. It stung when she applied the pungent perfume with which she was obliged to douse herself, and the gossamer thin see-through gown she was forced to wear, although it looked soft and silky, was harsh and sore against her skin. When Malinka had taken her into Dulfakar's chamber, Baba had thought the sore skin was the worst of her problems. She had soon forgotten about it. Malinka had whispered in her ear that if she did not perform properly, she could expect a harsh punishment. Then she had left them together. Dulfakar had been strangely kittenish at first, as he approached her and tried to slip the gown from her shoulder, while Baba kept her eyes averted from his gaze. She had recoiled in instinctive horror at his touch. Dulfakar had instantly changed. He had called for his wife, who had entered so quickly that Baba knew she must have been waiting on the other side of the door. Malinka had dragged her out of the room by her hair and blinking into the midday sun. There, Malinka had ordered 2 of Dulfakar's men to flog Baba. They did it willingly, with vicious grins on their faces. 20 lashes, each one leaving a snake of blood up Baba's naked back. They had taken 3 weeks to heal, but by that time Baba had learned not to flinch when Dulfakar approached her. The second time she saw sunlight was a month into her incarceration. Dulfakar had called for her, and Malinka had brought her to his chamber. She didn't struggle. She had somehow found the ability to keep control. She cried, of course, when the act happened, but that seemed to increase Dulfakar's pleasure, not decrease it, even if her tears always earned her a few words of contempt from Malinka. On this occasion it had been over more quickly than usual. The relief must have shown in Baba's face. Dulfakar had turned suddenly angry, as though his sexual humiliation was her fault. Malinka had dragged her outside again. On this occasion she had been spared a flogging. She was simply beaten and kicked until her breasts and stomach were bruised. The third time she had seen sunlight was on the day she had tried to escape. Baba hadn't been planning it. She was too numb to plan anything. Dulfakar had been particularly brutal in the preceding days. He had left her bleeding and unable to walk properly. When Malinka had inadvertently failed to lock the door of the dingy room in which she was forced to exist when she wasn't servicing Dulfakar's needs, Baba had simply made a run for it. To her astonishment, there were no guards outside. Baba had sprinted away from the buildings, and for a wild moment of exultation she thought the nightmare was over. But then she had heard the laughter behind her. She had turned round to see 2 of Dulfakar's guards, the 2 who had delivered the 20 lashes, watching from a distance of 20 meters. They each had a snarling black dog on a leash. The animals were straining to get at her. "Go on, then," one of them shouted. "Make a run for it. They could do with a meal." Baba had simply collapsed in fear. Malinka's wrath had been truly terrifying. She had administered the punishments herself this time. Baba had 2 black eyes to show for it, a bleeding lip, and more bruises to her body and cuts to her cheek from Malinka's perfectly manicured nails. There was a thin scab against her jugular, where Malinka had held her evil knife and threatened to cut Baba's throat if she ever tried such a thing again. Baba had hated the lonely cell in which she had been kept during the first 6 weeks of her incarceration. It contained nothing except a clay pot for her to use as a toilet. It stank and was cold and uncomfortable. But after her escape attempt, she would have given almost anything to be returned to it, because from that point on she had been chained like an animal to a post in the room where Dulfakar spent his days. A thick metal collar was locked round her neck, with a chain leading from it to the post. Under the collar, her skin was sore, sweaty, and spotty, and now she was no longer taken to Dulfakar's chamber when he wished to abuse her. Instead, on a daily basis, the room was cleared, and the act would take place while she was chained up like a dog. Now, Baba spent all day in the presence of the man whom she hated more than any other, always taking great care not to look him in the eye. She saw him at work. She witnessed his meetings with a wide variety of dead-eyed militants. Some of them she recognized. When Dulfakar was not around, they would leer unpleasantly at her. When he was there, however, they did not dare. It was clear to Baba that they feared him greatly. When she needed the toilet or to be washed, Malinka would release her from her chain and accompany her, all the while whispering threats of great punishment if she did not remain utterly compliant. Then she would return her to the chain. Baba was not without spirit, but that spirit was now completely broken. She knew that now Dulfakar had allowed her to hear his important confidential business, she would never leave this compound, which meant she would be killed when her usefulness came to an end. In the meantime, she heard everything. She heard talk she did not understand of oil and of middlemen. She heard him discussing the wages his militants were to be paid and planning the taxes that they would extort from ordinary people. With a taste of bile in the back of her throat, she heard him encourage his commanders, none of whom dared look him in the eye, to give young women to their men as rewards for their loyalty and as a means of spreading the fear that would keep the people under control. And today she heard him revealing the identity of one of his men in a far-off country. "His name is Yaqub Hakim," Dulfakar told the fighter who was sitting opposite with his gaze averted. It was one of the men who had flogged Baba, and she noticed how his eyes kept flickering towards her. He was sitting at a low table with his boss, and they were drinking mint tea out of small, handleless cups. "He lives in London. We are sure that the British security services do not know his identity. He will be of great service to us in the events that are to come. I am telling you this because when the time comes, he will need to leave the UK and come to live with us here. I will expect you to welcome him as a brother. But for now, you must keep this a secret, do you understand? Only you and I will know that we have spoken of this." The fighter nodded. "Yes, Dulfakar," he said, before taking a sip of his mint tea. Dulfakar stood up. The fighter scrambled to his feet, clearly understanding that the interview was at an end. He bowed clumsily, his weapon clunking, then scurried out of the room. Dulfakar had an oddly satisfied look on his face. He picked up the fighter's half-drunk mint tea and carried it over to Baba, who quickly averted her eyes. He handed it to her. Baba, who was very thirsty, gulped it down while he surveyed her quietly, his head cocked. She handed the cup back to him as the door opened. Malinka appeared. She had a second man with her. She looked at Baba with suspicion as she handed back the teacup. An unusual thought crossed Baba's mind. It had never before occurred to her that Dulfakar's wife would be jealous of his sex slave. She seemed happy to be part of the whole sordid business, but maybe there was more to it than that. Maybe she treated Baba so badly because she was jealous of her. Or maybe it made her feel powerful to be completely in control of Baba. Either way, Baba didn't like the way Malinka was looking at her, as Dulfakar took the teacup and turned towards the newcomers. "Sit down," he said to the man, before nodding curtly at his wife. She inclined her head and left the room, but not before shooting Baba another poisonous glance. Baba dreaded the next time she was alone with that woman. Baba didn't recognize this man. He was dressed in black, like all the others. His eyebrows met in the middle, and his nose had once been broken. Even from the other side of the room, Baba could smell his pungent body odor. He sat down at the table, in the same place as his predecessor, his head bowed. Dulfakar poured him some tea. Baba saw that his hand was shaking as he accepted it. "I am pleased with you," Dulfakar told him. "Thank you, Dulfakar," the man muttered. "I wish to share something with you. You must keep it a secret." "Of course." "There is a man in London. He is one of us.
His name is Aslan Hussein. We are sure that the British security services do not know his identity. He will be of great service to us in the events that are to come. I am telling you this because soon he will need to leave the land of the infidel and come to live with us here. You must welcome him like a brother, but for now only you and I will know that we have spoken of this. Do you understand?" "Yes, Dulfakar." The man's voice cracked. He sipped nervously from his tea, then put it down, spilling a little, as Dulfakar stood up. "Thank you, Dulfakar," he said, bowing slightly, before turning and scurrying out of the room. Dulfakar took the teacup and once more brought it to Baba. He held it to her dry lips as she drank it down, taking great care not to look at him. When she had finished, he leaned in close to her ear. "If you repeat anything you hear in this room to anyone," he said, "I will cut out your guts and spill them on the floor. Do you understand?" Baba nodded as the door opened again. Malinka had returned, this time with the third man, the second of the two who had flogged her. She let him into the room, but as she turned to go, Dulfakar said, "Stay, my love." Baba saw a small smile play across her lips. She crossed to the far side of the room and sat down in her usual place next to her laptop computer. Dulfakar indicated that the man should sit where the others had and poured him some tea. Baba didn't dare watch what was going on. She sat on the floor and bowed her head. But she was listening intently. What was Dulfakar doing? Was he going to repeat the same story to this third man, but with a different name? Sure enough. "There is something I must share with you. It will be a secret that must not leave this room. Do you understand?" No reply, just a nod. "There is a man in the UK, in London. He is important to us. His name is Kailash McCaffery." "That is a strange name. He does not sound like a Muslim." "And yet he is," said Dulfakar. "He will strike a blow at the very heart of the enemy. When his work is done, he will come here to fight alongside us. You must prepare to welcome him like a brother, to teach him our ways and to fight alongside him. Is that understood?" "Yes, Dulfakar." Once again, the interview ended abruptly. The man left the room. Baba got the impression that he couldn't get out of there quickly enough. Now it was just Dulfakar, Baba, and Malinka. Malinka sashayed up to her husband. "You're working too hard, my love," she said softly. For such a vicious woman, she could certainly sound affectionate when she wanted to. "You should relax a little." She looked over to where Baba was crouched on the ground. "Shall I prepare the girl for you?" Dulfakar let his glance ride over Baba, who quickly lowered her eyes. "No," he said. "I'm getting bored of that one anyway." "Shall I remove her?" Baba's heart iced over with terror. She knew what Malinka meant by the word remove, and the cold smile with which she said it made Baba shiver. "Not yet. I might change my mind." Relief crashed over her. She wanted to weep, but she didn't let it show. She knew that any sign of emotion could be punished. It was better to remain still, crouched on the floor, and hope they forgot about her for a while. But Baba was unable to stop her mind from working. What had she just witnessed? Why had Dulfakar given slightly different information to 3 of his trusted lieutenants? Were there indeed 3 different individuals planning atrocities in that country so far away? Or was there some sleight of hand at play? Baba hated Dulfakar, but she knew he was a clever man. She thought he was preparing some kind of trap, like the hunters back in her village, who would lay several snares at a time in the hope that one of them would provide a meal. That thought reminded Baba how hungry she was. She had eaten nothing but a few scraps that morning. She told herself to forget about Dulfakar's schemes. She needed to concentrate on herself, on her own safety and well-being. She needed to remain compliant, uncomplaining, no trouble, if, that was, she wanted to stay alive.
A grey, damp dawn crept slowly across the Med, and outside a faceless concrete facility on an uninhabited part of the island of Malta, 3 figures emerged into the half-light, their shoulders hunched, their bodies heavy with tiredness. It had been a long night. The Wildcat helicopter that had deposited them outside this black camp had long since been deployed elsewhere. Danny doubted it had spent more than 5 minutes on the ground. The area where it had landed was empty. The rain had stopped, but a thick mist had descended, which seemed to cling to the soldiers and to the building. Penfold appeared from inside the building. "Do you want to see it happen?" he said. Danny nodded. He turned to Spud and Caitlin. "Make contact with the chopper," he said. Then he followed Penfold back into the building, down the stairs and into the interrogation room. None of the others were there, just Danny, Penfold, and the prisoner. Rudolph was strapped, still naked, to the waterboarding chair. He had a rag stuffed in his mouth to muffle his shouts, and was straining worse than ever against the restraints. On a small trolley next to him was a steel case with a hypodermic syringe full of a clear liquid. The prisoner was glancing, terrified, at that syringe. He clearly knew what it was. Penfold licked his lips. He gently picked up the syringe, held it to the light, and squirted a small amount of the liquid out of it. Rudolph suddenly fell silent. Then, just as suddenly, he started his muffled whimpering again. With a glance at Danny, Penfold approached the prisoner. He inserted the needle into Rudolph's straining right upper arm with practised ease. It took a few seconds to inject the liquid, but it had an immediate effect. Rudolph stopped straining. His body juddered involuntarily. His muffled shouts became slightly higher-pitched, more uncontrolled. Penfold laid the empty syringe back on its trolley, then stepped back to watch the lethal injection do its work. It was not a quick death. Rudolph writhed in apparent agony for a full 2 minutes before the spasms stopped and the infrequent squeaks of pain finally fell silent. His eyes rolled up into his head. Danny stepped forward and checked his pulse. Nothing. He let the wrist fall and looked at Penfold. The 2 men stared at each other, but were silent. Danny turned his back on the bald man and left him with his corpse. Outside, in the early morning, there was the thunder of a helicopter rotor. A Sea Cat had touched down on the makeshift landing zone, the downdraft of its rotors making the surrounding mist swirl. Spud and Caitlin were already running towards it. Danny joined them. None of them looked back as the side door of the chopper opened up to reveal a Lodi in standard camouflage gear beckoning them inside. They simply jogged up to the chopper and clambered in. Moments later, they were back in the air again. Danny glanced once out of the window. He saw the concrete entrance to the black camp and the figure of Penfold standing outside, looking up at them. Then the chopper banked and eased up through the cloud line. Danny closed his eyes and pretended to be getting some shut-eye. In reality, he was avoiding the stares from Caitlin and Spud. There was tension in the team. Tony's departure hadn't entirely got rid of it. Tony. Danny wondered where he was now. Hereford had told them to return to Sigonella Air Base and await further instructions. It sounded very much to Danny as though their mission was not yet over. He was glad that Tony was no longer part of the team. He knew only too well that sometimes it was hard to tell the difference between your friends and your enemies. But as soon as that applied to your unit mates, you were fighting a losing battle. The chopper banked again. They headed north. Chapter 8. Tony Wiseman was the only passenger in the business-class section of the Alitalia 747 who was not dressed in either a suit or a traditional Arab dish-dash. He was also the only guy pissed at 10:30 in the morning. He had managed to change out of his stinking wet gear at Sigonella Base, where he had been dropped before dawn that morning. But there had been no time to clean up properly. Another military chopper was already waiting to take him to Palermo Airport. Obviously the desk jockeys back at Hereford had received the instruction to get Tony's arse out to Dubai as quickly as possible. Those motherfuckers hadn't been idle. But Tony was too angry even to argue with the same Italian squaddy he'd been so rude to earlier that morning, whose unfortunate job it was to take possession of Tony's weapons. There was no way of smuggling them onto an Alitalia flight and hassle him onto the transport to Palermo. So although his clothes were clean, his body wasn't. He stank of salt, cordite, and sweat, and now booze. He'd been necking champagne from the breakfast menu ever since the flight to Dubai had taken off. And the more the prissy Italian air hostesses gave him dark looks and wrinkled their noses at his stink, the more he'd been inclined to keep necking it. He stared out of the window. 30,000 feet up, they'd left the Med behind and were cruising over the southern tip of Syria. His mind wasn't on the shitstorm that he knew to be unfolding on the terrain beneath them. It was firmly on the faces of two men who he couldn't get out of his mind. Spud Glover, the fat little cunt who'd boned his missus, and who would definitely pay for it, even if he'd had a lucky escape that morning, and Danny Black, who had earned himself a place at the top of Tony's hit list. "May I please take your rubbish, sir?" Tony glanced up to see one of the air hostesses, a pretty thing with an upturned nose and a decent rack, whose English wasn't bad, looking meaningfully at the 3 half-bottles of champagne and a half-empty glass on his table. Tony grabbed the glass protectively, then nodded. "And get me another one," he said. The air hostess pursed her lips. "I think you've maybe had enough, sir," she said as she picked up one of the empties. Tony grabbed her wrist. "Get me another one," he repeated, his voice low and dangerous, but not without a slur. The air hostess tensed up. She tried to pull her wrist away, but obviously it was a useless effort. "Certainly, sir," she said in a strained voice. Tony let go of her. He watched her walk down the aisle towards the front of the plane and confer with another member of the cabin crew, a mincing young guy with shiny skin and a brill-creamed quiff. He frowned as he looked back at Tony, and for a moment the SAS man hoped he would come over and try to give him a hard time. "Fuck it," he muttered under his breath, when it became obvious the boy didn't have the balls to do it. A fight with that perfumed faggot wouldn't last more than a couple of seconds anyway. The air hostess returned with another half-bottle, which she put on Tony's table without speaking. "Wasn't too difficult, was it, darling?" he called out after her, obviously a bit too loudly, judging by the irritated glance he received from the Middle Eastern guy sitting in the adjacent seat, while Tony watched her arse wiggle back down the aisle. "Got a problem, Abdul?" Tony demanded. The man's cheek twitched once. He glanced disapprovingly at Tony's drink, but then went back to reading the sheaf of papers in his hand. Tony refreshed his glass, then stared out of the window again. He saw the burning chimneys of the oil fields below. His mind turned again to Danny Black, and once more his pulse quickened. No matter how much Black stuck to his story that it was the headshed who had reassigned Tony, Tony knew it wouldn't have happened without a bit of nudging. He felt another surge of anger. Tony Wiseman, off to babysit Yellow 7, would be the laughingstock of Hereford. Every last member of the regiment would be sniggering behind his back, and all thanks to Danny fucking Black. That boy was a bad soldier, a shit soldier, and now he was a fucking narc. He had it coming to him, no doubt. One day, when he was least expecting it, an accident on the range, a fragmentation grenade gone wrong. There were 1,000 ways to hurt a man surrounded by ammo and explosives. It wouldn't take much. He thought of Caitlin, and his face soured a little more. She was a dumb bitch, but a good lay. Tony wasn't blind, though. He'd seen the way she looked at Danny Black when she thought Tony, wasn't watching. Tony had already considered the possibility that she was shagging him just to make Black feel envious. It certainly wasn't a relationship based on enduring love and mutual respect, but the thought of her and Black on an op together made him even madder. Tony wasn't the type to let another man take his squeeze. He took a long pull on his drink, then decided he needed a piss. He clambered out of his seat and walked unsteadily down the aisle to the bathroom. Once inside, he pissed thunderously into the tiny chemical toilet. He looked at himself in the mirror. He had a smudge of dirt on his face and a streak of salt. He didn't bother to wipe them off. As he left the bathroom, a man in Arabic dress was waiting outside. Tony gave him a death stare as he pushed past him. Back along the aisle, 5 seats from his own, the same air hostess was leaning towards another passenger. Tony caught the disapproving sidelong glance she gave him. It almost made him want to spit with laughter. He slapped one hand against her arse. "Lighten up, love," he said. The air hostess spun round. She looked very angry. It just made Tony want to laugh. "Please don't touch me, sir," she said. Tony sneered. He went for her arse again, but suddenly the guy she'd been dealing with was on his feet. He was older, in his 60s, with a neatly cut suit and a receding hairline. "There is no need for—" he started to say, in a pronounced Italian accent. He didn't finish his sentence. Tony saw red. He didn't even bother to use his fists. He simply headbutted the guy squarely in the centre of his face. There was a cracking sound as the Italian man's nose went. He crumpled back down into his seat, clutching his nose to stem the sudden flow of blood. The air hostess gasped, but there was an acute silence from the other passengers. It was clear none of them wanted to get involved. Tony spat at the feet of the old Italian man, then wiped a smear of blood from his forehead. Staggering slightly from the booze, he started making his way back to his own seat. But he stopped before he reached it. 4 air stewards were approaching, 2 from either end of the aisle. Tony found himself wanting to laugh again at these ponced-up pretty boys with their clean-cut collars and perfect haircuts. Did they really think that they would be able to restrain Tony? Didn't they know who the hell he was? "Tossers," he muttered under his breath. Then he looked up at them. "Seriously, fellas," he said, "don't even fucking go there." Tony took his seat. 2 of the air stewards were standing right by him. They were glancing uncertainly at each other, as if this was a situation they'd never encountered, and they didn't know quite what to do. Tony grabbed his drink, raised it to them in a toast, then downed it in one. He belched loudly. "Wake me up when we get to Ragged Land," he said, before reclining in his seat and closing his eyes. He knew the air stewards were still standing over him, and probably would be for the rest of the flight. That was their problem, he thought. Tony had some booze to sleep off. "Why the hell aren't we on a plane back home?" Spud demanded. It was midday. The Italians at Sigonella Base had given them a large porter-cabin for their personal use, but it was hardly the lap of luxury. 4 chairs, no table, and a TV in one corner with an Italian football game, sound turned down low. "You know as much as I do," Danny said. "We're heading east. Hammond's on his way. He'll brief us when he's here." He kept his voice level, but he was just as peeved as Spud, and he found Hammond's insistence that they stay in situ just as mysterious. Surely the operation was over. He wanted to get back home, see the kid, buy her a Christmas present. Not that he'd have admitted that to his unit mates. At least they'd had a chance to clean up and put on the dry camouflage gear supplied by the Italians. Apart from that, they'd stayed hidden in the porter-cabin, out of sight of anyone else on the base, eating rations from their saturated packs, grabbing what sleep they could, sitting on the hard chairs, and waiting. There was a constant sound from the base of aircraft leaving and arriving. It was so regular that Danny barely noticed it as he stared unseeingly at the footy. It was 12:30 hours precisely, however, when a sound shook him out of his trance. He'd heard a Hercules coming into land often enough to recognize the distinctive roar of its engines. He walked to the window of the porter-cabin, lifted the metal shutters, and peered out. He just had line of sight towards the runway. Sure enough, a C-130K was descending shakily towards the base. It could even have been the same aircraft that had dropped them at the base the previous night. Whatever, it was definitely a Special Forces flight, no doubt flown by the guys from 47 Squadron. He let the blind fall and turned to the others. "He's here," he said. Sure enough, 10 minutes later, the door to the porter-cabin opened. Ray Hammond appeared. It was a joke among the lads in the regiment that the more stressed out Ray Hammond was, the darker the rings under his eyes. Right now, he looked like he hadn't slept in days. He was a tough, grizzled soldier, a veteran of both Gulf Wars. Danny didn't think he'd ever seen him smile. He had a relentlessly hangdog expression that normally seemed to hide any emotion, whether positive or negative. Today, however, his frown was more pronounced than usual. It matched those rings under his eyes. There were no greetings, just a curt, "This way." Danny, Spud and Caitlin grabbed their packs. "Face like a dropped pie," Caitlin muttered as they followed Hammond out onto the tarmac. The rain had finally stopped, but the ground was still wet and the sky still boiled overhead. The peak of Mount Etna was still covered in cloud. The Hercules had come to a halt on the tarmac, and its tailgate was open. The team jogged towards it, led by Hammond. They ran up into its belly, their footsteps echoing against the tailgate's iron floor. The familiar stench of grease and aviation gas hit Danny's senses. Up ahead, dull strip lighting illuminated the front end of the aircraft. He saw an RAF Lodi and a couple of signallers moving about up there, but they showed no sign that they'd even noticed the team come aboard. There was also a woman, black hair cut into a bob, mid-30s. She looked totally out of place in what were obviously office clothes. Danny immediately knew she was a spook. "We stay in here from now until it's time to leave," Hammond told them over his shoulder as they continued up to the front of the aircraft. "How long will that be?" Danny asked. "As long as it takes to get permission from the Turkish authorities to fly a military aircraft through their airspace towards Armenia." "We're going to Armenia?" Caitlin said. The woman with a black bob gave her a withering look. "No," she said, "you're not going to Armenia. We're going to Armenia. But we're dropping you off on the way." She sniffed. "Literally." Caitlin gave her a look. "Who's the wombat?" she asked. "Alice Cracknell, MI6. Hammond unenthusiastically introduced the bristling spook. "Danny Black, Spud Glover, Caitlin Wallace." Caitlin gave the woman a faux friendly smile. Danny left them to it. He looked to his right. There were a number of large, scuffed flight cases here. One of them had already been opened, revealing some of its contents. Danny immediately recognized freefall equipment and the matte curve of a halo helmet with its glossy black visor attached. He knew what that meant. Wherever they were headed, they could expect an airborne insertion. He turned to Caitlin. "You okay jumping?" She didn't reply, but Danny thought he saw a flicker of anxiety in her face. He reminded himself that, good as she was, their Aussie colleague was not regiment-trained. "All right, listen up," Hammond said. They had congregated around a single row of airline seats bolted to the floor. In front of them was a long metal table, also bolted, with signalling equipment, a couple of laptops and their attendant wires snaking all over the place. There was an unfolded military map of the Middle East and several unopened files. It was clear that for Hammond this had been a working flight. "It seems the target you picked up in the Med confirmed certain intelligence that the firm have been collating over the past few weeks about a Christmas Day strike at Westminster Abbey. It goes without saying that if they manage it, it'll be the Ismailist's biggest PR coup since 9/11. We're mobilizing all our personnel into the capital, throwing everything we've got at it. But we've got no handle on the identity of the bombers. That's where you guys come in." All of a sudden, any tiredness Danny might have been feeling simply fell away. His mind was tuned in exactly, ready to receive every word Hammond had to say. "I'm not going to bullshit you. This is one of the most sensitive ops I've been involved with. Perhaps the most dangerous, too. You know what the stakes are if things go tits up." He paused. "Your target, Rudolph, mentioned an IS commander by the name of Dul Fakar. We already knew that this attack was being planned in Syria or northern Iraq, and we think he's the mastermind behind the operation. So we're going straight to the source. We think he's holed up in a compound to the northwest of Mosul. We also believe that he's expecting the arrival of 4 Turkish oil dealers at midnight tomorrow. That's the night of the 22nd into the 23rd.
These are the guys who broker oil from IS-controlled oil fields onto the open market. Your principal objective is to lift Dulfakar and get some names out of him. Your secondary objective is to eliminate the 4 oil dealers. I thought the Yanks were supposed to be bombing these fuckers to Kingdom Come, Spud cut in. Don't ask me about the politics, Hammond said. All I know is the Americans are holding back from attacking certain targets, and as you know, GCHQ are hacking into certain American intelligence communications, and the firm are paranoid about them finding out. It's not paranoia, said Alice Cracknell. It's operational security. You call it what you want, Hammond said. The bottom line is that we don't know the full story, so this whole op is strictly covert, strictly deniable. The Yanks must not find out what we're doing. What's the matter, Spud? I'm just trying to decide, Spud muttered, if I'd rather go straight back on ops into northern Iraq or drape me wet bollocks over an electric fence. You want to be back in a desk job, just say the word. Spud's expression darkened as Hammond turned to the mapping that was spread out on the comms table. He traced his forefinger along the southern Turkish border, where it met Syria on the west and Iraq on the south. We can't fly in over Syrian or Iraqi airspace. The Yanks and the Russians are monitoring it too closely. They'd pick us up within minutes and start asking questions. That's why we're seeking permission from the Turkish authorities to enter their airspace. We'll drop you at a prearranged location close to the northern Iraqi border. Once you've inserted, we head north on a dummy errand into Armenia. What's the plan for crossing into Iraq, boss? Spud asked. That area's crawling with IS. It is, Hammond replied, but it's also crawling with Kurdish fighters, Peshmerga, whose hobby is basically to kill as many IS militants as they can. Good hobby, Caitlin said. You might not like the way they play it, Hammond said. They're easily as brutal as IS. Beheadings, crucifixions, all the usual shit. MI6 have an open line of communication with them, but it's impossible to say where their real loyalties lie. With themselves, Danny muttered. We've made contact with one of these Kurdish groups in the past couple of hours, Alice Cracknell said. They're expecting you at midnight tonight. They're very well acquainted with the border crossings. They'll get you into northern Iraq and drive you to Dulfakar's expected location. Danny frowned. We make contact at midnight tonight. These oil middlemen arrive at midnight tomorrow. How far is it from the border to the contact point? About 75 miles, Cracknell said. That gives us hardly any time to put in an OP or conduct surveillance on the target. Danny turned to Hammond. We need 24-hour surveillance minimum. It is what it is, Hammond said. If we give you another 24 hours, you won't lift Dulfakar until Christmas Eve itself. That's too late. It won't give us any time to act on any intel you uncover. In any case, we're in the hands of these Kurds. And are you seriously telling me that we're to expect a bunch of Kurdish militants to smuggle us over a heavily defended international border in a war zone out of the goodness of their hearts? Of course not, Hammond interrupted. He walked over to where all the flight cases were piled and banged his hand on the top of a cylindrical metal drum. Do the Kurds have Christmas? He said. Well, you're taking them a present anyway. The unit walked over to Hammond and the drum. Danny twisted the top open and looked inside. It was tightly packed with 5 long items of weaponry. Danny instantly recognized them as surface-to-air missile launchers. Stingers, he said. And up-to-date radio equipment, Alice Cracknell said. Western governments have been trying to supply the Kurds with small arms ever since the ISIS offensive began. Hardly any of them get where they're supposed to. Most go AWOL in Baghdad. They've been trying to get us and the Americans to put these sorts of assets directly in their hands. They'll be very pleased to have them. These were big boy toys, the sort of gear a loose band of badly funded Kurdish militants would go out of their way to get their hands on. They could cause a whole load of damage. But that still didn't make the Kurds trustworthy. Danny rapped on the side of the drum. So that ensures that they turn up. What makes us think they'll carry on helping us once we've handed over the hardware? You'll just have to charm them, Black,
Hammond said, sarcasm dripping from his voice. Charm was seldom the first weapon in an SAS operative's arsenal. "What about extraction?" Danny asked. "How do we get out of the country when the op's complete?" "As soon as you've gleaned any intel from Dul Fakar, you radio it through to us. If possible, you extract Dul Fakar himself, but his information is your primary priority. The Kurds will wait for you, then take you back across the Turkish border to a prearranged pickup point. You'll have to dig in there until we can get transport to you. It could take a few days, so it's critical that you get that intel radioed through to us the moment you have it. You'll have a sat phone for that purpose, but you need to keep all other transmissions to a minimum. The Yanks will be scanning the airways constantly, the Ruskies too." The loadmaster stepped up to Hammond. "We've just had word from the MOD," he said. "The Turkish authorities have given permission for us to enter their airspace. We can have wheels up whenever you give the word." Hammond nodded and turned back to the team. "Your RV with the Kurds is at midnight," he said. "You need to be in position at least 2 hours before that, but you need night cover to halo in. We're about 3 hours flight time from the insertion point, so we'll leave here at 1800 hours. Everyone agreed?" The team nodded. "Operation callsign Delta 3 Tango," he said. "We'll continue the briefing here while we wait for wheels up. We've got details of your Kurdish contacts, mapping of Dul Fakar's compound. You'll need to commit it to memory by this evening. Dul Fakar's a real piece of work by the sound of it. Got a thing about people looking him in the eye. Anyone who does it gets strung up. Tosser. Intelligence suggests that he lets his men rape whichever captured women take their fancy, so long as they leave the choicest specimens for him. You can expect some pretty brutalized sex slaves in the stronghold. Don't start getting chivalrous. Nothing's more important than getting Dul Fakar alive and pumping him for intel." Hammond looked over at Alice Cracknell, who was busying herself with piles of paper, to continue the briefing. "We're not going to stop this attack in London. We're going to stop it at source. You're going to stop it at source." He turned back to the briefing table. Danny, Spud, and Caitlin exchanged a long glance, then joined him. Tony had a splitting hangover as the Alitalia flight touched down at Dubai International Airport. He had woken up half an hour previously to see one of the pretty boy air stewards still loitering in the aisle, eyeing him uncomfortably. He'd sneered unpleasantly at him, but now that the booze had worn off, he'd decided not to give him any more aggro. There'd be enough of that when they landed. Instead, he stared out of the window, watching the scorched desert landscape become the glittering sea of buildings that was Dubai. As the aircraft reached the end of the runway and turned left onto the taxi route towards the terminal, he saw the flashing lights of 2 police cars waiting on the tarmac. He touched his hand to his forehead. There was still dried blood there from where he'd headbutted the old guy. He didn't bother to wipe it off. The whole cabin had seen it happen, so there would be no point denying it. As soon as the plane came to a halt, 3 members of the Dubai police force boarded. They had tan-coloured short-sleeve shirts and aviator shades. 2 were clean-shaven. 1 had a short-cropped beard. An air steward led them to Tony's seat and pointed him out. The stern Emirate cops didn't need to say a word. Their holstered guns were on full display, and it was obvious that they weren't going to take any shit. Tony raised his hands to show that he wasn't going to cause any trouble, then stood up and allowed them to lead him off the aircraft. He squinted as he emerged into the bright sunlight. It was warm enough to make him start sweating immediately. He didn't speak until he was on the tarmac, being led towards the police cars. "Speak any English, fellas?" he asked, keeping his voice calm and reasonable. "You keep quiet," said the police officer with the beard. "You know you're dragging the wrong guy off the plane." "I said keep quiet." "That old guy they saw me go for. You want to know what he did?" No reply, but the police officers glanced at each other. Tony could tell he had their interest. He stopped walking, and they did the same. "Touched my dick," he said. "Fucking faggot tried to feel me up. You should be leading him off the plane, not me." He watched the officers carefully. He could already see the disgust in their faces. Tony knew this was a country where such activities were harshly punished. "Get to the car," said the officer, who had already spoken, but he sounded less aggressive now. Tony nodded and started walking again. "Seriously, fellas," he said, "you don't want dirty old guys like that wandering around Dubai, do you?" "Do you know his name?" the officer asked. "Didn't ask, mate. Didn't want to stay too close." From the corner of his eye, he saw a black Mercedes screeching across the tarmac towards him. "Here comes the fucking cavalry," he thought to himself. By the time they reached the police cars, the black Merc had screeched up alongside them. A Western man in his late 50s, wearing a charcoal grey business suit, jumped out of the back. He looked very harassed as he strode up towards the 3 Emirate police officers, holding up an ID card. "Dominic Copeland," he wheezed. "British Embassy. We have permission to accompany this gentleman off the premises." The officers looked warily at him. One of them got into his car. Tony saw him speaking into his radio, while the rest of them stood awkwardly on the tarmac. He could sense that the cops didn't like this sudden change of authority, but their hostility was directed more towards the guy in the suit than to Tony himself. Their colleague emerged from the car a minute later and spoke a few short words in Arabic to them. They inclined their heads, then turned to Tony. "You're free to go," said the police officer with the beard. Tony saw him glance back towards the plane. He leaned in towards him. "You want to take that guy in?" he said. "Ask him a few questions. Give him the old—" He made a gesture with his right hand to indicate someone being slapped around, and he could tell by the stony expression on the officer's face that he intended to do just that. "Get in the car, please," the embassy guy said in a not-too-friendly tone of voice. Tony gave him a pleasant smile and got into the back of the Merc. The embassy guy sat next to him. As they pulled away across the tarmac, Tony saw the 3 police officers heading back to the aircraft. He figured that the day of the old guy with the broken nose was about to get a lot worse. Served him right for getting involved. The embassy guy was looking at him like he was a piece of shit on the sole of his shoe. He was wrinkling his nose. It was obvious that Tony stank. "I don't know what the bloody hell you think you've been playing at," the guy said. "If you'd been anyone else, you'd be on your way to an Emirate holding cell by now." Tony stared out of his window. "Maybe," he said. "Maybe not." "You should be grateful to the embassy for getting you out of this," the man snapped. "The phone lines between here and London have been red hot. We're extremely busy, and we're not here to—" "Do me a favour, mate, and shut the fuck up. I've had a long 24 hours. Tony could sense the waves of outrage emanating from the embassy man, but he did at least keep quiet for the next couple of minutes while the car was waved through an external passport control post on account of its diplomatic status. Soon enough, they were speeding along a raised section of highway heading towards the heart of the Dubai metropolis. It occurred to Tony that the last time he had been in the region had been on a mission with Danny Black that had taken them into Doha, the capital of Oman. The 2 cities looked very similar, ostentatious displays of great wealth. Tony reckoned he could enjoy himself here, given the right company and a few grand in his back pocket. But the thought of Danny Black put any idea of enjoyment from his mind. He felt a physical surge of intense dislike in his gut. He looked at his hands and saw they were shaking. "You'll need to clean yourself up," the embassy man said suddenly. Tony snapped out of his thoughts and turned to him. "What?" "I said you'll need to clean up, man. You look and smell like a tramp. I'll be surprised if they let you into the hotel in that state." "Fancy one, is it?" "We have a room set aside for you and a change of clothes, but for heaven's sake have a wash first. The residents of Dubai are very particular about outward appearance. You're representing Her Majesty's government, and I will not have you letting the side down." He seemed almost to shudder at the thought. "And besides, you're going to be in the company of royalty. It's not too much to ask that you look the part, is it?" And then, almost under his breath, "Even if he is a damned liability to the rest of us." The ghost of a smile crossed Tony's lips as the black Mercedes turned onto a raised causeway heading out into the glittering sea towards a tall skyscraper of a hotel, its mirrored windows glittering brightly in the sun. Chapter 9. Joe felt warm for the first time in days. The soldiers who had found him on the railway track had been rough and unpleasant. One of them had called him a wog. Another had laughed when, as they led him from the track, he had fallen over and twisted his ankle. They had dragged him into the back of a military truck, where he had crouched huddled, his muscles aching with the cold, and his skin sore from the abrasive grit in which he had hidden himself. And yet, despite all this, he couldn't help but feel elated. He had made it into the UK. The first and most difficult stage of his objective was complete. The remainder of that night and this morning was now a blur. Joe had been so exhausted he could barely keep track of what was happening. There had been a succession of abrupt officials who had asked him more questions than he could now even remember. They had taken him to a room where he was able to shower and put on clean clothes, a pair of jeans and a red hooded sweater. They had taken his photograph and recorded his fingerprints. They had given him lukewarm, sweet, milky tea in a plastic cup, which he had guzzled down as if it were the finest drink known to man. Now he was sitting in a stark, brightly lit room. It had windows on 3 sides that looked out into a busy open-plan office. Joe was reminded of the police stations in the American cop shows he used to watch back home in Syria when he was much younger, in the days when watching TV was an option. Those days seemed a long time ago now. His new clothes were a little too big for him, but he didn't care. He had been given a plastic chair to sit in as he waited. Although it was hardly the most comfortable seat in the world, he still found himself nodding off as he sat in it. In his drowsy state, the humming lights in the room somehow merged with the memory of the drone that had nearly picked him out as he hid in the train carriage. He relived the crushing claustrophobia of being hidden in the grate and started suddenly awake. A woman had entered the room. She was tall and thin, with what seemed to Joe to be an abnormally long neck. Her lips were pursed almost disapprovingly as she pulled up another chair and sat opposite him, clipboard in hand. But when she spoke, it was not unkindly. "I understand you speak some English, dear," she said. Joe nodded. "I'll need your full name, please." Joe had lost count of the number of people he'd given this information to over the course of the morning. He recited his name again. The scratchy sound of writing filled the room as the woman carefully filled in her form. "And what are your reasons for claiming asylum, dear?" she asked. I'm from Syria," Joe said. "From Aleppo." "I see," said the woman. "And are you saying that you can't stay safely in your home country?" Joe blinked at her. He didn't quite know how to respond to such a stupid question. "Young man, you are not the only Syrian refugee seeking political asylum in Britain. If you wish your application to be successful, you will need to convince us that it is valid." Joe nodded. "I cannot safely return to my home country." "And why is that?" Joe barely knew where to begin. Should he start at that moment 2 years ago, when a bomb had hit the apartment block where he lived with his mother and father? Or the day, 2 weeks after that, when gunmen had burst into his school while Joe was at his usual place at the computer? How they had killed 13 of his friends. How a bullet had missed Joe by only an inch and slammed into the computer screen, shattering it. How he had tried to keep his best friend Jamal alive by pumping his heart the way he had read about, but it had only seemed to force the blood more quickly from the wound in his throat in the moments before his death. Or should he start with what happened next? "I was abducted by Islamic State," he said. The woman's eyes widened. "Go on," she said. "I was living in a small refugee camp on the outskirts of Aleppo with my mother and father. They came at sunset, 5 of them. They knew who they wanted, and nobody dared stop them taking us." Joe closed his eyes and swallowed hard. He had recounted this scene in his head every day since it had happened, but somehow saying it out loud was more difficult. "They took us to the town of Raqqa. It was a long drive. It took all night. When we got there the following morning, they made me and my mother watch while they dragged my father from the car. They stripped him naked.
and hung him from a tree with a hood over his head. They laughed as they did it."
He was staring into the middle distance and forcing himself to hold back the tears.
"They put me and my mother in a cell. Now and then they came in with their guns and made us get on our knees. They put their guns to our heads. Then they would laugh and leave us alone again. They did this for several hours. Then, near the end of the day—"
Joe felt a hot ball of nausea in the pit of his stomach.
"They came into the cell, 4 of them. They raped my mother in front of me. Then they killed her."
He looked straight at the woman as he said this, and saw the horror in her face. But he didn't tell her everything. He didn't tell her that he knew the name of the leader of the 4 men, Mujahid, who had a scar carved into his throat in the shape of a smile. There were, after all, some things he needed to keep to himself.
"You poor boy," the woman whispered. "Why did they do this?" "Because of me," Joe said. "What do you mean?" "They wanted me to know what would happen if I didn't do what they said." "But why you?"
Joe managed a weak smile.
"Because they had heard that I was clever."
"You certainly speak very good English."
"It was not English they wanted me for. It was because I know about computers, electronics, coding, that kind of thing."
"I'm not sure I understand," the woman said.
"Could I have a glass of water?" Joe asked.
The woman nodded and left the room for a minute. Joe watched her through the window. She crossed the office to a water cooler. While she had her back to him, several people passed the office and glanced in at Joe. Without exception, they looked hostile. Joe didn't mind. He was used to it. He drew a deep breath and organized his thoughts. It was important that he told her enough to gain her sympathy, but not so much that she might guess why he was really here. When she returned with a plastic cup of water, he drank it gratefully, then picked at the edge of the cup with his fingernails as he continued.
"Islamic State like publicity," he said.
He searched around for the correct word.
"They thrive on it. They want people in the West to see them beheading their hostages and shooting down their citizens in the street, because then the West are forced to bomb them, which is even more good publicity for their cause. Do you see?"
The woman nodded mutely.
"The best place to get publicity is on the Internet. Facebook, Twitter, the dark net. They are very active on all these networks. They need people who are skilled with computers to help them do all this. That's why they wanted me."
He paused while the woman scribbled down some notes. When she looked up again, she was obviously about to speak, but Joe got in there first.
"Then, of course," he said, "there's the communications."
"What communications?"
"They are not as backwards as they like to pretend," Joe said. "They need to communicate with each other and with their agents who are active all across the world. They know that people are trying to listen in, to hack the email accounts and do surveillance on their mobile phones. They need people like me to help them keep their communications secure. End-to-end encryption, OTR protocols, preventing external agents inserting malware on their systems, cover their tracks. That's what I did for them. Every day they put a gun to my head and told me that if I failed in my duty, I would join my mother and father in the ground. What choice did I have?"
He hung his head and continued to pick at the edge of his cup, which was beginning to split.
"Why did they let you go?" the woman asked.
Joe couldn't help looking astonished at the question.
"Let me go?" he said. "They didn't let me go. Why would they do that?" he sniffed. "I escaped."
The woman was staring at him in astonishment. She scribbled a few more notes. "How did you escape?" she asked finally. But before Joe could answer, she held up one finger.
"Just a minute," she said. "Are you telling me that you were party to Islamic State communications into and out of Syria?"
Joe fixed her with a calm stare. Then he nodded. The woman scraped back her chair and stood up.
"Excuse me for a moment," she said. "Please wait here."
Joe sat still as she left the room for a second time. He noticed that his hands were trembling. He crushed the plastic cup in an attempt to stop it happening. Looking through the window, he saw the woman approach one of her colleagues, an older man in a slightly crumpled suit, who was sitting on the edge of a desk reading a piece of paper. He looked over at Joe as she spoke. When she had finished, he seemed to think about what she had said for a moment. Then he nodded and picked up the phone on the desk behind him. The woman hurried back to the interview room. She was slightly breathless.
"Is everything all right?" Joe asked. "Fine," the woman said. "Absolutely fine. I'd just like you to speak to—" She hesitated. "To some of my colleagues, that's all. I hope they'll be here as soon as possible. Can I get you another glass of water?"
Joe shook his head. He could sense that all of a sudden the woman's attitude had changed. He wondered if she had just called the police.
"Right," the woman said. "Good. Well, if I could just ask you to wait here."
She edged back towards the door, gave him a nervous smile, and left the room. For a moment he thought she was looking back in at him. Then he heard the sound of a key turning. Joe was locked in. He supposed it was only to be expected. A wave of tiredness crashed over him. He got up from the plastic seat and walked to the corner of the room. There he huddled down on the ground, cocooned into a little ball. It didn't matter that the floor was hard. He'd slept in far less comfortable places than this, and it didn't matter that he was locked in. He'd been in far more frightening jails. For now he was safe and warm. It meant that sleep came quickly. The tailgate of the Hercules was closing. Danny Black stood in the belly of the aircraft, watching the wet Mediterranean night disappear. His mind was burning with the details of the operation they were embarking upon. He had memorized locations and terrain. Satellite mapping had shown them the area around Dulfakar's compound. It was located on the banks of a large reservoir, 50 miles outside the city of Mosul. A main supply route cut north-south to its eastern side, mountainous region to the north. But there was only so much a satellite image could tell you. They needed to get eyes on the stronghold before they could make a plan to assault it. All Danny knew was this: it would be a hell of a sight easier with a full squadron and a handful of Blackhawks, but they weren't an option, not if they were going in under the radar. As well as map work, Danny had learned identification code words and had a few words of Sorani Kurdish at his disposal. He knew there would be a mutual lack of trust between his team and their contacts on the ground. A few words of a foreigner's language was a good way of breaking the ice. The aircraft started to throb and hum as its engines started up. Hammond joined him. "You realize," he said quietly, "that you won't be the only SF team on the ground in northern Iraq?" "I guess that figures," Danny replied. "You can expect Russians, Americans, and I don't have to tell you what's riding on this back home," Hammond said. Danny looked over his shoulder. Spud and Caitlin were still at the briefing table, poring over Alice Cracknell's maps. "It'll be a gang fuck in London if you don't get to this Dulfakar character." "We're under strength without Tony," Danny said. "You know that." Hammond nodded. "I've seen what you can do, Black. Other people might think you're a liability, make an effort to prove me right and them wrong, eh?" It was the closest Hammond had ever come to giving him a compliment. Danny appreciated it. Kind of. "We'll have to hit these oil middlemen before they arrive at Dulfakar's compound. We don't have the numbers to do it any other way. If we get delayed crossing the border, the op's screwed." Hammond gave him a look that said, "You know what that will mean." "Is Spud okay?" he asked. Danny knew what he was driving at. "Spud's fine. It would help if Caitlin knew how to halo. You can take her in tandem. She'll be fine." "She's a good operator," Danny said. I just hope these Kurdish guys don't take a liking to her. She might be your best asset. The Kurdish Peshmerga have a lot of women fighting on the front line. Talking of which... What? You know Duncan Barker, right? Barker was a regiment mate of Danny's back at Hereford. He nodded. I've asked him to go speak to your missus, tell her your ob's been extended, not to expect you home for a few days. Danny gave him a sharp look. I want your mind to be on the job, Hammond said by way of explanation, not on any problems you might be having back home. Who told you I'm having problems? Nobody. Hammond hesitated. I've got kids too, Black. I know it can change the way you think about the work when they come along. But before Danny could ask Hammond what he meant, the aircraft moved forward. The loadmaster called to them to take their seats. Danny and Hammond headed back up to the front of the plane and strapped themselves in. 2 minutes later, they were surging down the runway. Then they were airborne. Danny didn't bother waiting for the loadies' go-ahead. As soon as he felt the aircraft straightening up, he unclipped his belt and headed over to where their hardware was stashed. They had weapons to check over and halo gear to don. They needed to be briefed on up-to-date weather conditions at the insertion point, and they needed a final run-through of their security codes and mission objectives. The 3-hour flight to the Turkish border would pass quickly. Danny got to work. Duncan Barker considered himself a good mate of Danny Black's. That didn't stop him cursing his mate as he drove his motorbike through the Hereford rain towards Danny's flat. RAF Cruddenhill was all but empty. 3/4 of the regiment were abroad. Those that remained in the UK on standby had been called into camp and given their marching orders down to London. Barker himself was heading to the smoke that evening. Something big was going down. Why, then, was it so important that Barker should be knocking on the door of Danny's flat to give his bird a message? What was wrong with the fucking telephone? Rain was streaming off him as he rang the bell to the ground-floor flat. As he stood, waiting for an answer, he could hear the faint wail of a baby from inside. Through the glass of the front door, he watched someone approach. When the door opened, and the someone became a real face, he found himself talking to a woman who looked like she hadn't slept for 48 hours. "Are you Clara?" he asked. "Who's asking?" "My name's Barker, mate of Danny's from, work." She stared at him. "Yeah, so the head shed asked me to come round, let you know that Danny's not going to be back for a few days." Nothing registered on her face. It was only when Barker was about to excuse himself that she spoke. "Oh, will you come in?" "Nah, you're okay. I'd better—" But Clara looked so crestfallen that he changed direction mid-sentence. "Yeah, all right then, for a minute." Barker was a big guy. It was awkward for him to manoeuvre past the pram that was blocking the hallway. He knocked a colourful soft toy from the handle, and Clara immediately scrambled to pick it up and tie it back onto the pram. "Danny bought it." She smiled apologetically. "From Mother Care. You should have seen him." Barker didn't know what to say. His boots left a line of wet footprints all the way down the hallway and into the front room. Clara didn't seem to care. Her baby was here, lying in a wicker Moses basket, bawling her eyes out. Her mother lifted her from the basket, and she immediately stopped crying. Barker wasn't really a baby person, but even he had to admit the girl was a cute little kid, a shock of dark hair, like a mini version of Danny Black. "Why is he delayed?" Clara asked. Barker gave her an apologetic look. "Sorry, love," he said. "Can't really talk about it, I know." She started rocking the baby and humming very gently. 30 seconds passed. Barker started to feel awkward. "Right," he said. "Well, I'd better—" "Is he safe?" Clara asked. Barker smiled. "Danny, don't worry about him, love. He can take care of himself." He paused. "You know, he's the guy that everyone in the regiment looks up to." He narrowed his eyes, me included. I wish I had half Danny Black's skills. He's a good soldier, a born soldier. Danny'll be fine. He sniffed. It's the rest of us that need to worry.
"What do you mean?" she asked quickly. "You've not got any plans to go to London?" "No." "Keep it that way. Take my advice and stay home. It's the safest place right now." She blinked, then carefully laid the baby back into her Moses basket. "Look, I've got to go," he said, which was true. He nodded at Clara, then turned and left, closing the front door behind him. And as he started up his motorbike in the street outside the flat, he looked back through the thin curtains into the front room. He could see Clara in silhouette. He had the impression that she was holding the baby to her chest once more and was pacing up and down the room. As he drove away, Barker couldn't shake the suspicion that she'd still be pacing when Danny returned home, whenever that might be. Tony's hotel room was bigger than most people's apartments and unbelievably opulent. It was littered with comfortable armchairs and rich embroidered soft furnishings. It had a massive vista looking out onto the Gulf, where the lights of countless yachts glittered like jewels in the night. His bathroom was marble-clad, with gold-leaf taps, 2 sinks, and a separate jacuzzi. He'd spent the best part of 45 minutes under the shower. Once he'd got changed into the clean clothes that had been provided for him, leaving the bathroom blood and dirt-stained, he'd ordered the most expensive meal available on the room service menu and wolfed it down in the separate dining-room suite. He spared a thought for Black, that bitch Caitlin, and that fat bastard Spud, who was lucky not to have had his bollocks shot off. He didn't know what shitty little quarters they'd be slumming it in now, but it sure as hell wouldn't match this. There was a knock on the door. Tony pushed his plate away, belched loudly, then slowly sauntered over to open it. A thin, pasty-faced man in a black suit was standing there. "Are you Tony Wiseman?" he asked. Tony looked over his shoulder. "Guess I must be," he said, "as there's nobody else in here." The man offered his hand. "Good to meet you, old chap. My name's Hughes. His Grace is ready for you." "I'll be out in a minute." The flunky blinked at him in astonishment. "I'm afraid that when His Grace says he's ready, you—" Tony didn't hear the rest of the sentence. He slammed the door in the man's face and wandered into the bathroom again, treading over the old clothes he'd left on the floor and leaving footprints across the marble. He took a long, leisurely piss, then wandered back out and opened the door again. Hughes, was that his name, was still there. "I'm ready," Tony told him. It was clear that the flunky didn't quite know how to respond. He turned on his heel and started walking down the plush, carpeted corridor. "He's in the penthouse suite," he said. "When you first meet him, you should address him as Your Grace. After that, a simple Sir will suffice. Is that clear?" Tony didn't reply. "A small bow from the neck would be appropriate, but a handshake will do just as well. My advice is to take your lead from him." Tony still didn't reply. They entered a large mirrored lift. The flunky had a keycard that allowed them to direct it to the penthouse. They stood in silence as the elevator took them up. As the door hissed open onto a large, impressive anteroom with a similar view over the Gulf to Tony's own room, he clocked 2 young guys who immediately identified as Yellow 7CP, probably from SO14, Royal Protection. They were dressed in casual clothes, but Tony noted the bulges in their jackets where they were undoubtedly carrying firearms. They watched him with unconcealed aggression. Typical coppers, hanging round like they're pop stars or something. They'd have been happy enough to come down to Hereford, spend some time on the range with SAS guys who really knew how to handle a firearm. But as soon as a regiment man trod on their turf, they bristled at the presence of someone with superior skills. One of the coppers walked up to Tony. "I need to frisk you, mate," he said, East End accent, stupid swagger. Tony smiled. "I don't think so." The copper looked over to his mate. "Looks like we've got a troublemaker." The flunky stepped nervously to one side. "Now look here, gentlemen," but Tony interrupted him. "Thing is, fellas," he said, "I don't want to be here any more than you want me here. But someone in London's decided there's a threat level here that you boys can't handle. You want to get on the blower to them, talk it through, be my guest. But if you lay a fucking finger on me, you'll be getting first-hand experience of the Dubai medical system. The police officer looked a little less sure of himself. Let's not go down this route, hey, lads? Let's all be friends. Tony looked over at the flunky and nodded. Then, with a glance at the police officers, he muttered under his breath, "Knobs." The flunky obviously wanted out of the situation. He knocked on a door at the far side of the room. A muffled voice shouted, "Come!" The flunky entered. Tony stood silently, ignoring the waves of unfriendliness coming at him from the CP guys. The flunky reappeared 30 seconds later. "He's ready for you," he said, holding the door open for Tony. Yellow 7's suite made Tony feel like he was slumming it. He found himself in a plush living room, all sofas and fresh-cut flowers. There was a fully stocked cocktail bar on one side, and a TV on the far wall the size of a small cinema screen. But there was no Yellow 7. A door at the far side was open. Tony wondered if he should go through. He looked over his shoulder towards the flunky for guidance, but there was no sign of him. He'd shut the door. Tony moved over to the cocktail bar. There were maybe 100 bottles neatly arranged against a gleaming mirror. The bar itself was made of burnished oak. Tony immediately saw the remnants of a white powder. He dabbed his finger on it, then touched the powder to the tip of his tongue. He immediately felt the familiar numbness and smiled. Looked like his grace was living up to his reputation. He heard footsteps and turned round. A figure appeared in the open doorway. Yellow 7 was wearing a white toweling robe. His black hair was dishevelled, and he had bags under his eyes. It was very obvious that he'd only just got up. He peered at Tony with a frown. "Who are you again?" he asked in a cracked voice. "Tony Wiseman, from Hereford. I'm with 2-2. Yellow 7 rolled his eyes. "My babysitter," he muttered. He looked across the room. "Where's that tit Hughes?" Tony couldn't stop himself from smiling. "Outside," he said. "Best bloody place for him." Yellow 7 pointed to the minibar. "Get yourself a drink. I'll be out in a bit." He disappeared back into what Tony assumed was his bedroom. Tony sauntered back to the bar. He grabbed himself a glass and selected the most expensive-looking bottle of whiskey he could find. He poured himself a couple of inches, knocked it back, then replenished his glass before taking a seat at the bar. Looking back towards Yellow 7's room, he saw a quick glimpse of a naked female body passing the doorway. He smiled to himself again. He was warming to this rich bastard. At least he knew how to have a good time. He glanced out of the window over the gulf, and his mind turned again to Danny Black and the others. "Fuck them," he thought. "They reckoned they could make him the laughing-stock of the regiment. Well, Tony was going to take a leaf out of the royal family's book. He was going to enjoy himself." Yellow 7 appeared 10 minutes later, showered and dressed. He was a good-looking bastard, and the Middle Eastern bird tottering along behind him wasn't too shabby either. She had on heavy makeup, and her tits were almost spilling out of her tight dress. She obviously noticed Tony giving her the once-over, but didn't seem to mind. Yellow 7 checked out the bottle of whiskey that Tony had left open on the bar. "Sweet," he said, pouring himself a glass. He looked over at the woman. "You can probably run along now," he said. "Hughes will sort you out." The woman gave him a disconsolate pout, but she didn't argue. Her ass wiggled outrageously as she left the room. Neither Tony nor his companion took their eyes off her until she was gone. "Dynamite in the sack," Yellow 7 said when the door was closed again. "Bloody well should be, the price she charges." He took a mouthful of whiskey. "So," he said, "you're here to make sure I get to Sandringham safely in time for Christmas. You ever been to Sandringham?" "Can't say I have." "It's the most boring place in the fucking universe." He knocked back the rest of his whiskey, then poured himself and Tony another. "I was in Afghanistan, you know." "I heard." "I didn't leave because I wanted to," he said earnestly, as though he really wanted Tony to understand this. "They said I was a liability to the other troops out there, too much of a target." "Give me this over the Stan any day," Tony said. Yellow 7 looked round the room, as though seeing it for the first time.
Novelty wears off after a while. Tony pressed his fingertip into the remnants of white powder on the bar. Not much of this behind enemy lines, he said. Yellow 7's eyes narrowed. You want to be careful, Tony continued. They come down hard on the old marching powder in these parts. Yellow 7 gave a dismissive little laugh. Not if you're me, they don't. He watched as Tony tasted the powder again. Do you partake? He asked. It's been known. His eyes lit up. Lock the door, then. Those close protection idiots are such knobbers. Tony eyed him for a moment. Then he shrugged. Fuck it, he thought. He walked over to the main door and locked it from the inside. When he turned to walk back to the cocktail bar, His Grace had already emptied the contents of a small sachet onto the bar. Do the honours, he said. I'm afraid I don't carry credit cards. Tony took his military ID card from his wallet and approached the counter, ready to chop. Chapter 10. 21:47 hours. This is Turkish airspace, about 10 miles north of the Syrian border, approximately 200 miles from the northern Iraqi border. That puts us about 30 minutes out. Repeat, 30 minutes out. Plug into the aircraft's oxygen systems. We'll be decompressing in 5 minutes. The Lodi's voice was hoarse as he shouted above the persistent grind of the aircraft's engines. Danny gave him a thumbs up. He and Spud both had their freefall rigs attached to their bodies. On their left arm, each had a glowing altimeter. On their right arms, a GPS device. They both had a bottle of compressed oxygen strapped to their chest and an oxygen mask, although these were not yet fitted to their faces. They wore the matte black halo helmets, visors up. Caitlin also wore the oxygen bottle, mask and helmet, but no freefall rig. Instead, she had a full harness, since she would be falling in tandem with Danny. Now wasn't the time for a rookie to perform their first halo jump. There were too many variables, too many things that could go wrong. Caitlin was keeping a lid on her nerves. Danny respected her for that. "We need to get onto the aircraft's oxygen system," he shouted at her over the noise of the aircraft. "We have to breathe pure oxygen for a while before we jump. Prevents hypoxia. Helps us to avoid losing consciousness before we deploy the chute." She gave him a sick look. "How likely is that?" "I've seen it happen, but normally only when someone loses their oxygen mask in free fall." "What happens then?" "You'll probably lose consciousness. Then you'll have to rely on the automatic chute deployment." "Anything else you want to tell me?" "It's important to fall stable. We need to be careful none of our equipment shifts. If we start spinning, we'll have problems. I've seen guys get to the ground with burst blood capillaries in their eyes because of it. Not pretty. And if there's a packing error and the chute doesn't deploy properly, I'll need to cut it away before deploying the emergency chute." He winked at her. "Don't worry, it's only ever happened once." They moved to a bench along the side of the aircraft, where the oxygen masks were hanging, and where their burgans and weapons were waiting on the floor. From the corner of his eye, he could see Hammond manoeuvring what resembled a 45-gallon drum. In fact, it was a freefall container, made of heavy-duty compressed cardboard. It contained the weapons and radio equipment that they would be offering up to the Kurds as a gesture of goodwill. It had its own freefall rig attached. The unit sat on the bench and started strapping their burgans and weapons to the backs of their legs. "It'll be very cold when we leave the aircraft," Danny continued explaining. "But we'll be falling very fast, and we'll get to a more comfortable altitude in less than a minute. We're aiming to fall in formation with Spud and the drum of weapons, but the wind speeds can be quite high up here, and you need to be prepared for buffeting. Do everything you can to keep your body rigid. I'll deploy a little drone chute as soon as we're out of the aircraft. It'll slow us down a little and keep us steady." He tapped the altimeter on his wrist. "We're currently cruising at about 32,000 feet. That's about the altitude of a commercial airliner.
you can expect me to deploy the main chute at 4,000 feet. I'll tap you on the shoulder before I do that. It'll be too noisy for us to speak. If anything goes wrong and I lose consciousness, I've got the automatic chute deployment system set to engage at 3,500 feet. Is that clear?"
"Clear," Caitlin said. "Once we're under canopy, we'll orientate ourselves using the GPS. With a bit of luck, we'll have eyes on the storage drum chute and we can follow it down." "1 minute to decompression," the Lodi shouted. "Let's get those oxygen masks on." Danny, Spud and Caitlin grabbed the aircraft oxygen masks and fitted them to their faces. Hammond sat with the rest of the crew on the opposite side of the aircraft. They also had their masks fitted as the aircraft decompressed. Danny put his head back against the side of the aircraft and concentrated on breathing normally. He was nervous about the jump. He knew that Caitlin was extremely capable, and he'd done enough free-falling himself for it to be second nature. But one of the main reasons for performing a halo jump was to reduce the window of time during which any enemy forces on the ground could spot you under canopy. There was still, however, a short period of time when you were an easy target, unable to defend yourself effectively, or put in any kind of countermeasure against enemy fire. It was a prospect that always sharpened Danny's senses in the moments before an operational halo insertion. He found that his best strategy was to clear his mind and focus carefully on getting safely to the ground. 25 minutes passed quickly. The turbulence was bad enough for his head to jolt solidly against the side of the aircraft. Suddenly, there was a rush of deafening noise. Danny looked right and saw that the aircraft's tailgate was lowering. The lower it got, the louder the noise. Speech was now impossible, but that was okay. They knew what they needed to do. Each member of the unit disconnected themselves from the aircraft's oxygen system before placing their freefall masks over their faces and engaging their oxygen tanks. They breathed normally for 30 seconds to verify that their breathing apparatus was working correctly, then stood up. Danny approached Caitlin and carefully attached himself to the back of her harness, using a series of sturdy metal clips fitted to the front of his own freefall rig. Now that he was close to her, he could feel her deep, careful breathing, which told him that despite her outward appearance, she was nervous about the jump. A couple of Lodis approached them. They each wore thick web belts with lanyards connected to the side of the aircraft to stop them falling out. They positioned themselves on either side of Danny and Caitlin, for whom walking was difficult as they were strapped together and overladen with kit, and ushered them towards the open tailgate. Spud positioned himself alongside them, next to the freefall container. Outside, in the middle of a turbulence bump, Danny caught a brief glimpse of a crescent moon. A red light appeared at the back of the plane above the tailgate. The pilots signaled that they were to get ready to jump. They shuffled forward, closer to the edge of the tailgate. Danny caught another glimpse of moon and gradually became aware of stars in the night sky. As he peered downwards, however, he saw nothing but blackness. No lights on the ground, no topographical features. It meant there was cloud cover, which they'd have to penetrate. A minute passed. Then suddenly the green light came on. Danny heard a Lodi screaming at the top of his voice, "Green on! Go!" There was no hesitation. There couldn't be, since a delay of just a few seconds could mean missing their landing zone by a substantial distance. Spud pushed the freefall container out of the aircraft before immediately following it. At the same time, Danny and Caitlin tumbled out. The rush of wind against Danny's face was sudden and intense. The cold was shocking. It almost knocked the breath from his lungs. He concentrated hard on breathing steadily, sucking down the oxygen from the canister at his chest. At the same time, he pulled one of his 2 ripcords. He didn't see the drone chute engaging, but he felt a slight upward force as it slowed their rate of acceleration. He arched his body firmly against the strong air currents that were buffeting them around. Caitlin did the same. He had to hand it to her. She was a natural. The scream of the wind grew louder as their speed increased. Danny could make out Spud. He was about 20 feet below them. From the shape of his body, He could tell that his mate was trying to de-arch a little bit in order to slow down his rate of descent and keep close to Danny and Caitlin. And a little below him, little more than a smudge against the sky, was the weapons canister, hurtling down to earth. Suddenly, everything went black. They were in the clouds. They were no longer accelerating. They'd hit terminal velocity, the point at which they'd reached their maximum speed, and the shockingly icy temperature had eased a little. But now the moisture of the clouds seemed to saturate every part of him. His clothes were soggy. He almost felt like he was inhaling water, not oxygen. The altimeter on his left arm was only a faint glow in the thick mist. As quickly as it had arrived, the blackness disappeared. For the first time since they'd jumped, Danny saw the terrain below. He knew that their LZ was a long way from any built-up areas, and his vista confirmed this. There were barely any ground lights for miles in any direction. To the north, on the horizon, he saw a glow that he took to be the Turkish town of Silopi. Elsewhere, he saw the occasional line of an arterial road, and here and there the headlamps of a car, but in the immediate vicinity, nothing. It was much warmer now. He checked his altimeter, 6,000 feet. 5,000 feet. Below, he saw the sudden eruption of the weapons canister's rectangular chute. It had obviously hit the 3.5K altitude. At the same time, he saw that his own altimeter was about to hit 4,000 feet. He tapped Caitlin on the shoulder in the pre-arranged signal. He felt her tensing up slightly as he pulled the ripcord for his main chute. He felt the familiar sensation of his chute opening, then the sudden upward jolt as their velocity dramatically reduced. The rush of wind in their ears disappeared. Danny grabbed the brake lines and checked for Spud's position. He was close, about 20 meters to the west, and at approximately the same altitude. Danny could tell that he was positioning himself to follow the weapons canister down. Danny did the same. 45 seconds passed. The weapons canister hit the ground. Danny could see its chute starting to deflate. "Loosen your pack!" he shouted at Caitlin, while releasing the strap that bound his own Bergen to his legs. Both packs fell, suspending in the air beneath them for a moment before hitting the earth. Seconds later, Danny and Caitlin made landfall, running in tandem as they touched the earth. As the chute deflated behind them, Danny quickly unclipped his rig from Caitlin's harness. He spun round and started dragging his chute towards him as quickly as possible, aware that Spud was doing the same thing 20 meters to his 9 o'clock. Halo jumps were dangerous, but this was by far the riskiest moment. They needed to collect up their gear quickly so it couldn't be seen, and they needed to scan the immediate area for threats. Danny saw, from the corner of his eye, that Caitlin had thrown herself onto the ground in the firing position, weapon engaged, as she did just that. Within 30 seconds, Danny and Spud were in exactly the same position, their chutes bundled up beside them, their masks and visors disengaged. Each of them were pointing out in a different direction, covering the 3 vertices of a triangle. There was complete silence. Danny could feel his heart thumping behind his ribs as he took in the terrain. It was hard, rocky ground, desert-like, though it was clear that it had rained lately, because there was a slight moistness to the air. The air was chilly, 5 degrees centigrade perhaps, though the slight breeze made it feel colder. The ground itself undulated quite heavily, so it would have been difficult to see more than about 20 meters in any direction, even during the day. Danny remained completely still for a full minute, scrutinizing the landscape and listening hard for any sight or sound of movement. There was none. "Where's the weapons drum?" he heard Spud hissing. Danny allowed himself to look around. Spud was right. There was no sign of it. "Stay put," he said. "I'll look for it." He slowly pushed himself to his feet, orientating himself and trying to fit their position to the mental image he had of the mapping they'd been studying for the past 12 hours. Off to his 3 o'clock, there was a rough road. Danny thought this must be the track that would lead them to the RV point. He'd double-check that in a minute, but for now he needed to locate the weapons drum. At first glance, he couldn't. It didn't take him more than a few seconds to see what had happened. 30 paces to his 7 o'clock, a quick glance at the compass on his wrist told him this was a southwesterly direction, The terrain fell away over a kind of cliff. Danny ran towards it, got to the ground again, and carefully peered over. The canister was 5 meters below him, completely covered by its chute. He spent a moment checking for threats or other movement again. Nothing. Then hurried back to Spud and Caitlin.
"This way,"
he hissed. They followed him back to the cliff, each of them now carrying their packs on their backs. Danny and Spud with armfuls of bundled-up chute and paracord. The cliff was not entirely sheer. A moment's examination, and they located a narrow gully that they could scramble down. They lowered their gear over the cliff, then climbed down it and hurried towards the weapons container.
"We lucked out,"
Caitlin whispered. She pointed to the base of the cliff. There was a cave here, a narrow entrance about 2 meters wide. It was cold inside the cave, and there was a horrible smell, like something was rotting inside.
"We can stash our freefall rigs in there."
Danny shone his flashlight into the cave. It was deep, at least 10 meters, although parts of the back were still hidden in shadow. They didn't, however, seem to have disturbed anything or anyone.
"We'll store the weapons canister too,"
Danny added. He stepped back outside the cave and checked his GPS device.
"We're approximately 2 clicks east of the RV location. We can't move covertly across this terrain if we're carrying that."
He looked at his watch. 22:03 hours. The RV was at midnight, and they wanted to be in position well before then. They were behind schedule already and needed to move fast. Danny turned to Caitlin.
"Wait here with the drum. We'll make the RV, then get them to drive here and pick it up."
A shadow crossed Caitlin's face. She obviously didn't like the idea of staying back to babysit the hardware, but she didn't complain. She quickly went about the business of stashing the freefall rigs far into the back of the cave. By the time anyone found them there, the unit would be long gone. Danny and Spud removed the remainder of their halo gear and stashed it with the chutes before manoeuvring the weapons drum quickly into the cave. Caitlin took up position inside the cave mouth. She was clutching her rifle, which was strapped across her body, and had an unflinching, resolute look on her face that for the briefest moment reminded Danny of Clara back home. He pushed that thought from his mind.
"We RV at midnight. Expect us back here at approximately 0:30 hours, assuming there's no delays. If anyone else passes this way, stay hidden as far as possible. We don't want things to go noisy on us."
Caitlin gave him a withering look.
"And if I want to kill someone, which end of the gun do I use again?"
Danny ignored that.
"We'll be in radio contact. We'll check in every 30 minutes on 000 and 030. Otherwise keep transmissions to a minimum."
He turned to Spud.
"Let's go,"
he said. They shouldered their Bergens, checked that their personal weapons were cocked and locked, and engaged their radio equipment. Spud took a moment to check over his 66 Law, and they both fitted their regular Kevlar helmets with night vision goggles fixed to the top. Danny dropped a pin on his GPS unit so that they could quickly locate Caitlin's position when they returned. Then they moved silently away from the cave mouth. It was very dark. Cloud cover obscured the moon and stars. That suited them fine. It made it easier for them to cross this rough, rocky terrain without being seen. Danny knew, from his examination of the GPS device and the mental image he had of the maps they'd been studying, that if they travelled approximately 500 meters at a bearing of 30 degrees, they would hit a small road. 2 clicks further along, the road hit a T-junction. Their RV point was 500 meters directly north of this junction, the kind of location where it was extremely unlikely that anyone would randomly show up. They would not, however, be following the road itself towards the junction. If the Kurds, or anyone else, had eyes on it, they'd spot Danny and Spud immediately. And while Alice Cracknell, safe in the belly of a C-130, might be calmly confident that these Kurds were on the level, Danny knew they'd be making a massive strategic error if they trusted them blindly. Just because they were enemies of Islamic State, it didn't mean they were friends of the SAS. Instead, they kept a good 350 meters to the west of the road. They travelled side by side, with a gap of approximately 10 meters between them, in order not to present a bunched-up target to any potential shooters. They jogged, clutching their personal weapons across their chests, but scanning for movement all the while. Every couple of minutes, they came to a halt, went to ground, and listened hard. But so far as they could tell, the area was deserted. After 20 minutes of jogging, Danny checked his GPS unit again. They were 75 meters from the road junction. They went to ground and waited for a couple of minutes, watching and listening. There was no sight or sound of any traffic, so they continued to the junction itself. Danny examined the road surface. Old, cracked tarmac, no road markings. There was wet mud at one edge, with a fragment of tire markings. A vehicle had passed this way recently. They needed to get off the road quickly. Danny jabbed a forefinger in a northerly direction. Spud nodded. The RV point was a featureless patch of open ground, but it was surrounded by undulating terrain that meant it was unobservable from the road. Danny and Spud avoided the RV point itself. Instead, they started looking for suitable observation posts. They couldn't both lie up in the same place. When, if, the Kurds arrived, their strategy was clear. If everything seemed okay, Danny would approach by himself, while Spud covered the Kurds and their vehicle. For that to work, they needed to be facing the RV at a 45-degree angle to each other, at least. He and Spud identified the best locations immediately. They were two small hills, little more than mounds, really, one of them situated 50 meters northwest of the RV point, the other about 60 meters southwest. Danny headed to the northernmost OP point, Spud to the southernmost. When Danny reached his mound, he crouched down at its base and opened his Bergen. Each man, at the top of their pack, had what looked like a camouflage-patterned blanket. Back in Hereford, they'd dubbed these things combat burkas. They were fitted with electronic anti-surveillance devices. It was new technology, capable of disrupting radar and infrared signals, which the guys knew were often used to scan wide-open desert areas in search for human signatures. It was unlikely the Kurds would have such sophisticated surveillance systems, but it wasn't just the Kurds they had to worry about. This was Turkish territory, and although the Turks had given permission for a British aircraft to enter their airspace, there had been no mention of men on the ground. Hammond had warned of Russian and American SF in the region, and then, of course, there was IS. Danny donned his combat burqa, knowing that Spud would be doing the same at his OP. His radio earpiece crackled. Caitlin's voice. A single word.
Clear.
Spud responded.
Clear.
Then Danny. Clear. He carefully carried his pack and weapon onto the brow of the hill. He lay on his front, completely covered, with his weapon alongside him, clutching a small night scope. Danny focused in on the RV. It was simply a bleak, empty, wind-swept patch of open ground. Time check, 22:32 hours. An hour and 28 minutes till RV. Time was important. As soon as they made contact, they needed to advance to target, because the longer they could put in surveillance on Dulfakar's compound, to work out the lie of the land and establish the regular movements of his men, the better their chance of success. Danny lay there, totally silent, every sense on high alert, as he waited for their contacts to arrive.
"Sandringham tomorrow," Yellow 7 had said. "Tonight we party."
That had been 2 hours ago. It had briefly crossed Tony's mind that he should be staying sober. He was on duty, after all. But Yellow 7 had been quite insistent that they get pissed together. And who am I, Tony thought, to disobey a royal command? The guy had seemed so genuinely delighted that he'd found somebody to join him in his recreations, he appeared to be redoubling his efforts to have a good time. They had remained in the penthouse suite of the hotel for an hour, hoovering up Yellow 7's stash of marching powder like it was going out of fashion, and necking shots of single malt. It didn't take long for Tony to start feeling disjointed from his own body. Every time he turned his head, the lights in the room cast a trail across his vision. When Yellow 7 had called in his royal flunky and told him that he wanted to go to a club called Mohoka in downtown Dubai, Hughes had looked daggers at Tony, as if Tony himself had suddenly pushed the young man off the rails. Not that Tony gave a shit. He was happy to go along for the ride. And when his Grace had reminded him that there was no booze served in these places, so they'd better take advantage of the bar while they could, Tony had been happy to oblige. Now he was sitting in the back of a black Mercedes. Tinted windows, suited chauffeur. The regular close protection guys were in a vehicle behind them. They, too, had given Tony the dead-eye as he'd accompanied their charge out of the penthouse, through the lobby of the hotel, and into their waiting vehicle. He'd been aware of a couple of people holding up their smartphones to snap a picture, and idly wondered if his own pupils were as dilated as Yellow Seven's. "You'll like this place," his royal companion said as their Merc swept across the short causeway that linked their hotel to the Dubai mainland. He was talking quickly and had a slightly high-pitched edge to his voice. "It's where all the best tricks hang out." He grinned. "We could have a competition. See which is the best fanny magnet, the royal family or SAS." "That's not a fair fight," Tony said. "A regimented man never lets on in public that he's SAS." Yellow Seven's grin grew broader. "Bad luck," he said. Tony raised an eyebrow at him. "Maybe I don't need any extra help to score," he said. His companion doubled over with laughter, as if that was the funniest thing he'd ever heard. "You're fucking hilarious," he bellowed. "I'm telling Hughes to get you along every time I need close protection. You're a hell of a sight more fun than Dick and Dom in the other car." He jabbed his thumb over his shoulder to indicate the CP guy's vehicle behind them. Tony sniffed. The Charlie had numbed his nose, and he found himself craving a little more. Not a problem, he thought, glancing at Yellow Seven, who was still giggling to himself. Plenty where that came from. He caught sight of himself in the rearview mirror and realized he was smiling. Looked like he was landing on his feet after his summary dismissal from the Mediterranean op. The bright lights of central Dubai flashed past his peripheral vision. He realized that the coke had screwed up his sense of spatial awareness, and even of the passing of time. Before he knew it, he was walking alongside his new companion into the VIP entrance of an impossibly swanky club. Fawning staff bowed as they opened doors for them, while the two CP guys kept a respectful distance of several meters. They walked into a warm, neon-lit room with softly thudding dance music. There were private booths along the left-hand side, and the whole place was decked out like a rainforest, although whoever had designed these sparkling indoor waterfalls and beautiful verdant plants draped everywhere had obviously never spent much time in thick, stinking primary jungle. They walked up to a long neon-lit bar, the music growing louder the further into the club they went. Tony felt all eyes on them, and his senses weren't so far gone that he didn't notice that most of those eyes belonged to young women who made the hooker back at the hotel look like Susan Boyle. When they reached the bar, there were already 2 drinks waiting for them, fruit cocktails of some kind. Tony took his and raised a glass to the 2 CP guys, who were now loitering by the entrance, looking like a couple of spare parts. They scowled back at him, but Tony had already turned his attention to the rest of the guests. Like Yellow Seven, he had his back to the bar and was scanning the club, blatantly trying to pick out faces among the heavily made-up women on offer as the dance music continued to throb through him. He caught the eye of several of them. They gave him smiles that left him in no doubt that they were unlikely to put up any resistance if he were to approach them. He turned to his companion, whose pupils were even more dilated now than they had been in the car. Yellow Seven gave him a lascivious grin. "May the best man win!" he shouted over the noise of the music, before heading into the heart of the club, towards a table where 4 chicks wearing not a great deal almost seemed to be waiting for him to join them. He was a smooth bastard, Tony would give him that. He watched him suavely introducing himself for a moment, then turned his attention to his own prey. There were a couple of girls at a nearby table, 1 blonde, 1 brunette, sequined tops and plenty of makeup, the way Tony liked it, who were casting him a coy look. Tony took a gulp from his cocktail and cast another sneering glance at the CP guys, who returned it. Then he moved in for the kill. Chapter 11. Danny's hands were numb with cold. The combat burqa went some way to keeping the wind off him, but the ground itself sapped all the warmth from his body. He'd endured worse, though, and it wasn't like they would be dug in for much longer, he hoped. 3 vehicles had passed since they'd been there. He hadn't seen them, but he'd heard them, just, and seen the faint glow of their headlamps passing. Danny counted them all as suspicious. Who the hell would be driving here, miles from any town, so close to the Iraqi border, when they knew there was a chance of meeting militants of all persuasions? 23:37 hours. Danny heard a noise. Very distant, but getting louder very quickly. Seconds later, there was a sonic boom as an aircraft unseen above the cloud cover burst overhead and then disappeared into the distance. It was definitely some kind of fighter plane. Danny consulted his internal compass. The aircraft had approached from the east. Was it Russian, off to bomb rebel targets in Syria? If so, it was playing a dangerous game. The Turkish military had form when it came to shooting down Russian bombers when they strayed into their airspace. 00 hours.
Clear. Clear.
Clear. There was a moment's complete silence. Then Spud spoke over the radio for the first time since they'd dug in.
Fuckers are late. How are we supposed to trust them to get us across the Iraqi border when they can't even show up on time for the first RV?
Keep in position, Danny replied. Time passed. At 0:30 hours, each member of the unit checked in. 0100, same deal, but still no sign of the Kurds. Danny was acutely aware that the temperature was dropping. It was uncomfortable, but there was a way to go before it started having a negative effect on his body or his decision-making. He still had a creeping anxiety in his gut. Their contacts were an hour late. It was suspicious, not to mention that they had limited time to get across the border and to the stronghold. He focused on his surveillance of the RV point. There was no sign of anything, no movement, no traffic passing on the road. By 0125 hours, they were almost an hour and a half late, and Danny was getting properly worried. They were relying on these guys. Without them, the op was a non-starter. And what if there was a sinister reason for the Kurds being delayed? What if someone had got to them? What if they'd forced the details of the RV out of them? That would mean Danny and Spud were severely compromised. 0130 hours. Spud was the first to check in.
Clear.
Clear. Silence. Danny gave it 15 seconds. Caitlin, do you copy? Nothing. Danny felt a knot in his stomach. Why the hell was Caitlin not responding? Danny ran through their options. If they left their positions now, they risked missing the RV. He was sure these Kurds wouldn't want to hang around. But there was a good chance they weren't going to show anyway, and what if Caitlin was in trouble?
Situation normal, all fucked up.
Spud's voice on the radio sounded tense.
Something's happening. We need to aboard, get back to the LZ, phone in for a pickup.
Quiet, Danny interrupted him. He'd seen something, a flash of light coming from the road to the south. It was only momentary, but that made sense. The ground was undulating. If it was the headlamps of a vehicle, they'd only see it when they were pointing upwards. The decision was made for them. They couldn't risk showing themselves yet. They had company. Danny engaged the NV goggles fitted to the top of his helmet. 10 seconds passed. Another flash of light. Danny found himself clutching his weapon with a little more purpose. He squinted as a vehicle came into view, trundling heavily off-road over the undulating ground towards the RV point. Danny tried to work out what kind of vehicle it was, but the headlamps were too bright for him to see. He looked to one side as it continued to approach. 20 seconds later, it reached the RV point. The headlamps faded. A moment's silence. Then the headlamps gave 3 short flashes.
"That's the signal,"
Spud breathed.
"It's one of the signals," Danny said. "But I don't like that they're so late."
And he thought to himself, what if someone's got to Caitlin, and through Caitlin got to us?
"We'll give it 2 minutes," he said. "Check they haven't brought any friends with them." "Mucker, this is—"
"I know." They lay in complete silence. Nobody exited the vehicle, and there was no movement from anywhere else. Not that it put Danny any less on edge. In a situation like this, there was always a point where you had to make the call to break cover. It was natural to be shitting yourself when that moment happened. As his eyes recovered from the glare of the vehicle's headlamps, he found that he was able to discern it in more detail. It was a pickup truck of some description, and there was nothing subtle about it. Danny could see the outline of some kind of heavy weaponry mounted to the back, a 50 cal maybe, enough to mow down a couple of guys on foot in a matter of seconds.
"You got eyes on." "Roger that." "You clocked the hardware on the back of the pickup." "Hard to miss it. I'm covering the vehicle with a 66. Any shit from these guys, I'll blow the living fuck out of it."
Danny paused. Time to make the call.
"I'll approach," he breathed into his radio. "Don't show yourself until I give you the sign." "Roger that."
Danny rose from the ground, still hooded and wrapped in his combat burqa. It took every ounce of self-restraint not to sprint towards them. He wanted to get back to Caitlin's position, check she was okay. In truth, however, his first duty to Caitlin was to stay alive. He couldn't help her if he'd been mown down by a 50 cal. He had to play a bit smarter than that. He had the butt of his weapon pressed hard into his shoulder. As he stepped carefully forward, he kept the vehicle's windscreen firmly in his sights. He could make out the silhouettes of 2 figures in the front and passenger seats. His field of view wobbled a little as he picked his way across the rocky desert earth, but he kept the crosshairs firmly on the windscreen until he was 20 meters out. Then he stopped. He stood statue still, with his weapon engaged and the wind blowing his combat burqa. The newcomers would soon realize that they had to make the next move. The passenger door opened. A figure emerged and slammed the door shut. The noise echoed across the open ground, carried on the wind. Danny realigned his sights onto the face of the figure, only he couldn't see a face. The militant's whole head was wrapped in a black and white chamarr, with just a tiny slit for his eyes. He had an AK-47 hanging across his front by a neck sling, camouflage jacket, jeans. There was no way of identifying him as a Kurd. He moved to the front of the vehicle. "Stop there!" Danny called in Kurdish. The figure halted. 3, Danny shouted out. It was the prearranged call and response code Hammond and Alice Cracknell had given them. Danny was to call out a number. The Kurd had to respond with a number that added up to 10. Any other response meant that he'd failed the test. There was no reply. The militant stood very still. Danny suddenly realized he could hear his own heart beating. He adjusted the trajectory of his weapon so the sights were firmly planted on the militant's forehead. 5 seconds passed. 10. Danny realized the militant was counting on his fingers. He obviously knew the consequences of making a mistake. Slowly, he raised his hands. On one hand, he had 5 fingers showing. On the other, 2. 7. Danny allowed himself to breathe again. "Do you speak English?" he called.
"Of course."
The man's voice was muffled by the chamarr covering his mouth.
"That's why they sent me."
"Let's lose the headgear." The militant inclined his head, clearly not understanding. "The chamarr," Danny called. "Take it off. I want to see your face." There was a moment's hesitation, but then the militant did as he was told, slowly unwrapping the black and white chamarr. It took about 15 seconds to unfurl, revealing a sharp chin and a hooked, angular nose, and then the eyes, or rather, the eye. The left eye was closed up. A vertical scar crossed the lids with very clear horizontal stitching marks. Even in the darkness, Danny could tell that the area around it was swollen and puffy. He had the distinct impression that this was a recent wound. The militant's hair was black and close-cropped. He stood with his chin jutting out proudly, as though daring Danny to make a comment about the state of his face. He was in his mid-20s. "Get your friend out of the car," Danny said. The man turned wordlessly and nodded towards the windscreen. A second figure emerged, no Shimach, but a carbon copy of the first in terms of weaponry, with two distinct differences. The face was intact, and she was female. Her brown hair was pinned tightly to her scalp, almond eyes, dark skin, spots. She was very young, 14 max. She wore a baggy pair of sand-coloured trousers and a khaki jacket a little too big for her. She looked towards Danny with the same jutting arrogance. "What the fuck?" Danny muttered. "What time were you supposed to be here?" he demanded more loudly. The man sniffed. "Midnight?" he said lazily. "Why are you so late?" The man sneered. "Not easy to move around," he said. "Heavy presence of Daesh. We had to wait for a roadblock to finish." "We should have just killed them," the girl spat. "My sister," said the man. "She hasn't killed any Daesh yet. This is her first mission." Jesus, Danny thought. Are we at fucking kindergarten now? At least their use of the word Daesh sounded plausible. It was a term the Islamists hated, but it could still be a ruse. Danny slowly lowered his weapon. There was a fine line, he decided, between defending himself from a sudden attack by these two and offending them to such an extent that they refused to help. Some sixth sense told him he was erring on the wrong side of that line at the moment. But he knew Spud had his back. One word from Danny, and there would be fireworks. He approached. 5 meters out, he stopped. "What's your name?" "Rojan," said the man. "And you?" Danny asked the girl. "You speak to me, man," Rojan said. "Not her." Danny shook his head. "I need a name, buddy." A pause. "I am called Nazar," said the girl. She had a dry, throaty voice. "You are alone?" Rojan said. Danny didn't reply. He simply raised one hand. For a moment it was clear that Rojan and Nazar didn't know why, but after a few seconds they looked over their shoulders and saw Spud emerging from the darkness. He looked askance at Danny. He clearly wanted to know what their strategy was with regard to Caitlin. "You have something for us, man?" Rojan said, his gaze flickering between Danny and the approaching Spud. Danny nodded. "Where is it?" "Nearby. What happened to your eye?" Rojan frowned. "Daesh happened to it," he said. He turned to Nazar. "Show him." With obvious reluctance, Nazar removed a chunky smartphone from her camouflage jacket. She swiped the screen, then held it up for Danny to see. There was video footage. It was blurred and shaky, with no sound. Danny could make out a crowd of people. The crowd had parted in the middle. A line of vans drove through the centre. Attached to the back of each van was a cage. In each cage was a man dressed in an orange jumpsuit cuffed to the bars. Outside each cage, hanging onto the back of the van with their rifles pointing into the air, was an IS militant, black clothes, black balaclava, black flag with the IS symbol. The mob seemed to be cheering, and as the convoy passed through them, the camera focused in on one of the caged men. It was Rojan. His eye was freshly wounded, a weeping, bleeding socket of red. Gore dripped down his cheek. "What is this? Movie time?" Spud had reached them. The video footage finished. Nazar lowered the phone. "This was 2 weeks ago. My brother escaped. I'm going to kill the people who did this to them." "You reckon?" Danny said, just as Spud drew him to one side. "These two are a fucking joke," he said. "He's only got one eye, and what the hell's he doing bringing a fucking kid along? What kind of wanker does that?" "All they have to do is get us to the border," Danny said. "I wouldn't trust these two not to wet the fucking bed." Spud muttered as Danny tuned back into the Kurds.
"We need to get back to the road," Danny said. "We have one more person to pick up. She's waiting near here with your weapons."
No point telling them of their concerns just yet. It might frighten them off.
"She?"
Nazar said sharply.
"Yeah," Danny said. "She. I reckon you'll get on like a house on fire."
Nazar's expression told him she didn't understand what he'd said.
"Never mind," he told her. "Let's go."
He and Spud took a moment to remove their combat burkas and pack them back into their burgans, while Rojan and Nazar returned to the vehicle. Danny recognized it now as an old Toyota Hilux pickup. Front seats, rear seats, and an open section at the back where the weaponry was mounted, a 50 cal machine gun, as Danny had expected, fitted to a sturdy tripod and with the barrel pointing to the front of the pickup. The vehicle was white, but very dirty, with large off-road tires caked in mud and sand, spatters stretching up the side, and large patches of rust everywhere. A greasy stink of diesel hung around it. It had seen better days, no doubt, but if this was the vehicle in which they were going to try to get over the border into Iraq, they had to make the most of it. Nazar had the keys and made her way to the driver's door, but Danny blocked her way. She looked like she was going to argue, but thought better of it. Danny took the wheel. He drove slowly, keeping engine noise to a minimum, across the rough ground and then back along the track that led to Caitlin's vicinity. He stopped after 4 minutes and checked his GPS. The pin he'd dropped to mark Caitlin's position was 500 meters to their west. He killed the engine.
"We'll leave the vehicle here," he said.
Nazar shook her head.
"It is too valuable. If someone takes it—" "Your brother can stay here, man the machine gun." "We will both stay here," Nazar said.
Danny shook his head. There was no way he was leaving them together. If they got cold feet about the operation, the unit wouldn't see them for dust.
"You're coming with us."
She opened her mouth to object, but Danny interrupted her.
"If you want your weapons, little girl, you're coming with us."
There was a limit to how many times he could use that threat, but for now there was no further argument. All 4 of them alighted. Danny made one more attempt to raise Caitlin on the radio. Nothing doing. Rojan climbed into the back of the pickup and manoeuvred the machine gun so that it was pointing towards the rear of the vehicle, back in the direction from which they'd come.
"I am a very good shot,"
he boasted.
"Yeah, I bet you are, cowboy,"
Danny muttered. He scoped the ground towards Caitlin's location. There was no movement. He turned to the others.
"Order of march. Me, Nazar, Spud. Make no noise. You understand, Nazar? No noise. Let's go."
They moved in single file, halfway between a jog and a run, 5 meters between each of them. It took a little over a minute to negotiate the rocky ground and get to the small cliff over the cave where they'd left Caitlin. 10 meters from the cliff, Danny raised one hand. Looking over his shoulder, he was pleased to see that Nazar had stopped. Danny approached the edge of the cliff carefully, got down on one knee with his weapon ready, and looked over. Distance to the ground, 6 meters. No sound, no evidence of a threat, but that didn't mean there wasn't one. The cave mouth directly below him was out of sight. Danny jabbed one finger forward to indicate that the others should approach. They joined him silently. Spud got down into the same position and covered the brow of the cliff with his weapon, with Nazar just behind him. Danny moved over to the gully they'd used to descend and started to maneuver himself down it as quietly as possible. Halfway down, he double-checked that Spud was still covering him. The silhouette of his mate, gun barrel protruding from his chest area, was still there. It was too awkward to hold his rifle usefully as he continued to descend. Instead, he pulled his handgun from his holster and unlocked it, while his rifle swung from his neck. Every sense was on high alert, finely tuned to the smallest movement or sound. He looked back up. Spud was still effectively covering the ground in front of the cave, so Danny continued his descent, bit by bit, rock by rock. He reached the bottom of the cliff, holstered his SIG, and returned to his rifle. Distance to the cave mouth, 7 meters. He flicked down his NV goggles, engaged his weapon, and advanced. 5 meters. Pause. Listen. Nothing. 3 meters. With his weapon still covering the cave mouth, he looked up and raised one hand at Spud before turning his attention back to the cave. On the edge of his vision, he could see Spud retreating from the top of the cliff. A few seconds later, he sensed movement behind him. He knew that this was Spud leading Nazar down the gully. 60 seconds passed. Danny looked to his right. Nazar was lying on the ground, Spud on one knee covering the mouth of the cave. Danny stepped forward. He was now just 1 meter from the opening. He could see about halfway into it. Green NV haze. No movement. The temperature, already low, dropped a little more in the vicinity of the cave mouth. Despite that, Danny was sweating. The unpleasant stench hit his nostrils again. Somehow it seemed even stronger this time, more sinister. He moved forward, covering the cave mouth with his weapon. This was where they had last seen Caitlin. Now there was no sign of her. He inched into the cave. He knew he was in a dangerous position. Anyone could be hiding in there, and he was an easy target. He took 2 more steps inside. Movement. Danny twisted towards it, but suddenly felt the cold steel of a gun barrel against his right cheek. He froze. Without moving his head, he glanced right. "What's wrong with your radio?" he said. The gun barrel fell away. Caitlin stepped into his line of vision. "Dud battery, I reckon," she said shortly. "Spud gonna plug me if I step outside?" Danny engaged his radio, his tension easing. "Stand down," he instructed. He nodded at Caitlin, who moved out of the darkness of the cave into the relative light of the desert night. Danny flicked up his NV and joined her. Spud engaged the safety catch on his weapon and let it hang across his chest. Danny could see the relief in his face. "How's the Sheila?" Caitlin asked quietly, so the girl wouldn't hear their conversation. "Her name's Nazar." "She's just a kid. What idiot brought her?" "Her brother. Thinks a lot of himself." Caitlin ignored him and stepped towards the Kurdish girl. "How old are you?" she asked. 18? "The hell you are," Caitlin said. She turned to the others. "We should get away from here," she said. "There's been movement out there. Wild animals. Dogs, I think. How far's the vehicle?" 500 meters. Danny looked back to the cave. "Let's get our stuff and go." They left the halo gear where it was. Danny and Spud carried the freefall container between them. Caitlin strode up to Nazar. "Stay close to me," she said. Nazar didn't argue. She couldn't take her eyes off Caitlin, and the arrogance seemed to have left her. The weapons container was heavy, but Danny and Spud were equal to the task of transporting it across the undulating terrain towards the Hilux, even if it meant they were sweating heavily by the time they reached it. Roger was still in position at the 50 cal. "We are safe," he called when he saw them approach. "I have kept us safe." He had removed his shemagh again to reveal his sewn-up eye and seemed very relieved to see them. He jumped back down from the back of the pickup, then staggered back when he saw Caitlin bearing down on him. "What the hell are you thinking?" Caitlin hissed. "Bringing her along. What is she, 14? "Don't talk to me like that, woman," Rojan said, but he looked a little less sure of himself. Caitlin was about to go for him, but Danny got between them. "Leave it," he instructed. "I mean it." Caitlin spat. The Kurd ran over to his little sister. "We need them," Danny warned her. "Happy to have 14-year-old girls on the team now, are you?" "Not really, but we still need them." He looked over to where Rajan was putting a solicitous arm round Nazar's shoulders, but she shrugged him away and turned to Spud. "Open it," she said, pointing at the freefall container. Spud had a faint smile in his eyes, as though there was entertainment value to be gleaned from taking orders from this kid. He unsealed the canister and pulled out one of the stingers. He handed it to Rajan, who made a show of checking it over before nodding and handing it back. "What else?" he said. "Radio packs," Spud told him. "Only we need one of them now."
He removed one of the packs and threw it to Caitlin so that she could scavenge the battery. He looked around. "How far to the Iraqi border?" "About 2 hours," Roger said, as if it was nothing. He looked at his watch. "If we leave now, we'll get there just before dawn. That's a good time to cross. Most patrols change over then. We have friends on the other side of the border. They have been driving around for the last few hours looking for Daesh patrols. It is safer to travel in convoy when we reach Iraqi territory." Spud and Danny lifted the canister up into the back of the pickup. Caitlin removed her med pack from her Bergen before stowing the bag into the rear of the Hilux with the rest of the gear. "I'm driving," Danny said. Nazar stepped forward, obviously about to argue. Caitlin put one hand on her shoulder. "It's okay, honey," she said. "You sit in the back with me." The girl sniffed, but she did as she was told. Danny took the wheel with Rojan beside him. Spud and Caitlin were either side of the back seat, with Nazar in the middle. Danny turned the engine over, performed a 3-point turn, and started heading back to the T-junction. "If anyone stops us," he told Rojan, "you do exactly what we tell you. Understood?" Rojan frowned. He obviously didn't like the instruction. Danny stopped the vehicle. "Understood?" A pause. Rojan nodded. They started up again. Danny glanced in the rear-view mirror as the vehicle trundled along the rough road. Caitlin was staring in contempt at the back of Rojan's head. Nazar was watching her with rapt attention, like a kid watching her big sister. Caitlin caught Danny looking at her. Their eyes locked, and the flicker of a smile crossed her lips. There was a time, on a previous op, when Caitlin had made it pretty clear she was interested in Danny. He'd made it just as clear that was never going to happen. But he also knew Caitlin wasn't the type to take no for an answer. She held his gaze as she replaced her jacket. Danny locked his back on the road. "You okay?" he said. Caitlin looked straight ahead. "Just drive the car, Danny Black," she said, before turning her attention to the radio pack that needed fixing. December the 22nd. Chapter 12. Dawn broke over the Dubai skyline, the reflection of a blood-red sun glittering off the acres of mirrored glass. A black Mercedes with tinted windows was parked outside the front of the hotel. It had done the rounds of every exclusive club in the city before returning here 2 hours ago. The driver was tired, but he knew he couldn't sleep. Just because his royal passenger had returned to his hotel, it didn't mean the party was over. Far from it. In the penthouse suite, the main room was a mess. There were 2 empty bottles of booze on the cocktail bar, one of them lying on its side. Anyone inspecting the counter a little more closely would easily discover a dusting of white powder. There were several drinks glasses dotted around the room, some empty, some half full, and there were clothes strewn across the floor. Women's clothes, 4 sets, not much to them. 2 of the women, to whom the clothes belonged, were in one of the bedrooms that led off the main room. They were hot Eastern Europeans with creamy skin and jet-black hair who had worked out the preferences of certain rich visitors to Dubai. They were naked, apart from their jewellery, kneeling together on the bed, with their bodies pressed close, kissing. Now and then one of them would moan, then glance towards the man splayed out in the comfortable armchair on the far side of the room, watching them. Tony Wiseman had a chunky tumbler of scotch in one hand, and he watched the show these 2 girls were putting on for him. He knew their sound effects were entirely for his benefit, but he didn't care. All in all, his evening had turned out better than he'd expected. He'd ended up inside his own personal porn movie. It sure beat slumming it on some ship with a bunch of stinking Marines and those cunts Danny Black and Spud Glover. The thought of them made him take another pull of his drink. He must have frowned involuntarily, because one of the girls, Tony couldn't remember their names, looked suddenly worried. She disentangled herself from her friend and walked over to him, her naked hips sashaying seductively. "What's the matter, honey?" she said. "We're not doing what you like?" "You're doing fine," Tony told her. He put one hand on her naked ass as she bent over and started to unbutton his shirt. "Why not come and join us?" she whispered. Yeah, Tony thought. Maybe I will. He downed the rest of his drink, let the empty glass drop onto the carpet, and pushed himself up out of his chair, with the girl still semi-draped over him. He stroked the curve of her hips and allowed himself to stare greedily at her breasts. "Get back to the bed," he told her. The girl did as she was told, but halfway there she stopped. A noise had come from an adjoining room. A woman's scream, half scared, half pained. The two girls exchanged a worried look, but Tony was already striding towards the door, buttoning up his shirt. Any sensation of drunkenness had disappeared. "Stay there," he told the girls, before exiting the bedroom. There was nobody in the main room of the suite. It was exactly as Tony had left it. There was another scream, panicked this time. It came directly from the room Tony knew to be Yellow Seven's bedroom, where he'd disappeared with two girls of his own 20 minutes ago. Tony hesitated for a moment. Then, instead of entering that bedroom, he moved swiftly over to the main entrance to the suite. He knew the CP guys would be manning the door. Clearly, they hadn't heard the screams. They'd have barged in at the slightest hint of trouble. Something told Tony he didn't want that to happen, so he locked the door from the inside before running back across the room and bursting into his new mate's bedroom. It was carnage in here. Bedclothes were strewn all over the floor. A bottle had smashed on the carpet. Of the two girls Yellow Seven had taken to bed, one was in the corner of the room, a large white bath sheet pulled up to cover her naked body. The other was standing naked between the bed and the door. She had a swollen eye and a bleeding lip. Her hair was badly messed up, as though she'd been in a struggle. Yellow Seven was standing in front of her, wearing a white robe. He had red eyes and a spaced-out expression. The girl was staring at him in utter terror. There was no doubt in Tony's mind as to who had roughed her up. Self-preservation was second nature to Tony Wiseman. He knew immediately that this scenario could end up very badly for him. Yellow Seven, fueled up on booze and coke, slapping some bird around on Tony's watch. He knew how the world worked. Only one person was going to get the blame for this, and it wasn't the guy standing in front of him in a dressing gown. He had to make some decisions, and fast. Tony strode up to him. "Get in the bathroom," he said. Yellow Seven looked like he was going to argue. "Do it!" Tony pushed him in the right direction. He stumbled out of the bedroom and slammed the door behind him. Tony hurried over to where the girl was cowering in the corner. He grabbed her arm and pulled her across the room to where the girl with the mashed-up face was standing. He spoke in a low, aggressive voice. "This is what happened," he said. "You were invited back here for a drink. You accepted. While you were here, I saw you sneak into our friend's bedroom and try to steal from him. I confronted you, and you went to me with a knife. I retaliated." The girls looked at him in horror. "He got angry because we refused—" "I don't want to hear it, love. Trust me, if it comes to it, it'll be the word of a couple of hookers against a member of the British royal family. Who do you think the Dubai authorities are going to side with? You ladies will be in one of their shithole prisons before you fucking know it. No one will believe you." The girl with the bruises started to cry. The other one just blinked at him uncomprehendingly. "Get your clothes on," Tony told her with a sneer, "and get out, now!" The two girls scrambled out of the bedroom. Tony followed. Less than an hour ago, he'd been watching appreciatively as they undressed. Now he barely looked at them as they put their clothes back on. Instead, he walked into the bedroom he'd been using. The two girls had put on toweling robes. They were sitting on the edge of the bed, clearly anxious. "Time to go home," Tony told them. One of them started to ask a question. She didn't get the chance. "Out!" Tony shouted. "Now!" He could tell they had suddenly become frightened of him. Good. He followed them out into the main room. The other two girls were dressed, but they looked a mess, their makeup tear-stained and streaming. One of them moved towards the main door, but tripped in her high heels as she went. "Wait," Tony told her. "You all leave together." It took the two remaining girls less than 30 seconds to dress. Nobody spoke. The girl with the split lip looked fucking awful. If anyone saw her, they'd ask questions. Tony moved to the front door and opened it. The two CP guys were there. They looked knackered and pissed off, but clearly knew something was going down. Maybe they'd heard the door locking. "Is there a back way out of here?" Tony demanded. One of them nodded. Tony looked over his shoulder. "These four are leaving. Make sure nobody sees them. Take each one home. Make sure you see their front doors closed behind them. We'll take our instructions from his—" He didn't finish the sentence. Tony grabbed him by the collar and pushed him hard up against the wall. "You'll do what I fucking say," he breathed, "unless you want to end up on the front page of the Sun and out of a job. Got it?" He didn't wait for the answer. He just strode back into the room where the girls, fully dressed and terrified, were waiting. "Any of you sluts mention a word of this, you'll be screwed. Your family will be screwed," he said. He strode up to the girl who'd been roughed up. "And if you think you look bad now, wait till I have a go at you. Now get out of here!" They couldn't wait to leave. 10 seconds later, Tony was alone in the room. He gathered his thoughts, then headed back into the royal bedroom. No sign of him, so he rapped hard on the bathroom door. No answer. He tried the handle. The door opened. Yellow 7 was sitting on the edge of the bath. He was still wearing his robe, and he had the bright-eyed, slightly wild expression of someone dosed up with marching powder. He sniffed and licked his lips rather fast. "Are they gone?" he asked. "Gone," Tony said. "Got a bit carried away. Hope they don't mention it." "They won't. I saw to it." Yellow 7 smiled. "Sweet," he said, his eyes going slightly out of focus. It's good to have you on board." He stood up rather uncertainly. "We'll find a job for you, with the family, if you're interested." Tony walked over to the shower and switched it on. "Get cleaned up," he said. "We need to leave Dubai this morning." Yellow 7 blinked. "Why?" he said. "I thought we were having a blast." "This morning," Tony repeated. A pause. "Right," Yellow 7 said. "Sweet." Tony left, closing the bathroom door behind him. He scanned the room, immediately picking out a couple of glasses dotted around the place. He gathered them up and looked at the rims. Lipstick. He rummaged in a wardrobe and found a sturdy bag intended for dirty linen. He dumped the glasses into it, then examined the bedclothes. There was a smear of blood on one of the pillowcases. He stuffed that into the bag too. He could hear the shower still running, and he took a moment to pause. What had the twat said? "We'll find a job for you, with the family." Part of him recoiled at the thought. He'd be the laughing-stock of Hereford. But another part of his brain was coldly calculating the potential benefit to him. It was well known that the SAS gave the Royals a bit of a hard-on. Now and then they took a regiment guy, usually a Rupert, under their wing. The chosen one would be in attendance at every royal event. He'd appear in the background of every royal photo. He'd have unprecedented access, and he'd be made for life. There was no doubt about it. If that jumped-up little turd with his penchant for nose candy and slapping around hookers was in Tony's debt, he, Tony, could work it to his advantage. Big time. He looked down at the bag of incriminating evidence in his fist. That stupid bitch sure chose the wrong party to join. But it wasn't Tony's problem. He just needed to get rid of the evidence, then get his grace on a plane back to London before anybody started sniffing around. If he did that right, things could be looking up for him. And Tony couldn't help but enjoy the thought that it would have Danny Black laughing on the other side of his stupid, smug face. Danny drove east. He knew from his mental snapshot of the terrain that the road was following the Syrian border a couple of clicks to its north. They'd been travelling for half an hour, mostly in silence, apart from the occasional one-word direction from Rojan. They'd seen nobody on these rough, unpopulated roads. Hereford had chosen their insertion point well, but Danny was very aware that anyone they encountered would be a potential threat. Nobody would be driving round these parts if they didn't have a good reason to be here, and the only good reason to be here was military. All Danny's senses were on high alert. "Describe the border crossing to me," he said. It is a river crossing, Roger replied. Dry in the summer, flowing in the winter, but shallow if you know the right place, which I do. This vehicle can cross it easily. Almost as if in response to Roger's words, big droplets of rain spattered hard against the windscreen. A minute later, it was raining ferociously. The Hilux's headlamps cut through the rain, but their visibility was reduced to 10 meters max, with the wipers squeaking ineffectively. "How far is the crossing from the nearest official border checkpoint?" Danny asked, above the noise of the water hammering on the top of the vehicle. 30 miles in either direction. I told you, it's a good place. They fell silent again. Danny could sense the tension emanating from Caitlin and Spud in the back. "Your friends on the Iraqi side of the border," Danny said. "How many?" 4, maybe 5. "How many vehicles?" 1, maybe 2. "Which?" Danny asked peevishly. 1 or 2? Roger pulled out her mobile phone and started to dial a number. "What are you doing?" "Calling them." "Put the phone down." "I said, put the fucking phone down." He grabbed it from Roger's fist and threw it to the floor. "What are you doing?" Roger demanded angrily. "Daesh are not listening into our phones. We know that." "They're not the only people we have to worry about," Danny snapped, and he meant it. It was inconceivable that GCHQ weren't hacking every communication they could pick up along this border. If GCHQ were doing it, you could bet your bottom dollar that the Yanks were doing the same. The unit's orders were very clear: do nothing to alert the Americans to their presence. That meant keeping mobile communications to an absolute minimum. He didn't explain all that to the Kurds. Rojan's irritation was palpable. Danny didn't care. He just kept driving. Time check, 04:15 hours. 60 minutes till dawn. The rain hadn't let up. The inside of the windscreen kept fogging from the breath of so many people in the vehicle. The tires felt sluggish on the ground. It was difficult driving, but that was okay by Danny. The rain kept them camouflaged to an extent. "Go right at the junction up ahead," Roger said. "Off the road." These were the first words he'd spoken since their argument about the phone, and he had a sulky tone of voice. Danny nodded. After 300 meters, they came to an unmarked T-junction. The terrain to the right was marshy. Danny slowed down and knocked the vehicle into first gear to avoid wheel spin, then killed the headlamps. "What are you doing?" Roger asked. "You won't be able to see." Danny lowered his NV goggles from the top of his helmet. "I'll be able to see just fine," he said. The world outside turned into a green haze, with every bump and undulation of the terrain ahead clearly defined, despite the darkness and the rain. "Distance to the border crossing?" "About 2 kilometers, Roger said. Danny nodded. He maneuvered the vehicle slowly and carefully through the driving rain. He didn't even need to look in the rearview mirror to check that Spud and Caitlin had engaged their own NV. He could sense their tension in the air. "You come to a hill in 1,500 meters, Roger said. "Once you go over the hill, you can see it in the distance. There is a barbed wire fence on the other side of the river." "Do you have any cutting tools?" Spud asked from the back of the vehicle. "You won't need them," Nazar piped up. "We already cut a section out of the fence." There was a pause. "When did you cut it?" Spud asked. "Does it matter?" Roger said. "When did you cut it?" "About 12 hours ago." There was a pause. It was as if none of the unit wanted to ask the question that they all had in their head. "This section you cut out of the fence," Spud said finally. "You replaced it, right? It doesn't look like you cut anything out." Silence. Danny braked. He turned to Rojan. "Answer him," he said. "No," Rojan said defensively. "Of course not. What's the point? It's just a small gap, a few meters." Danny swore under his breath, and he heard a restrained, "For fuck's sake," from Spud. The Kurds had made an elementary error. A hole in the border fence, no matter how small,
would be a beacon to anyone patrolling the area. It didn't matter who, Iraqi or Turkish authorities, IS patrols, border guards. Anyone who saw it would know that someone had got or was planning to get a vehicle through there, and that meant there was a high probability that someone would be watching the crossing point.
"Don't worry about it,"
Rojan said, though his voice quavered slightly.
"We cross this border all the time. It will be fine."
None of the unit answered. Danny knocked the vehicle back into first gear and continued to trundle south towards the border, his mind turning over. What should they do? Abort? Try to find another border crossing? That could take days. They only had hours. 5 slow, tense minutes passed. There was no let-up in the rain. Through the green haze of his NV, and by the feel of the engine's traction on the wet ground, Danny could tell that the gradient of the terrain had started to increase. This must be the hill Rojan had mentioned. Danny stopped the vehicle, engaged the handbrake, and killed the engine.
"What are you doing?"
Rojan asked.
"We're not there yet."
"We need to check the border crossing. Make sure there are no threats waiting for us."
"There won't be,"
Rojan said.
"There never are."
"That doesn't mean there never will be," Danny replied. "Especially if you've left a signal for everyone, like a section of missing fencing. You and Nazza stay here." He looked at Spud and Caitlin. "Get out," he said. They were drenched the moment they stepped outside. They stood in a huddle in front of the car. "Caitlin, I want you to stay with them while me and Spud do a recce, and before you argue, it's only because the girl seems to trust you." He looked up the hill. "We'll get eyes on the border crossing from the rise, see if there's anything suspicious. Then we'll make a call whether or not to cross." Caitlin frowned. She obviously wasn't happy at being excluded for a second time, but she didn't argue. She returned to the car, leaving Danny and Spud in the downpour, NV engaged, the world around them a teeming green haze. Wordlessly, they jogged up the hill. Distance to the rise, 20 metres. They went to ground 5 metres short of it. Danny removed his night sight. Then they crawled the remaining distance through the wet, muddy earth before carefully edging to the vantage point and looking down towards the Iraqi border. He didn't need the night sight to realize they had a problem. There was a vehicle. All Danny could see of it was red lights, which told him that it was facing away from them. He quickly disengaged his NV goggles and scanned the area with his night sight. A couple of seconds' observation revealed the river itself. It was about 50 metres from their position and 100 metres in width, with high reeds along either bank. The border fencing was on the far side of the river, just as Rojan had said. It was about 6 metres high, with upright posts every 5 metres, joined by rolls of razor wire. The gap that Rojan had cut in the fence was almost directly in front of them. The vehicle was driving away from the gap. With the benefit of the night sight, Danny could see that it was a 4x4 of some description, not unlike their own Hilux. Danny and Spud watched it leave. It took less than a minute for the red lights to disappear into the drenched darkness. They retreated back behind the rise.
"The border crossing's compromised," Spud said. "That fucking Kurdish tosspot screwed up the whole op."
Danny gave it a moment's thought. "We need to find another crossing point."
"Mucker, it's not going to happen," Spud said. "We need to get the hell out of here. It's 80-20. Someone knows there's going to be a covert border crossing. They'll be fucking waiting for us."
Danny knew he was right. "Let's get back to the others," he said. They slid back down the slope. By the time they reached the Hilux again, they were truly soaked through and covered in sticky, wet mud. Not that it mattered. They got back into the car and explained what they'd seen. Caitlin swore viciously.
"You're worrying too much," Rojan said. "It was probably just our friends on the other side of the border. They're expecting us, remember?"
"We can't be sure of that," Danny said. "Is there any other crossing point?"
"No," Rojan said. "Not for miles, and they'll be manned. This is the only place. Trust me."
Silence in the car. The rain hammered noisily. "We abort," Danny said. "Get on to Hereford, request a pickup, dig in for the day, and return to our LZ under cover of night."
"Roger that," Spud growled. Caitlin nodded, full agreement. Trying to drive through a compromised crossing point broke every standard operating procedure in the book. It was potential suicide. Roger suddenly slammed one hand on the dashboard. "You see what they did to me?" he spat. He pointed at his wounded face. "Don't you see what they did to me? And you're going to give up now because you're too scared to cross the border?" "Get used to it," Danny said, "because that's what's happening." "Fine," Roger said. "Get out of the car. We'll cross the river, Naza and me. When we're on the other side, you can walk across. I'll cover you with my gun." He jabbed his thumb backwards to indicate the 50 cal on the back of the Hilux. Danny thought about it. It was hardly ideal. Roger would be putting himself right in the firing line. But if he was willing to do it, they could maybe make this work, because if there was a vehicle fording the river, it would hold the attention of anyone watching it, which meant that any other activity on the river might go unnoticed. He turned to the other members of his team. Spud nodded almost imperceptibly. He clearly knew the risk the Kurd was taking and what Danny was thinking. "Naza stays with us," Caitlin said. "No way," said Roger. "She's my sister. She stays with me." "No," Danny interrupted. "She's just a kid. I'm not letting you put her in the firing line." "But forget it," Caitlin cut in. "You do it alone, or we turn back now." She looked so fiercely at Roger that he instantly backed down. Naza, being a kid, was only half the reason for holding her back, of course. They needed at least one of them alive if they were to hook up with their Kurdish mates on the Iraqi side of the border. "Do you know how deep the water gets on either side of the ford?" Danny said. Roger, still sulking, put his right hand to the level of his chest. "Maybe a bit higher," he said, "in this weather." Danny sniffed and wiped a drop of rain from his eyes. "Okay, you take the vehicle. The rest of us will wade through the river on foot. We'll be behind you and to your left. If you get into trouble, we can supply fire support." "There won't be any trouble," Roger said confidently. "We'll see," Danny murmured. "We need to unload our gear." "The weapons container stays with me," Roger replied. That was fine by Danny. He got back out into the pouring rain, along with Spud, Caitlin, and Naza. They grabbed their Bergens from the back of the Hilux. Before they slung them over their shoulders, however, they silently went about the business of preparing their packs for the river crossing. Each Bergen had a waterproof lining, with a Ziploc-type seal at the top. Danny checked the seal was firmly closed. This would not only keep the contents watertight, the air trapped inside would turn the Bergen into a makeshift flotation device, very hard to sink and useful to hold on to if they found themselves getting washed away. He had 2 full water canteens in the side of the Bergen, which he emptied out before returning them to the side pockets. The empty bottles would add to the Bergen's buoyancy. Spud and Caitlin were finishing the same operation, while Danny moved to the driver's window, where Roger had taken his place behind the wheel and was scratching his closed-up eye socket. "Wait 10 minutes," he said. "That should give us enough time to get to the water's edge. When you move, keep your headlamps off and drive slowly. It'll keep the engine noise down. Do you understand?" Roger faced forward and nodded curtly. He clearly didn't like taking instructions. "When you get to the other side, point your machine gun to the southeast. That's the direction we saw the vehicle leaving." "I know that," Roger said. "I'm not stupid. Just go. It will be dawn soon." He wound up his window without looking at Danny. Danny swore under his breath. He didn't have time to argue. He estimated that they'd lose the cover of darkness in 25 minutes. If they were going to cross the border, it had to be now. Chapter 13. "Do you understand what we're doing?" Caitlin asked Naza. The girl looked unsure. She didn't answer. "There's the river," Caitlin said. "On the other side of the river is the border fence. Your brother cut a hole in it, which means people on the other side might be expecting us to cross. So your brother is taking the vehicle across by himself. While he does that, we're going to wade through the river out of sight. It's our best chance of keeping safe." "What if Daesh shot at him?" Naza asked. Then we'll shoot back. Nazar looked across at her brother, who was still sitting behind the wheel, scratching his eye. He's very brave, Nazar said. Yeah, Caitlin muttered. He's a regular Ned Kelly. Danny walked up to them. Stick close to her, Danny told Nazar, pointing at Caitlin. When I raise my hand like this, get to the ground immediately. You understand? Nazar nodded. Caitlin took Danny to one side. She spoke quietly, so Nazar couldn't hear them. If the crossing is compromised, Rogin's a dead man. I know, Danny said, glancing at the kid. The 3 unit members engaged their NV goggles. Danny jogged over to Rogen's vehicle. The Kurd lowered his window. Give us 10 minutes to get to the river, Danny said. Then make the crossing. Rogen nodded wordlessly, then shut his window. Danny returned to the others. Let's go, he said. He led them back up the slope, with Caitlin directly behind him, then Nazar, then Spud. As before, they stopped short of the brow of the hill, and Danny carefully scanned the area beyond the border fence. There was no sign of any movement or threat. Maybe Rogen was right. Maybe this was a safe crossing. But Danny was not about to risk the safety of his team on the back of a maybe. Crouching low, they crested the top of the hill and hurried back down below the ridge, where they would be less visible. They struck off at a bearing of 30 degrees anti-clockwise, so that when they hit the river, they would be well clear of the shallow ford where Rogen would be crossing. Advancing carefully, it took 5 minutes for them to hit the water's edge 100 meters east of the ford. Here it was marshy underfoot, and difficult to walk among the waist-high reeds that lined the river, and which were battered by the heavy rain. Spud stood 4 meters to Danny's left. Caitlin and Nazar stood an equivalent distance to his right. This was the correct positioning. Danny could see there was a reasonably fast current flowing from right to left. Danny and Spud would be able to withstand it, and so would Caitlin if she was on her own. But with Nazar clinging onto her, there was a chance of them being knocked downstream. Danny and Spud would be there to catch her if necessary. Danny looked over his right shoulder. In the green haze of his NV, he could see the Hilux slowly cresting the hill towards the crossing point. He loosened his Bergen so that it was hanging over just one shoulder. He held his weapon cocked and locked, horizontally in front of him. Then he waded out through the reeds into the river. He was entirely soaked already, so the river water did not make his shoes or clothes any wetter, but he could instantly tell that the running water was several degrees colder than the air. The current was also a little faster than he'd anticipated. He hoped Caitlin would be able to hold on to Nazar. The unit waded forward in a flat line. The riverbed was soft, and Danny's boots sank a good couple of inches into the mud. 8 meters out, he checked on the position of the Hilux again. It had only just reached the bottom of the hill. It looked like Rogen was taking Danny's advice about driving slowly. Good. The river became suddenly unexpectedly deeper. Danny sank up to his chest and almost lost his footing. He felt his Bergen floating obstinately behind him. The noise of the rain fizzed on the surface of the water, but he could still hear Nazar gasp. He looked to his left, ready to catch her if necessary, but Caitlin had one arm round the girl, and she looked rock-solid against the current. 30 meters in, 70 meters to the far side. The river depth had remained constant. The current, if anything, was a little weaker here, making it easier for them to wade across. Over his shoulder, Danny saw that the Hilux had reached the water's edge. It stopped for a few seconds, then moved slowly into the river. The unit continued forward. They were halfway across now, and Danny thought he could maybe feel the water becoming an inch or two shallower. Looking to his right, he could see that Nazar was shivering badly. They needed to get her out of the water as quickly as possible. Shit! Spud's voice to Danny's left. What the hell's he doing? Danny looked again. Now it was his turn to swear. The Hilux was halfway across the river, 100 meters due west of their position. It had picked up speed. Plumes of churned-up water were spewing from its wheel arches, and even over the noise of the rain, Danny could now hear the vehicle's engine, a high-pitched scream as it revved its way through the water. The unit instinctively lowered themselves so the water lapped over their shoulders.
Danny kept eyes on the Hilux. It was only 30 meters from the far side of the river now. 20 meters. 10. He looked beyond, desperately scanning the Iraqi side for threats. Nothing. Rojan was going to make it. He was emerging from the river and heading towards the gap in the fence. Danny saw the explosion before he heard it. In an instant, the Hilux transformed into a massive fireball. A split second later, the roar of the explosion hit their ears. It was massively loud, even from this distance across the water. Danny knew for a certainty that it would have been heard for a radius of at least a mile. Burning debris shot up into the air, and there were a number of secondary explosions, probably the ammunition in the weapons canister detonating. A scream from Nazar, blood-curdling. "My brother!" "Get under the water!" Danny shouted. But Spud had already done that, and Caitlin was in the process of dragging Nazar under to protect them from any flying debris. Danny struggled out of his Bergen, took a deep breath, and then pushed himself under the floating pack. 10 seconds. 20. He re-emerged, knowing that any shrapnel would now have fallen. The Hilux was a flaming shell, but even worse, he could see the headlamps of a vehicle beyond it, on the other side of the broken border fence. Impossible to tell its distance under these conditions. Maybe 500 meters? Maybe less, but definitely approaching. Fast. "Get back to the Turkish side!" he yelled. But a moment later, he realized that wouldn't be possible. Nazar was no longer with Caitlin. They'd become separated. The Kurdish girl was now moving downstream, all arms and legs, a riot of splashes. She was at least 20 meters away, out of control, and the current was pushing her towards the Iraqi side. Even worse, Caitlin was following her. The headlamps were getting closer to the burning Hilux, less than 400 meters at an estimate. Spud was next to Danny. "We can't get separated!" he shouted. He was right. They were more effective as a unit of 3. It meant following Caitlin. "Go!" he said, before launching himself after the women. He felt himself having to restrain a surge of panic. It would only take the headlamps of that vehicle to fall in the wrong direction, and they'd be lit up like a Christmas tree. They needed cover, fast. That meant getting to the reeds on the Iraqi side as quickly as possible. Danny half ran, half swam, surging through the water that suddenly felt as thick as molasses. Up ahead, he saw Caitlin grab Nazar, who was shivering and clearly in a state of great panic. The water was only waist-deep now, the far side 15 meters away. Danny checked on the approaching vehicle. It was 100 meters from the blazing Hilux, which put it about 170 meters from the unit's position, and approaching the gap in the border fence. Close enough for them to be seen if they were unlucky. "Move!" he hissed at the others. They surged forward towards the bank, covering the final 10 meters in less than 10 seconds. The border fence was 20 meters away. As soon as they reached the reeds, they flung themselves down into them, half submerged in the marshy ground. Spud was within earshot, about 3 meters to his left, while Caitlin and Nazar were 10 meters behind him. He could hear Nazar crying and struggling. "Caitlin, keep her quiet," Danny hissed into his radio. He slung his wet rucksack in front of him, used it to rest his weapon on, raised his NV goggles, and surveyed the scene through the sight of his weapon. "No one move," he whispered. His field of view was somewhat obscured by the reeds, but he could make out the bare bones of what was unfolding ahead of him. The vehicle had reached the remains of the Hilux, from which thick smoke was now billowing as the rain hit the flames. Whatever had destroyed it was no makeshift IED. Danny's money was on an anti-tank mine. But who the hell would be laying serious explosives like that? Danny flicked through the possibilities in his mind. IS militants? Turkish border guards? He didn't think so. He remembered Hammond's warning before they deployed. "You realize that you won't be the only SF team on the ground in northern Iraq?" Men emerged from the new vehicle, at least 7, maybe 8. They were armed and possibly dressed in camouflage gear, though it was difficult to see through the rain. He couldn't make out their faces, but he could tell by the way they surrounded the Hilux with their weapons prepared that they weren't idiots. They were taking the time to double-check that there was no chance of any threat coming from the smouldering shell of the vehicle. 15 seconds later, the group of men split up. Danny could tell now that there were 8 of them. 3 disappeared out of sight beyond the Hilux. They were obviously going to comb the riverbank in that direction. 2 stayed by the Hilux. The remaining 3 were heading the unit's way. Each man had a torch fitted to their rifle. They moved slowly and carefully, scanning the area ahead of them, paying particular attention to the reed beds. Distance, 50 meters, and closing.
"Do we engage them?"
Spud hissed. Danny paused. A firefight was the last thing they wanted. It put them at risk, and a noise could alert other people to their presence. Much better to stay hidden here in the tall reeds if possible. But that might not be possible. The 3 armed men were doing a thorough job. If they got too close, the unit might not have any alternative. Sometimes the only option was to shoot first. And they were now only 40 meters away. 30. They were walking in a flat line about 3 meters apart. Danny directed his sights to the guy on his right. He knew, without having to ask, that as Spud was on his left, he'd have the guy on the left lined up.
"Hold your fire,"
Danny breathed. There was a sudden surge of more powerful rain. The 3 guys looked up, and for a hopeful moment, Danny thought it would make them retreat. It didn't. They just started moving more quickly, as if they wanted to get the job done sooner. 20 meters. What if these were the Kurds? Danny cursed himself for not thinking of that before. He spoke very quietly into his radio.
"Caitlin, do you copy?"
"Roger that." "Can NASA identify them?" A pause. Then Caitlin said,
"Negative. She says they're not our contacts."
That was all Danny needed to know. 15 meters. He squinted suddenly. One of the torch beams had shone directly into his sight, dazzling him. When he regained his vision a few seconds later, he knew immediately that something was wrong. The 3 men had stopped, and one of them was shining his torch directly at Spud. Even if he couldn't see Spud himself, he had surely noticed the impression he was making on the reed bed, which meant there was only one call to make.
"Take the shot,"
Danny said. Chances were that the 2 guys on either side of the trio never even knew what happened. Danny and Spud fired at exactly the same moment. The 2 reports of their weapons sounded like one, and the rounds found their targets in the men's chests with deadly, unswerving accuracy. They collapsed immediately, but Danny had already turned his attention to the 3rd man. At the sound of the weapons, he had dropped to the ground so quickly that Danny had insufficient time to engage him. Alarm bells rang immediately. Whoever this was, his reflexes were instant, and he wasn't panicking. This was not some IS shit-kicker. This was a pro. It wouldn't save him, though. Danny and Spud both knew where he had fallen. Danny altered the trajectory of his weapon just a few degrees. He clicked the safety switch to semi-automatic. Then he fired a substantial burst of rounds towards where the target lay. Spud did the same. The resulting thunder of gunfire lasted only a few seconds, but it was deafening. There was no doubt that it could be heard from a substantial distance. The other gunman, whose vehicle was by the blazing Hilux 150 meters away, now surely knew they were there. As their weapons fell silent, Danny heard screaming from the guy they'd just hit. It didn't last long, fading seconds later into a long, gurgling sigh. Danny's attention was already elsewhere. 5 enemy remaining, well-trained, well-armed. He could see through his sights the silhouettes of the other 3 men running back to their vehicle next to the burning Hilux. For a split second, he considered trying to take one of them out, but he knew it was a risky shot, and there was a chance of giving away their position if they hadn't already done so. And then the moment was gone. Their enemy had taken cover behind their vehicle.
"These are trained soldiers,"
Spud confirmed Danny's intuition. There was a tense edge to his voice.
They had white skin, not Iraqi or Turkish. Who the hell are they?
Danny didn't have an answer, just more questions.
And why did they booby-trap the border crossing?
But they couldn't waste time figuring these things out. They were still in the heart of a firefight.
We need to keep our positions, he said. If we show ourselves, they'll be on to...
He didn't finish. There was a sudden burst of automatic fire from the direction of the vehicle. A dull, clunking, heavy sound that told Danny this was more than an assault rifle. More like a machine gun. Rounds whizzed over their heads and exploded on the riverbank all around them. As the ammunition flew, and just before he pressed his body hard into the ground to protect himself from the incoming, he caught sight of two figures heading towards them in a pincer movement, protected by the covering fire. And then, from the vehicle, another burst of movement. One of the armed personnel had pulled down the rear panel of the Hilux. Something smaller than a human and much faster darted out.
"Attack dog!"
Danny shouted. The dog was unbelievably quick. It shot towards them, barely visible through the reeds, eating up the 150 meters between them so speedily that it was simply impossible for Danny to track it through the sight of his rifle. With his naked eye, he saw it cross the open ground in seconds and hurtle between the two approaching armed personnel, and when there was a momentary lull in the covering fire, he heard the animal bark twice. Danny was a dog man. He could hear the aggression in that bark. He lost sight of the animal, but knew it was less than 50 meters away. He grabbed the handgun holstered in his ops waistcoat as he said into his radio,
"Put the dog down if you can."
The covering fire started up again. The pincer movement guys continued advancing.
"Where the hell is it?"
Spud hissed. Another bark. Somehow, the dog was to their left.
"Caitlin!"
he shouted.
"It's going for you and Nazar! Put it down! Put it down!"
Seconds later, his warning was met by a scream. Nazar! Danny rolled onto his back so he could see what was happening behind him. Caitlin and Nazar were lying on their fronts 10 meters away. Just as he turned, Danny saw the dog hit hard and fast. As it leapt through the reeds towards them, he immediately identified the dog as a Malinois. Lean, hungry, like a skinny Alsatian, it was all bones and muscle. It was going for Nazar, leaping through the air in a perfect trajectory towards the girl. Caitlin's reaction was instinctive and lightning fast. She hurled herself towards Nazar, covering the girl's body with her own to protect her. A fraction of a second later, the dog thumped against Caitlin, landing directly on her back. Nazar screamed. Caitlin squirmed and tried to roll over, but the dog instantly clamped its jaws into Caitlin's upper arm and started shaking its head violently. The pain had to be bad, because the screams that followed didn't come from Nazar, but from Caitlin, who was tussling and rolling with the dog. There was an aggressive low growling and snarling. Danny aimed his handgun in their direction, trying to line it up with the dog, but it was impossible. The movement was too fierce and frenzied. He risked shooting Caitlin instead. Suddenly, there were 3 muffled gunshots. The attack dog whimpered momentarily, then fell away from Caitlin. She'd obviously managed to get some rounds into the Malinois' guts to put it down, but even from this distance, Danny could hear her heavy breathing, stuttering and painful, and small, terrified whimpers from Nazar. He could tell the girl was frightened, but unhurt. The same was not true of Caitlin. An attack dog like that could easily kill a man. Caitlin could be in a very bad way.
"Danny!"
Spud's voice was tense. Danny rolled over to his front again. The attack dog was dead, but it had done its job of identifying their position. The enemy personnel knew where they were now. Danny surveyed the open ground between them and the vehicle. The 2 advancing men had gone to ground. Danny did not doubt that they had their position in their sights. If the unit tried to move, they were dead. More gunfire, low across the reeds. Assault rifles, 7.62s. It came from the 2 advancing men. They were covering the remaining 3 men, enabling them to move forward from the vehicle. Jesus, these fuckers were really after them. Danny suppressed a surge of panic in his gut. They were truly pinned down by professional guys with excellent combat skills. It wouldn't surprise him if these were Special Forces soldiers. In a corner of his brain, he started cursing himself for going with Rojan's plan. But he quickly cut off that line of thought. He needed to focus entirely on the present, which wasn't looking good. Silence. Time seemed to slow down. He heard Spud hiss, "Frag!" He had only half a second to consider whether a grenade would be a good idea. There was a good chance it would wound one of the men, but again the movement involved in throwing it might give away their exact position. Before the enemy gunfire started up again, short, coughing barks of automatic fire that told Danny without even having to look that the enemy were advancing again. He tried to evaluate their options. Should they get back into the river, allow the current to pull them downstream? No. Caitlin was wounded. They'd be dead the moment they emerged from the reeds. There was nowhere else they could take cover here. It meant their only option was to engage the shooters. But that meant 3 against 5 with no cover. The gunfire fell silent again. Danny estimated that the 5 targets were 25 meters away. They had to do something. He slowly felt in his ops waistcoat for a fragmentation grenade. They'd run out of options. "Frags on 3, he whispered to Spud. "Ready? Ready? 1, 2. The enemy fire started up again, deafening. At least 2 weapons, their rounds falling even closer. Danny was about to shout 3 and pull the pin on his frag when something stopped him. A new burst of gunfire. Heavy weaponry, at least a 50 cal by the sound of it, from a distance of maybe 100 meters. It completely dominated the relatively puny bark of the enemy's rifles, and it chugged on relentlessly, 10 seconds, 15 seconds, before stopping as suddenly as it had begun. When it finished, it was replaced by the sound of agonized screams, 3 voices, maybe 4, the unmistakable shrieks of men who would be dead in a matter of seconds. Danny was breathing heavily, his heart pumping fast. He looked gingerly through the sights of his rifle. Perched on the horizon, 100 meters to his 11 o'clock, just beyond the gap in the border fence, was a second pickup truck, much like the Hilux that was now no longer even smoldering. And like the Hilux, it had, mounted on the back, a 50 cal machine gun pointing directly at them. The pickup started moving towards them, trundling slowly. The screaming had stopped. That didn't mean all the enemy targets were dead, but they were severely weakened. "Everyone stay down," Danny hissed into his radio. He could see that the 50 cal was manned by a single gunner, and while he had his suspicions about who these people were, he sure as hell didn't want to make a mistake and start firing on the unit. 20 seconds passed. For the first time in what seemed like hours, the rain suddenly subsided a little. Danny could hear the low growl of the pickup's engine now. He found himself holding his breath as the vehicle drew closer. It stopped about 30 meters away. A voice called out, male, harsh. Danny didn't understand it. A pause. Then Caitlin's voice came across his radio earpiece, strained, tense with pain, but audible. "The girl says it's the Kurds. They're telling anyone in the vicinity to show themselves with their hands in the air, or they'll fire again." Danny hesitated. This went against every instinct he had. They would be putting themselves at the mercy of people they didn't know, who had substantial firepower. But they couldn't fight back, and if these were the Kurds they were supposed to be meeting, they didn't even want to. "Get Nazar to shout back. Tell them she's with 3 others, 1 female, 2 male. If we see any potential threats apart from her friends, we're going to fire on them." A pause. Then Nazar's panicked voice drifted over the reeds towards the pickup. The male Kurdish voice barked again. "He says okay," Caitlin translated. "He recognizes Nazar's voice." Danny loosened his pistol in its holster. "On 3, he said. 1, 2, 3. He pushed himself up from the ground one hand above his head, the other slightly lower, closer to his pistol, carefully scanning the ground between himself and the pickup. He saw it immediately. Movement in the reeds 15 meters from his position. He went for his pistol, but Spud 3 meters to Danny's left was already there, pumping 3 rounds directly into the enemy target's body. The movement stopped. The Kurd yelled something.
Spud, drop your gun!
Spud had already done it. They stood there, not moving. The Kurd at the machine gun shouted again. This time Nazar called back. A short conversation followed. 2 men emerged from the pickup. That made 3 guys in all. One had a mobile phone to his ear and was talking into it. He was young, early 20s, and even though it was still dark, he had a pair of aviator shades propped on his forehead. The other was older, early 50s maybe. He carried an assault rifle, and he strode straight up to them. Scraggly goatee beard flecked with grey, camouflage fatigues, black and white shemagh round his neck, sturdy, muddy boots, dark, weathered skin. He looked tough and battle-hardened. "Where's Rojan?" he asked in a very good English accent. Danny nodded towards the burned-out Hilux. "You killed him?" the Kurd asked aggressively. "He killed himself," Danny replied. "He insisted on driving over. We were trying to cover him." He nodded at the dead soldier on the ground. "These guys booby-trapped the crossing. Don't ask me why." The Kurd looked suspicious. "Tell him, Nazar," Danny said. "Tell him how brave your brother was." Nazar looked terrible, like her eyes were burning. She spoke quickly and in Kurdish, a gabbling child. The man's face was expressionless as he listened. Danny held his breath and kept his eyes on the 3 Kurds in front of him, ready for any sign of danger. Nazar stopped talking. There was a momentary silence. Then the Kurd lowered his assault rifle. He nodded at the unit to indicate they could lower their hands. Then he turned his attention to the dead soldier on the ground. The corpse was lying on its front. The Kurd rolled him onto his back. Danny approached. Close up, it was almost like looking in the mirror. The dead guy wore a Kevlar helmet with a boom mic attached. No NV, but an ops waistcoat over his camouflage gear. "Special Forces," he muttered. "Yeah," said Spud, who was standing alongside him. "But whose?" The older Kurd had seen something. He bent over the body and pulled up the corpse's right sleeve. There was a tattoo on his forearm, a double-headed eagle, and surrounding it, 7 red dots. "Russian double-headed eagle," Caitlin said. She was clutching her right arm, and blood was seeping between her fingers. "What are those dots?" Danny asked. "They represent drops of blood. Russian criminals use them to represent how many murders they've committed," Caitlin said. "This isn't some Russian inmate," Danny said. Caitlin shook her head. "The habit's overflowed into the Russian military. He's a Russian soldier, and he's proud of his 7 kills." "Spetsnaz?" Spud suggested. "Maybe," Danny said. "Fuck," Spud muttered. He looked around nervously, as though half expecting another SF force to be on the point of attack. Danny looked towards the Russians' vehicle, parked next to the burned-out Hilux. "What would they be doing here?" "They've been patrolling the area ever since Turkey shot down that Russian jet," the Kurd said. "They know Turkish forces are crossing the border into Iraq and Syria. They want to kill as many as possible. Revenge." He sniffed. "You brought us weapons?" Danny nodded, then pointed to the Hilux. "They've gone the same way as your mate." A shadow crossed the Kurd's face. "Unfortunate for you," he said. "Driving into IS territory is dangerous. We don't work for nothing. The deal's off." He looked over at Nazar and spoke to her in Kurdish again. Danny knew he was telling her it was time to leave. "Wait," Danny said. The tough, battle-hardened Kurd turned to look at him. "What?" "You hate Daesh, right?" "Of course." "We're going to hit them hard, and we're going to take out one of their main commanders. Trust me, we're going to get them where it hurts." The Kurd's eyes narrowed. He was clearly tempted. But then
He shook his head. "We have our own ways of fighting," he said. He started to turn away from Danny. "I recommend you get back across the river." "You still want weapons?" The Kurd stopped turning. He nodded. "We're taking out one of their camps. We'll bring you every damn gun in the place if you get us there in one piece." This time, the Kurd did not turn away. "How do we trust you?" Danny looked towards Caitlin. She was sweating badly, and her face was pale. The wound was still seeping blood. "See that injury? She got it protecting Nazar." The Kurd considered that for a moment. Then he walked up to Nazar herself. He spoke to her in Kurdish. The conversation lasted for 30 seconds and involved a lot of nodding from the kid. Finally, the Kurdish leader sniffed again and walked back to Danny. His body language was suddenly less aggressive. "Every weapon?" he said. "And every last bullet." The Kurd nodded. "The place you want to get to is a day's drive. Very dangerous." "What's your name?" Danny asked. "Pahlav," the older, battle-hardened man said. Danny looked him up and down. "Do your friends speak English?" Danny indicated the other two Kurds. Pahlav shook his head. "Only me and Nazar." He sniffed again. "And Rojan," he added. He looked around. "It is getting light," he said. "We must only travel at night. We must find somewhere to hide during the day." Danny shook his head. "No," he said. "We move now." "Mucker, they're right," Spud said. "We can't travel during the day." "We don't have a choice." He walked over to the dead Russian soldier and prodded him with his foot. "You know what the Russians are like. When they realize their guys have been hit, they'll be all over this place like a rash. Give it an hour, we'll have satellites, drones, the works. We need to get the hell out of this area. And anyway, our middlemen arrive at midnight. Much easier to hit them before they get inside the IS stronghold." He turned to the Kurds. "You know where we're going," he said. "Can you get us there without using any main supply routes?" The Kurds exchanged an anxious look. "If you want those weapons," Danny said, "you've got to do this my way." "It will be slow," Pahlav said. "We will have to go off-road. There will be villages to avoid, maybe water we have to cross." He looked over at the wounded Caitlin. "And her. Don't worry about her. Can you do it?" The Kurd nodded. "We have Daesh flags. It would be best to put them on our vehicle. That way, if Daesh see us from a distance, we have a chance of getting through." "No," Danny told him. "If the Russians are putting in surveillance, they might go for IS targets. We only put the flags out at the very last minute. If IS stop us before then, we can deal with it." The Kurd's eyes narrowed. "We'll take the Russians' vehicle as well. 2 vehicles are harder to hit than 1. Danny liked the strategy, and he liked Pahlav. He thought like a proper soldier. He turned to Spud. "Get over there," he said. "Check it over. They probably picked the vehicle up in-country, but I want to be sure there are no tracking devices on the engine block or the undercarriage. Dump all their packs out of the vehicle too." Spud nodded and started jogging over to the grey Hilux. Danny turned to the Kurds. "You can help yourself to their weapons, ammo, clothes, and any rations in their packs. Nothing else." "What about their radio equipment?" Pahlav said. "Absolutely not. It might be fitted with tracking devices. Don't take anything electrical, and tell your mate to switch his mobile phone off and remove the battery. Now, get everything together. We leave in 10 minutes. People might have heard the noise from that contact. We don't want to be here if they come looking." "I agree," Pahlav said. He turned his back on them and started giving orders to his men in Kurdish. Danny looked at Caitlin. "Let me see it," he said. She looked for a moment like she was going to argue, but then she lowered the shoulder of her camo jacket, wincing as she did so, and looking down at the bare skin of her upper arm. It was very clear where the attack dog had sunk its teeth into her flesh. There were 3 V-shaped punctures on the top side of her arm and 2 on the underside. The skin around them was swollen and bloodied, and the wounds themselves were still oozing blood. It looked bad. Caitlin covered it up before Danny could say anything. I'll bandage it as we're travelling," she said, jutting out her chin defiantly. "I'll give myself an antibiotic jab. It'll be fine." Danny glanced back across the river. He had a call to make. Allow Caitlin to stick with them and run the risk that if the wound got infected or deteriorated badly, she would be more of a hindrance to the operation than a help, or force her to dig in somewhere, self-medicate the wound, and wait it out until such a point that they could scoop her up and get the hell out of there. "You need me," Caitlin said. "You're already undermanned?" She turned and went to retrieve her pack from next to the dead body of the attack dog, but Danny noticed that her eyes flickered in the direction of Nazar too. "Caitlin," Danny said. She looked at him. "If it starts getting bad, you tell me. No heroics, not if you want to stay on the op." They locked stares. "No heroics," Caitlin said quietly. The two of them grabbed their soaking packs and their weapons. 10 seconds later, they were jogging towards the vehicles.